Take it to trial. Take it to trial. Welcome in, grab a seat, hit the like and subscribe. Cause Sweet Peas on the mic with that spicy little vibe. Got the courtroom streaming in the chat, going wild. We're debating heavy topics, but still laughing like a child. From objections to confessions to the judge's side eye. If it's justice and it's messy, we gon' talk about why. Every day's a new case, every moment's a ride. And when Sweet Peas in the building, we be learning with pride. Minds on deck, keep the room running smooth. Film free therapist, you know, keeping everyone in the groove. Right to with the facts, pretty brown girl with the sass. Moreldia and Fowler keep the peace in the chat. But Jason walks in and the ladies collapse. Chocolate. Take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire. And we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. You know Sweet Pea breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Chats cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down when the trolls try to play. If you're out of line, court adjourned for the day. But when Jason logs in with that deep hello sound, the ladies in the chat, man, they all fall down. Take it, 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 take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. When the sun goes down and the cases get deep, after dark gets spicy, no secrets to keep. Taboo topics, big laugh, slap, happy crew. Sweet Pea says behave, but we never really do. It's opinions, confessions, stories untold, but we handle it with heart like the chat made a goal. Hey! Take it to trial, from day to night and every wild mile. Sweet Peas nearly strong with her trademark style, and the fam in the chat always makes it worthwhile. Turn it up, show some love, hit the like on sight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial. Take it to trial.
Yeah, I almost played it twice. Not this morning though. Yeah, I figure we need to get together and we need to watch this because this is the courtroom that we're going to be in live today, the New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro, and we have not seen day 11. So I do have it pulled up and ready for us to go. I'm like SD, I'm not human just yet. I am kind of human. I guess I am human, but not human. I'm trying to get my coffee in. So yeah, we are going to watch this and then we're going to go into our live day today, later today. Yeah, this weekend was a little different. Good morning, Leanne. Hey, Merelda. Yeah, so it was kind of different. Like I didn't know what I was going to do. And I was like, well, I could have played this during the weekend, right? But then I was like, okay, well, I'll give everybody a break. Let me give everybody a break. You know, let them, go do whatever, And I was able to get out here on these YouTube streets and enjoy myself in some different live feeds and chats. So that was pretty nice. Yeah, and every time I thought about getting on, I was like, they probably don't. I'll just wait and yeah, give it a break. Yeah, so that's what I did. Nothing more, nothing less. You was all over the place, Merelda. I was too. I was like, I mean, I don't mind going to listen to other people's content, but yeah, I was like, okay, I'm over this. But yes, I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything at all this weekend. That's what I can say. Didn't do not one thing. I guess that's a good thing sometimes. Sometimes it's good not to do nothing. So maybe that's what I got to look forward to. But I definitely wanted to make sure that we got this testimony in before we actually go on the trial today. We do know that we on verdict watch for being. I don't have anything to show us that I don't personally like for a watch thing. Morello, you can let me know if you want me to open a room for that one. I don't have a problem with opening a room. I don't know if we, as far as rewatching, if there's anything that we really need to rewatch for him. But I know people do like rooms to be open and things like that. So we shall see. Yeah, they'll start deliberating back this morning. I can see them. I can see why they deliberate, and I think that they really taken giving the defense a real shot in regards to looking at everything that the defense has put together to see if they can apply anything to get Banfield off. So, I mean, I see what they're doing. I still think they're going to come back with a guilty verdict. I do not think that it's going to be a not guilty verdict at all. Maybe I don't even think it's going to be, I think it's going to be a guilty verdict. I just don't see it. And we were listening to the same case. Yeah, so yeah, I don't think that we'll have any issues there. I just think that, okay. Well, yeah, I'll open up a room. I'll get one together to open up and relook at testimony while we wait for a verdict watch for Banfield. And then for those people that need to catch up in regards to New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro, they can definitely come in here and catch up with day 11, which would have been on Thursday that we did not watch. And we'll kind of go from there. All right, without further ado, let me go ahead and get us into the courtroom so we can kind of stay sort of on time. I'm going to gain us some TiVo time in the courtroom today, so that's a good thing. Because, you know, certain parts of this trial we've been having to play on 1.5. Live court is supposed to start for this trial in about 3 hours or so. So let's get in here and let's see what this testimony has to offer today.
Good morning, man. Just watch your step as you're coming up with this chair there. If you don't mind, could you put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, once you're comfortable and seated. I have a chair. Sorry. If you could state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please.
Judy Blink, L-I-N-K.
All right. Prosecutor, when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you tell us where you work?
I work for the New Jersey State Police in the Office of Forensic Sciences, and that is located in the Central Regional Laboratory in Hamilton, New Jersey.
Okay. And approximately how long have you worked for the Office of Forensic Science?
22 years.
And specifically, what is your current title or role?
My title right now is a Forensic Scientist 3, and I work in the Quality Assurance Unit. And there I am the Health and Safety Officer for 5 laboratories. I conduct audits for all the laboratories. I review manuals and policies and procedures, and I peer review some of the trace evidence units paperwork.
Now, have you always worked in the Quality Assurance Unit at the State Police?
Yeah.
Okay. What was your role prior to that assignment?
For 16 years, I was in the trace evidence unit.
And what does the Trace Evidence Unit do within the State Police?
The trace evidence unit analyzes trace evidence, which is very small evidence, typically hairs and fibers, footwear impressions, low explosives, glass, and gunshot residues.
You said that currently you're a Forensic Scientist 3. Can you explain what that represents and kind of how you got there?
I could start, when I started, I was a Forensic Scientist 1, and that gave me the responsibilities to analyze evidence. A Forensic Scientist 2, did I say 2? A Forensic Scientist 1 is when I started. The 2 gave me the opportunity to train others in the field that I was trained in. And now that I'm a Forensic Scientist 3, I can supervise others.
Maybe not currently, but at all times as a forensic scientist, both one and let's say two, were you involved in the testing of small items of evidence and trace evidence?
Yes, I was.
Just before I ask you about your educational background, I just want to approach and show you what's been marked as S424 for identification. Can I ask you to take a look at that and let me know if you recognize it?
Yes, that is my CV or resume.
And does that document, your educational background?
Yes, it does.
Does it also document your training and experience at the state police and otherwise?
Yes.
Does it document trainings that you've underwent, and presentations potentially that you've done?
Yes.
Now, can you give us the benefit of your educational background?
I earned a BS, Bachelor of Science in Biology from Trenton State College in 1988, and I earned a Master's of Administration from Fairleigh Dickinson University in 2008.
Okay. So going back to your Bachelor of Science in Biology, that was, what year did you complete that at Trenton State?
1988.
Okay. Now, was there a point in time thereafter that you began to work at the state police?
Yes.
Okay, and that was what year?
To the end of 2003.
Okay. Did you utilize your BS in biology prior to joining the state police?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what did you do and where?
If I may
Sure.
reference, it's been a long time. Let's see where not everything is on here, but I worked for Johnson & Johnson, and we called it the Robert Wood Johnson Pharmaceutical Research Institute. That's what it was called back then, from 1993 to 96. And I left there and I went to Georgia and worked at Solvay Pharmaceuticals.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention back to, you said late 2003. That's when you began at the state police then?
Yes.
Okay. Now, your initial assignment there, what was that?
I was assigned to work in the trace evidence unit, and my initial training was in glass analysis and gunshot residue analysis, and then I moved on to low explosive analysis and footwear and tire impression analysis.
Okay, now, I think it's fair to say you're here today to talk about gunshot residue analysis, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell us about the training that you received with respect to gunshot residue analysis?
Sure. The training took about a year, and I was under direct supervision by my supervisor. When I was comfortable with the work in the laboratory, I had to complete 10 cases on my own, and I had required readings to complete. And after that, I took 2 written tests and passed them both, and I passed 2 laboratory tests. I passed a moot court, and then I was deemed an expert in gunshot residue analysis.
And that was by your office, specifically New Jersey State Police Office of Forensic Scientists? Okay. Now, once you had that kind of qualification in-house, did you begin to perform gunshot residue analysis testing and other types of trace evidence testing?
Yes, I did.
And if you could potentially approximate how many cases you've worked on with respect to gunshot residue analysis, could you do that?
About 180 cases.
Now, have you ever during the course of your career gone to additional trainings, both inside the state police and outside the state police Office of Forensic Science?
Yes, I took a week-long course given to me by the FBI. I forget what year. And that was it for the training, the FBI training and the state police training.
Now, as part of your work in the State Police Office of Forensic Science, specifically Trace Evidence Unit, did you have to undergo any proficiency tests during the course of your career?
Oh, absolutely. Every year, all scientists take a proficiency test in their discipline.
Now, during your time within Trace Evidence Unit, I think you testified that you did approximately 180 cases involving gunshot residue analysis. Did you ever have an opportunity to have to review the work of others within the unit?
Yes, we call that peer review.
Okay. Now, is any case or every case within the Trace Evidence Unit, is it actually peer reviewed by another qualified scientist?
Every case is peer reviewed and also administrative reviewed, yes.
Now, have you ever been involved, I think I mentioned it, but have you ever been involved in giving or assisting in presentations with respect to gunshot residue analysis?
Yes. I had given 2 presentations on gunshot residue analysis. Every year we have symposiums for police officers and we invite them in. So I gave 2 presentations, and then I also was involved in the FBI road school class. We call it the GSR road school, and they came to our facility to teach the ballistics unit, the officers in the state police, a little bit about what scientists do in the laboratory and how they analyze gunshot residues.
Now, to that point, I think you said that at times you've been involved in instruction of officers in the ballistics unit, correct?
Correct.
Now, have you, during the course of your time as someone who analyzes items for gunshot residue, have you gotten or received information about how the ballistics unit operates?
Yes, we work closely together.
Now, generally speaking, are you familiar with the manner in which gunshot residue can actually get onto an item?
Yes,
And just generally speaking, could you explain your understanding of how that works?
sure. The little that I know, as the firearm is fired, the trigger is pulled. The primer is struck, the primer cap in the cartridge, and it starts to burn. And that in turn will start the gunpowder inside the cartridge to burn, and that will build up a lot of pressure in there and pushes out the bullet, and out of the muzzle will also come gunshot residues, which include gunpowder, burned gunpowder, unburned gunpowder, some lead from bullet or copper also comes out of there, and it comes out kind of like a cone shape. So the closer the target is to the weapon, the tighter the pattern is on the target.
So you generally become familiar with materials that would be expelled from a firearm during the course of discharge.
Yes.
Okay. Now, during the course of your career, have you had the opportunity to testify in Superior Court in the state of New Jersey?
I have.
During the course of those testimonies, have you ever been offered as an expert in the field of gunshot residue analysis?
Yes,
Do you recall approximately how many times?
about 18 times.
And has that been in one county or more than one county in the state?
No, multiple counties in the state.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer Judith Link as an expert in the field of gunshot residue analysis.
Anybody here?
No, I don't think so, Judge. Thank you.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we haven't done this in a while. I'm going to give you this charge again just to remind you. As a general rule, witnesses can only testify to facts known by them. This rule ordinarily does not permit to be received as evidence the opinion of a witness who is not testifying as an expert. However, an exception to this rule exists in the case of an expert witness who may give their opinion as to any matter in which they are versed, which is material to the case. In legal terminology, an expert witness is a witness who has some special knowledge, skill, experience, or training that is not possessed by the ordinary juror, and who thus may be able to provide assistance to the jury in understanding the evidence presented and determine the facts in this case. You're not bound by such expert's opinion, but you should consider the opinion and give it the weight to which you deem it is entitled, whether that be great or slight, or you may reject it. In examining an expert's opinion, you may consider the reasons given for it, if any, and you may also consider the qualifications and credibility of the expert. It is always within the special function of the jury to determine whether the facts on which the answer or testimony of an expert is based actually exist. The value or weight of the opinion of the expert is dependent upon, and is no stronger than, the facts on which it is based. In other words, the probative value of the opinion will depend upon whether, from all of the evidence in the case, you find those facts are true. You may, in fact, determine from the evidence in the case that the facts that form the basis of the opinion are true, not true, or true in part only. And in light of the finding, you should decide what effect such determination has upon the weight to be given to the opinion of the expert. Your acceptance or rejection of the expert's opinion will depend, therefore, to some extent, on your finding as to the truth of the facts relied upon. You and you alone are the sole fact finders in this case. You must be persuaded solely by the evidence presented at trial when determining whether the state has satisfied its burden. As the sole judges of the facts, you are to determine the credibility of the various witnesses, as well as the weight to be afforded to their testimony to determine whether the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements of the charged crime. So with that being said, I will accept this witness as an expert in gunshot residue analysis. Prosecutor, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge.
Sure.
Ms. Lane, can you tell us how evidence is accepted into the Office of Forensic Scientists of the State Police?
Sure. The evidence comes into the evidence receiving department, and it is given, the case is given a unique laboratory number, and each piece of evidence is given its own number and barcode. So the barcodes are then placed on all the packaging of the different pieces of evidence, and then the evidence is scanned into our laboratory information management system, fancy way for saying computer system, and then it's stored in the vault, waiting for the scientist to pick it up.
Now, when you talk about the scientists picking up, was there an occasion with respect to this case where you went and obtained evidence from that vault?
Can you repeat the question?
I'm sorry, I didn't get a question. Let me just first show you what the mark is, S425. Sure, counsel. Just going to show you. So mark this S425 for identification. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is an evidence receipt that is created when the evidence comes into the evidence receiving department. And the case is created with its unique laboratory number, and information on this evidence receipt tells me what evidence to pick up when I go to the vault to pick it up.
Does it also help you or guide you in what like analysis to perform?
Yes.
Okay. Now, S425, does that have a date on it?
It has a received date, yes.
Okay. And what was that date?
November 30th, 2018.
Okay. And does it indicate a specific item?
Yes.
And what item is that?
It is item number 27, which is a brown paper bag containing a black hooded jacket.
Okay. Now, based upon your work in this case, was item 27 the item that you actually reviewed and analyzed for purposes of gunshot residence?
Yes, it was.
Now, based upon work that you did in this case, did you ultimately draft a report?
Yes, I wrote a report.
Okay. Now, as part of your work in this case and in drafting that report, did you also keep notes?
I kept notes also, yes.
Is that customary with respect to your analysis?
It sure is, yes.
I'm just going to show you first what's marked as S426. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
This is my laboratory report I wrote, and I recognize it because my signature is at the bottom and the laboratory number is at the top there.
Now, the laboratory number from S426, does it correspond, or is it the same as the one from S425?
Yes, it is C18-10138.
Okay. And the report marked S426, does it cover your analysis of item number 27, State Police item number 27?
Yes, it does.
Now, I'm also going to show you what's been marked as S432. Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
And what is it?
It is a copy of my case notes.
Okay. And how many pages are that, if you could tell us? Is that?
They're all here. 20 pages.
Okay. And could you just generally tell us what's included in your notes?
Sure. The laboratory case numbers at the top. And as I go through my analysis, I document everything I'm doing. And I also take photographs as I do my analysis, and they are included in here also. And I have some other, during my analysis, I make up transparencies, which is a clear plastic piece of paper that I put on top of some of the analyses that I do, and I document that in that way. And there's copies of that in my notes also.
Now, just show you what's been marked as S299. Now, do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and how do you recognize it?
Well, if I compare the pictures to my notes, I recognize the jacket, and my initials are on the packaging, the brown paper bag that it came in.
Okay, and is there also a yellow sticker on one of the bags within S299?
There is the barcode that goes with item number 27.
And is that a sticker that is a property of the New Jersey State Police?
Yes, that is put on the packaging when it comes into the evidence receiving department with a unique laboratory number and the item number 27.
And the unique laboratory number on the yellow sticker from S299, is it the same as those on S432 and S426?
Yes, it is. C18-10138.
Okay, it indicates number 27, correct?
Number 27.
Now, once this item, number 27, comes into your possession, can you tell us the first steps that you perform with that item?
Sure. Once I pick it up from the vault, I take it back to my workstation and I spread out a big piece of white butcher paper, and I open the package and I do an inventory and make sure what's in the package is what's on my evidence receipt, and I document that, and then I do a visual examination on the item. And in that I look for, well, first I document what's on the brand, what's on the tag, any size, any fiber content, and then I continue on with my visual examination, and I'm looking for any defects, any holes, anything unusual, and then I index holes that I find, which means, number one, I give them all a letter, beginning with the letter A, and so on, and then I index them meaning I measure from the hole to a seam or to the bottom of the jacket. Just, it's kind of mapping out the holes so I can find them more easily later. And, excuse me, and then I take photographs.
So you talk about the visual examination includes just observations visually of item number 27?
Yes,
And it also includes, like you said, measurements of not the holes, the size of the hole, but where it is in relation to the item of clothing.
I do measure the holes also.
Okay, you do. Now, on page 1 of your notes, do you document that indexing of the holes?
Yes,
Do you have, or do they reflect an assignment of, let's say, letter A to this hole and letter B to this hole?
yes, A to H.
A to H, so that's the number of holes we're talking about, correct? And also those measurements, are they depicted on page 1 of your notes?
They are.
Now, I think we'll get into it a little bit more in a minute, but does your visual inspection also include use of an infrared camera?
Yes, I used an infrared camera.
What's the purpose of the infrared camera?
We use the infrared camera on dark clothing because what the IR and infrared will do is visually lighten the fabric. So as I look through the camera, the jacket will look white instead of black. And that will help me find any residues that are on there, or any potential residues. And then if I find anything, I will take a picture of those residues.
So we talk about looking at it, measuring it, labeling the holes, taking photography, and also taking infrared photography.
Yes,
That's essentially all part of step 1.
the visual examination.
Now, is there also thereafter, and we'll talk specifically about it, but what's the second step after a visual examination?
The second step is the microscopic examination. I haven't done this in so long, sorry. The microscopic examination, where I will take the item and put it under a microscope, and I concentrate on the hole and the area around the hole, and I'm looking for singeing and burning of fibers, any metals that could come from a bullet. I'm looking for gunpowder that could be partially burned or whole gunpowder pieces.
Okay. Now, the last step is what? The third step in the process.
That's the chemical examination.
Okay. So generally, you just described kind of the 3 steps of your determination with respect to whether or not any gunshot residue exists on any item, but in this case, specifically number 27.
Yes,
Now, you talked about taking photographs, correct?
yes.
Okay. And I'm going to refer you to your notes that are in front of you, if I could.
Sorry. WS 432, correct?
I'm going to direct you to page 4 of your notes. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
And what is that?
Page 4 is a picture of the front of the entire jacket.
Okay. And is there another overall photograph?
On page 5 is the same photo, but I added documentation of where the holes are.
Okay. Page 6 is what?
And that is the overall back of the jacket.
Okay. Page 7?
Page 7 is the overall back of the jacket with some of my notations about where holes are.
Okay. Page 7?
Page 8.
Sorry, page 8. Apologize.
Page 8 is the back of the hood, which is a close-up of hole A and hole B.
And are there additional photographs moving forward?
Yes.
And just before we get into details, do the photographs that are depicted within S432, do you recognize them?
Yes, I do.
And do they adequately and accurately reflect the photographs that you took of that item as part of your analysis?
Yes,
Okay, and the pictures that are in S432, they are of S299 here, correct?
item number 27.
Yes, item number 27, sorry, yeah. So this one, just going to publish, for purposes of explanation, some of the photos. I'm gonna go to our notes. I'm gonna go to page 4 of the witness's notes. Correct. Okay. Just so we understand, I'm gonna run you through a few of the pictures you took. Could you just explain what we're looking at here?
This is the overall front of the jacket, item number 27.
Okay. And page 5? What do we see here?
This is the same photograph, but I have added notations about where a few of the holes are and left shoulder seam. And these are the things that I would use for my indexing.
And page 5 of the notes? 6, sorry.
And this is the overall back of the jacket.
Notes page 7.
And this is the same photograph with some of my notations about where some of the holes are.
Okay. And page 8.
And this is a close-up of the back of the hood with hole showing hole A and B. Sorry, the scans are not great. The pictures honestly look much better.
And page 9. What do we see here?
And this is the right side of the hood showing a close-up of hole C.
Okay. And did you document observations you made of hole C in your notes, specifically on page 1?
Yes, and during the visual examination.
We'll get into it a little bit more later, but was there something specific about the nature of that hole that you documented during the visual observation?
Hole C is a classic textbook stellate tear, or what we call a cruciform tear.
Well, I'll have you explain that. Can I have page 10? What do we see here?
This is the top of the hood showing hole D.
And notes page 11.
And this is the front of the hood showing hole E.
And notes page 12.
The front of the hood, a close-up of hole F.
Now, in that picture, there's some red. During the course of your visual observation, or at least note-taking regarding your visual observations, did you take note of any potential staining on the jacket or observations of same?
Looking at my notes, yes, I wrote my notes, possible blood throughout the front, back, and hood.
Now, just to be clear, your job here was not to test that to determine whether or not that actually was blood, correct?
No.
It was just an observation visually that you made. Kind of page 13. What do we see there?
And this is the front of the jacket showing hole H and G.
Now, you talked about earlier how at some point you utilized an infrared camera, correct?
Correct.
Can I have slide page 14 of the notes? Can you explain what we see here?
Sure. It's not the greatest scan of my photograph, but this is a standard. It is something that we created. Actually, the ballistics unit created it for me. It's a piece of black fabric, and they shot it pretty close up, so there's a lot of residues on it. And I use it to test the camera, my IR camera. Before I use it, I look at this standard, we call it gunshot residue standard, using the IR camera to ensure that the camera is in fact working, and I see that the dark fabric has lightened and the gunshot residues are dark and visible.
So just to be clear, what's depicted in your notes, page 14, that is not evidence from this case, correct?
Correct, that is not evidence.
That, as you said, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, that's a standard utilized just to make sure the camera's working properly.
That is correct.
Okay. And was it?
And it was, yes.
Can I have the next page, page 15 of the notes? What do we see here?
This is a scan of the photograph I took using the IR camera. And it's hole D. And I took this photograph because I saw possible bullet white, which was enhanced. And you could see that as a ring around the hole. You don't see the whole ring, but you see the bottom of the ring. There's a black ring around the hole, which could be bullet white, which means a passage of a bullet, and the bullet, whatever was on it, wiped off and just left that ring.
Okay, so you took this photo because of something that you saw visually, is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, and how many observations, if you recall, how many photos did you take with the IR camera as a result of your observations?
I believe there were 2.
Okay. Can I have notes page 16? And what do we see here?
And this is a photograph taken with the IR camera, and it shows hole G and H, but at H, I see a possible bullet white there also.
Based upon this and this alone, do you make any determinations with respect to those holes that you just discussed?
This is just the beginning. I just use this just to help me find any residues, but I would not conclude anything with this.
Okay. Now, visually though, with the holes, you obviously labeled A through H of holes that were in item number 27 from the state police, correct?
Correct.
Now, just by seeing those holes and based upon your training and experience, did you draw any conclusions just like with respect to the nature of the holes?
With my experience, I could say that These were caused by the passage of a bullet.
Now, as far as like entrance versus exit, do you draw any conclusions like that?
No.
Okay. Now, once you utilize, you're taking the photographs, you're taking the IR photographs, is there a point in time when you move on to a microscopic examination of the actual holes?
Yes, that would be my next step.
Now, despite anything you might have seen visually in A through H, do you do that with each of those holes?
Yes, each hole will get a microscopic examination.
And that would be regardless of what you saw or you didn't see visually?
That is correct.
And also with regard to what you saw or didn't see on an infrared camera?
Yes.
Now, can you just explain for us, I know you did it a little bit briefly, but just how you go about utilizing the microscope to analyze the holes?
Sure. I put the item underneath the microscope and I focused on each hole one at a time and the area right around the hole. And the microscopic examination, I'm looking for any ripping and tearing. I look closely at the fibers at the hole. I'm looking for melted fibers from the heat of the bullet going through. Sometimes it melts the fibers. And I'm also looking for any metals that come out of the weapon or come off of the bullet. Sometimes a bullet will break and leave shards of metal. And I'm looking for bullet white, which is a ring around the hole, as you can probably see here. And sometimes it's visible, sometimes it's not. I refer to my notes to see if I miss anything. Oh, and gunpowder, of course. So looking for particles of gunpowder. They don't always completely burn. So if the target is close enough to the weapon, it will land on the fabric. So I'm looking for gunpowder particles also.
Okay. Now, regarding the microscopic examination that you did with holes A through H, now, did you draw any, or did you observe anything significant with respect to any of those holes?
Referring to my notes, holes A, B, D through H, I did not find the things that I was looking for: singeing, burning, ripping, tearing. There's no bullet white that I saw under the microscope, and I did not see any gunpowder. Hole C, I noted that it was a cruciform tear, and I did not see any singeing and burning, no bullet white, no gunpowder was observed.
Now, did that mean to you at that point in time that A, B, and then D through H were not holes caused by bullets or something else?
No, the microscopic examination does not indicate that it was not caused by bullet.
Now, the one letter you left out was hole C, correct?
Well, A, B, D through H, and then I mentioned C was the cruciform tear.
Okay. Now, so with respect to hole C, I think what you just said is that there is something of significance to you based upon what you've done thus far, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Now, that being said, the holes where you didn't see anything significant, did you just stop your analysis at that time?
No, there was more.
Now, the next step would be, as you said earlier, the chemical analysis, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did you do that with respect to A through H, every hole?
Yes.
Okay. And is there a first step in that process or a first test in that process?
Yes, there are 3 tests.
Okay.
And the first test is called the Grice test or the Grace test. And for that test, I'm looking for nitrites, chemical nitrites that come out of the weapon. And you want me to explain how I do that test?
Yes.
Okay, so I take the item and I lay it down and I spray it with acetic acid. And then I take a piece of paper, which has been specially treated with a special chemical, and I iron that on top of it. And when I peel it back, if there was any nitrites on that item, I would see an orange coloring, orange speckling, or an orange cloud. And that would indicate nitrates were on that jacket from a weapon. And I did that for all the holes.
Okay. Now, with respect to that grease test, you said you did with all the holes. Did you note any of the holes that presented with that orange color that you were looking for?
Reading from my notes, the hole A and B were negative, hole C was positive for nitrites, D through G were negative, and hole H was positive for nitrites.
Okay. So you have positive for nitrates for hole C and hole H, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and again, we still have your notes page 16 up on the screen in front of you, correct?
Page 16, yes.
Okay, and does that depict hole H in that infrared photo?
Yes.
Now, given the positives for C and H on the grease test, did you continue with the second test still for all the items, all the holes?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what is that second chemical test that you utilize?
The second test is called the dithioxamide test. We call it DTO for short. And that is testing for copper. So typically, with a copper jacketed bullet, we would see copper on the clothes. Not all the time, but sometimes.
Okay, and how do you go about performing that DTO test?
So the DTO test, I take a piece of white paper, again, we call it white filter paper, and we spray it with ammonium hydroxide. And then that gets ironed onto the item of clothing. And then when it's peeled off, it's sprayed with HCl, hydrochloric acid, and then a solution of DTO. And what I'm looking for is any green color. So the green color would indicate copper was on the jacket. And hole A through H, it was negative, so I did not find any copper.
Okay, so none of the holes exhibited that green color or the presence of copper.
Correct.
Just so y'all aware, I sped her up a little bit, you know, in regards to getting this evidence entered in. So I just sped her up just a little bit. If it's too fast, let me know and I will slow her down. But the chemicals that she used, I just want to know whose blood is on the jacket.
Now, with respect to the third step in the chemical analysis, can you describe what that is?
It's called a sodium rhodizonate test. And that test is testing for lead. And to do that, I also take white filter paper, I spray it with acetic acid, and I iron it onto the clothing. And when I peel it off, I spray it with a solution of sodium rhodizonate solution that I created. I spray that on and looking for a purple color this time. And my results show that hole A and B were negative, hole D through H were negative, hole C and hole D through G was negative. The only positive holes I got were hole C and hole H.
Now, with respect to the positive tests, you talked about the transparency, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, just going back for a moment, I just want to show you page 17 of your note. Now, this was with respect to which of the three chemical tests?
This is a result of the Grice test for nitrites.
That's looking for the color orange, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you explain what this notes page 17 actually reflects how this was created?
Sure. After I do the test, I am left with that chemically processed paper, and it has some orange on it. So you can see hole C where I wrote, it looks like an upside down cross. That's the cruciform tear. And the little cloud-like shapes are the nitrite residues, which showed up as little orange clouds on that piece of paper. And then I just made some notes about where the hood seam was and the flap, just to identify exactly where the hole was. And again, it's on a clear piece of paper. And I made this is just a photocopy of it. So when I was at the photo machine, I put the scale in there and scanned it.
Okay. So that notes page 17 would be reflecting the positive test for the presence of nitrate residues?
Nitrites.
Okay. Now, with respect to notes page 18, is that also from hole C?
This is also from hole C, but it's the results of the lead test, the sodium rhodizonate test.
Okay. And does that reflect the presence of lead in the area of hole C?
Yes.
Okay. We have the presence of nitrites and lead for hole C, correct?
Correct.
Now, given your visual observations, as well as the microscopic as well as the chemical tests that were performed, did you draw any conclusions in your report regarding hole C?
Yes.
And what were the conclusions you drew about hole C?
May I read it from the report? I'll paraphrase, and it says, hole C exhibits the physical characteristics of a bullet hole produced when the muzzle of a firearm is in contact or near contact with a garment when discharged.
Okay. Now, contact or close contact, does that have a meaning in the trace evidence gunshot residue world?
Yes. Typically, the distance determination is conducted by the ballistics unit in conjunction with my notes and the residues that I found. But a contact or near contact shot is typically it's easy to determine, and the scientists are allowed to determine. That's the only distance that they're allowed to determine.
Okay. So if a pattern or presence of gunshot residues did not exhibit that type of pattern, and it exhibited something like more of a distance, could you do a distance determination in order to draw conclusions on other items? Potentially.
Let me see if I'm answering your question properly. If there are enough nitrite residues on that I find, and it forms a pattern, then the ballistics unit will take that information and do some test shots with the weapon and the ammunition in question and compare the two. And they determine the distance, if it's any further away than a contact shot.
Okay. So you talked about hole H as well previously, correct?
Correct.
And you did have positive results on 2 of the chemical tests for hole H, correct?
Yes.
Was there some discussion of potentially doing a distance determination regarding that hole?
Yes, it was.
And ultimately, was it decided that the state police would be unable to conduct that distance determination?
Yes, there were residues on it, but not enough for the ballistics unit to determine a distance.
Okay. Now, with regard to hole C that we just discussed, was there a need for a distance determination to be done based upon your observations and your conclusions?
We did not need the ballistics unit to make that determination because we were able to make that determination ourselves.
Was that based upon the chemical testing?
It was based upon the cruciform tearing.
Okay. And did the chemical testing, did that do anything to corroborate and confirm your observations regarding that cruciform tear?
I did not need to do a chemical examination to determine that distance. I did anyway. That's just how I am. I just do everything.
Okay. So what you're saying is that based upon your visual examination of hole C, you could have drawn that conclusion.
Yes, I could have stopped there at the
Okay.
visual.
But you didn't, correct?
I didn't.
And then you did all the testing, both visually, microscopically, and chemically.
I did.
Okay. And ultimately, your conclusion with respect to hole C was that. Can you say that again?
It exhibits the physical characteristics of a bullet hole produced when the muzzle of a firearm is in contact or near contact with the garment when discharged.
When we talk about the garment, we're talking about New Jersey State Police item number 27, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to the testimony you've given regarding your analysis, your observations, and the like, did you give that testimony based upon your training and experience in the field of gunshot residue analysis?
Yes.
Go on, no,
Ross?
Good morning.
Morning.
So it's the tearing itself that allows you to make the determination that it's a near contact shot, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Does it matter what the garment is made of?
It does matter. I've seen multiple near contact shots, and depending on the fabric content, it may rip differently. Yes.
Okay. What's called the garment's tearing because a metal object is going through it. Very hard to see, right?
Yes.
And obviously the bullet is spinning and it's traveling.
Yes.
Yeah. Is that like why is it that close up you're saying you can observe tearing that's unique to the gun being fired from that distance versus let's say 10 inches away?
Yes.
Why would that be the case?
Contact or near contact shots are when the muzzle is so very close or touching the fabric, and it's the explosion and the force of that coming out of the weapon. It's such an explosive force that causes the ripping because it's so close.
Now, obviously as the weapon gets closer, there's going to be a higher concentration, we would imagine, of these nitrites and residues on the garment.
Yes.
And is there's a method for, it sounds like there's a method for confirming the presence on the garment. Is there a method for quantifying the presence?
We don't do that. There's so many moving parts per se. Sometimes we don't find residues, and that is because there could be an intervening object or the wind pushes the residues away, movement of the gun, the type of ammunition. There's so many different things. With a contact shot, because it's so close to the target that typically we don't find residues because it's all blown right through. But if there's movement to the fabric or the fabric softer or it's just right off the garment, we sometimes see the residues like we did in this case.
Okay. So sometimes there's tearing that makes it appear to you that what you're looking at was a contact or near contact shot. Sometimes there's these residues, nitrites, present on what you believe is a contact shot. Yes. Sometimes they're not. So it's not the existence of residues then that necessarily confirm the contact shot.
Not necessarily.
It's actually what you're interpreting in terms of a pattern of ripping of the material.
Typically, yes.
Now, I think you mentioned that various things can impact the amount of residues that are left on a garment. But in terms of the actual firing of the gun, is the length of the barrel relevant?
Yes.
Is the diameter of the barrel relevant?
Yes.
Is the caliber of the weapon relevant?
Yes, it is.
There was also going to there was talk. It sounds like that there was going to be a potential endeavor to conduct a distance determination on, I believe it was whole each of the garment, right?
Yes.
And the item was resubmitted to the laboratory for that purpose.
Right.
Along with the item, the jacket, there were 2 6-hour pistols.
Good question. Yeah. Oh, were there?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. So I can't recall.
Judge, I'm going to approach with D-123.
123?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
Just showing you this.
Mm-hmm.
You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and you know what it is.
Yes.
What is it?
This is an evidence receipt with the same laboratory number on it, C1810138, with item number 27.
Could you just referring to this page, can you just look at the synopsis section for me? Just read that to yourself. Okay. So this in this evidence receipt for the resubmission of the jacket, we see it mentions several other pieces of evidence, correct?
Correct.
That are to be considered along with the submission of the jacket. Is that right?
That's right.
And that included not 1, but 2 6-hour pistols. Is that right?
Okay, that's what that says, yes.
And also a 38 caliber silencer. Right?
That's what that says, yes.
Okay. Question is, do you know why, or maybe you requested this, maybe you didn't, but do you know why there were 2 6-hour pistols requested? You don't know.
No, I'm not involved in that portion of examination.
Okay. Is it your understanding that 2 weapons manufactured by the same manufacturer, same make, model, firing the same caliber, would produce similar patterns of residue?
I would have no idea. The testing of the weapons by the ballistics department would handle that in conjunction with the scientists. But I have no I have no understanding of those weapons.
Okay. And so, if we can't make a distance determination regarding any of the other holes you mentioned, A, B, or D through H, then we don't really know. We can't really make any statements about how far away the weapon was when it caused those perforations in the jacket.
No, cannot.
And so that could be a foot away, or it could be 20 feet away. See, there's a little arrow down here.
I see the arrow.
Everything you examined on this jacket was in the hood or upper shoulder portion. Is that correct?
Let me refer to my notes. I'll look at this. Yes, that is what I'm seeing.
Okay. Are there, in your field, just so I understand, are there laboratories that would try to quantify the amount of residues on a garment for purposes like distance determination or purposes like, determining the orientation of the shooter, things like that?
I would believe so. I know there's studies now on quantifying, but I don't have the knowledge of the labs that do that.
Okay, so it's not state police.
We don't do that.
And the state police also has, I think, in your CV, you mentioned that you began as a glass examiner.
Yes.
Okay. But you also trained in footwear and tire impressions.
That's correct.
And so footwear would be determining if maybe a print matched a particular shoe.
Yes.
And then tire impressions would be if a scene is found and there's different kinds of tire impressions, maybe you could look at photos of those to determine what vehicle might have made them.
Yes.
Is that something that the map still engages in? Say, please.
We still do that, yes.
Okay, thanks. I have no further questions.
Would you like to?
When we talk about footwear impression and we talk about tire impressions, it's basically you need a pattern, an identifiable pattern in order to compare one tire to a tire track or one shoe to another shoe.
Yes.
Can I just have slide notes page 9? If I could just read it. Now, you recognize that, right? You talked about that earlier?
Correct.
Now, that the area of white in that photograph, is that the area where you discussed the cruciform pairing?
Yes.
Okay. And again, did you describe that whole C as exhibiting signs of cruciform pairing that you called a textbook example?
Yes, in my testimony, in my notes, I called it a stellate tear. So it could be called stellate tear, meaning a star, or cruciform, meaning a cross or an X.
And you said that, as depicted in notes page 9, would be a textbook example of cruciform or stellate tear.
Yes, it is.
That would be indicative of contact or close contact between the muzzle of a firearm and the object, number 27, correct?
Yes, correct.
Anything else, Murray?
No, no, thank you.
You did step down. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to give you a quick break right now before we start our next witness. Give you a chance to stretch. We've been doing this for an hour, and then we'll come right back out. All right, thank you.
Advise the court that during his testimony, making the need for the charge with respect to the recorded jail calls.
Okay, thank you for letting me know.
And the redaction charges.
Redaction charge.
All right, we'll get those. That's really good.
You were also asking for the approach numbers and everything.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, once you're comfortable and seated, can you say your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Patrick Petruzzello, Petruzziello.
All right, prosecute.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning.
Where are you employed?
The Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office.
In what capacity?
Currently a lieutenant of the Major Crimes Bureau.
Okay, how long have you been with the prosecutor's office?
Prosecutor's Office since 2014.
Can you take us through your history with the prosecutor's office in terms of different units and assignments you've had?
So I was hired in December of 2014. I was assigned to the Major Crimes Bureau in Freehold. About a year and a half later, I was assigned to the Asbury Park Satellite Office of the Major Crimes Bureau, where I remained until 2022 when I was promoted to sergeant. I remained in the Asbury Park Satellite Office as a sergeant. I was then transferred for about 10 months to the Special Victims Bureau, and then promoted in 2025 to lieutenant of Major Crimes.
Now, what, if any, prior law enforcement experience have you had prior to the prosecutor's office?
Prior to the prosecutor's office, I started my career as a Class 2 officer in Point Pleasant Beach in 1996. I remained in that capacity until 2000 when I was hired as a patrolman. From there, in 2003, I was reassigned to the Detective Bureau in Point Pleasant Beach, where I remained until 2014, coming to the prosecutor's office.
Back on November 20th of 2018, what unit were you assigned to?
The Major Crimes Bureau, Asbury Park Satellite Office.
Now, on that particular date, November 20th of 2018, at about 12:45 p.m., what, if any, direction did you receive?
I was directed to respond to the 15 Willow Road address.
And can you tell us about any observations that you made when you arrived?
When I arrived, there was numerous fire personnel on scene. It was an active fire scene. There was also officers or detectives from the Major Crimes Bureau and also the prosecutor's office responding. They were there. Additionally, Colts Neck Police Department was present as well.
What time did you arrive on scene?
About 1 hour, 13:45 or 1:45.
Okay, now when you arrived on scene, were you essentially assigned as something?
I was assigned, upon arrival, I was assigned by my then Sergeant Ed Henley as the lead detective for this investigation.
And what does it mean to be the lead detective in terms of from the Major Crimes Unit?
So the lead detective is essentially responsible for working alongside of the local detectives, as well as typically conducting more of the primary interviews. They also maintain communication with the victim's family, maintain the case file, coordinate efforts, resources, and then ultimately work alongside prosecutors for court judicial hearings.
And when you arrived on scene and Detective, I believe, Cizarillo was there, did you have the opportunity to speak with him?
I did.
Okay, and did he brief you on what transpired prior to your arrival?
He did.
Did you learn any victims on scene?
I did. I learned upon my arrival, Paul Caneiro was still off to the northwest of the driveway, still on scene. And then the body of Sophia was moved at that point to the driveway.
Was anyone else located inside of the home?
I was aware that there was 2 additional bodies, Jesse and Jeff, were inside the residence.
How long were you on scene for that day?
I remained on scene until I believe it was approximately 7 p.m.
And what kinds of things were you doing on scene during that time?
At that point, obviously, the fire suppression activity was still ongoing. The forensics bureau for the Major Crimes Bureau for the prosecutor's office was still actively starting to process the scene, collect evidence. At that point, I made observations of what was going on, continued with ultimately the bodies being removed, medical examiner's arrival.
Now, is it fair to say there were numerous other law enforcement officers on scene?
Absolutely. Yes.
And were they doing different things?
Yes, during this time, different detectives were beginning to get assigned to do different things, such as like video, surveillance, canvassing, that kind of thing.
Now, did you and Detective Zerillo essentially work this investigation cooperatively, in other words, together?
Yes, we did.
And did that occur for the next several weeks?
I think even further, yes.
Were there some things that you and he did together?
Yes.
And then were there other things that you did by yourself without necessarily Detective Zerillo present?
Yes.
We've already heard from Detective Zerillo, so I want to talk about the things that you did when Detective Zerillo wasn't necessarily with you, okay? Did you have an opportunity to review any Wise brand cameras during the course of your investigation of this case?
I did.
Specifically, did you have the opportunity to review Wise camera footage from the garage north wall shelf?
Yes, sir.
And how many times did you review that footage?
At this point, I've watched it many times, paused, sped up, rewound. I've watched it many times.
Okay. And the particular time frame or timestamps of the footage that you watched, do you recall what that was?
I watched from 2:35 a.m. until 2:51 a.m.
I'm showing counsel S391. Oh, sorry. Judge, may I approach?
Okay.
I'm showing you what's been marked as S391. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that's the Wise Games Garage North shelf.
Judge, this time you gave us permission to publish.
Dismissal. Okay, go ahead.
Just make sure the report's findings all the way out. Thank you. Now, Detective, due to the length of this, I'm going to play it in full, but we may have to pause it a few times to ask you questions, or I may ask you questions while we're playing it, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Before I hit play, can you just tell us what timestamp is up here?
02:34:58 or 2:34 in the morning.
Okay, and just generally, what is this that we're looking at?
This is a view of the from the camera on the garage north wall shelf, pointing at the garage door that was to the on the west side of the residence.
Now, what we're going to watch at 2:34:58, is that about a 16 or so minute clip?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, this portion of the video, is this what you had indicated you watched previously multiple times?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you determine whether the timestamp on here was accurate?
I did.
How did you do that?
It was compared to known phone calls. There's other cameras that all went offline at the same time, approximately 2:51. Again, compared to known phone calls.
Okay. I'm going to ask if you can update the video. Can we pause it? I'm going to pause it at, it's about 2:35:47. Lieutenant, can you tell us what just happened?
A light illuminated above the garage door.
Now, because I don't want to pause this more than we need to, can you tell us, does that light illuminate or illumination occur several times during the course of this approximate 16-minute clip?
Yes, it does, several times.
Okay, we could continue. Can you pause it? Detective, did you just see a silhouette appear?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain to us how that happens or what we're looking at?
It's paused now, it's grainy, but in the middle pane, if you can follow, at some point, if you play it, you can see an arm, and then follow down from light to where it becomes dark.
Okay, so if we can just go back, I'll play it again to just before the silhouette comes on. Okay, so we're playing it at 2:35:39. I'm going to ask if we can pause at 2:35:57. Lieutenant, did the silhouette appear to come from the right side of the screen to the middle of the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
And does the silhouette appear to leap upwards?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, you could continue. Pause it, please. And just for now, we're paused at 2:36:03. You could continue. You just, oh, I'm sorry, pause 1 minute. If you could go back to 23602. There, okay. I want to direct your attention to the area of that middle vertical frame of the garage door. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. Can you identify what you're seeing regarding any areas of light and dark coloring?
Again, starting from the middle of that center pane of the right, the upper portion is light, and then if you follow it down to the all the way down to the area where it becomes dark, more or less in the center.
And did you hear any noises during the portion that we just played?
I did.
What was that?
It was a banging noise.
Continue. Pause at 236:30. Did that silhouette appear to leave the camera frame?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Specifically, did you note anything about that?
Off to the right side of the screen as we're looking at it, or the north side of the residence.
Okay. Before we resume, I want to ask you about the orientation of what's depicted in this video. Can you describe what's outside of that particular garage door?
Yeah, so this is the back side of the garage. In the front, there's it's three bay garage, and this most northern side has a garage door that opens up essentially on the back side of the house, so you can go all the way through. On the back side of this, or the west side of the house, is it opens up to a small paver patio. When you walk out of the garage, immediately to the right side is where the electrical panel is affixed to the house. If you go to the left side of the screen, or the south side, it is the paver walkway leads to where the house has a large whole house generator.
Showing counsel what's been marked as S407. I'm going to show you what's been marked as S407. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
This is a picture from the opposite side, or the outside of the house. So the orientation.
Just before you do that, I'm going to ask it to publish. If we could.
The objection?
No. I'm trying to put it on the screen. I'm sorry. Okay, now can you orient us to what we're looking at?
So looking at it from the opposite side, in this particular case, the electrical panel is on the left side. And if you go to the right behind the row of shrubs or bushes, that's where the generator is located.
Thank you. If we can resume. Lieutenant, what did we just see? What appeared?
The silhouette of the subject walks from the right side of the screen over to the left side of the screen.
Continue, please. While the video is still playing, can you tell us what we just saw?
That silhouette walks from the left side to the right side.
Did that video end at 2:59?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Now, did your investigation reveal anything about the loss of power to 15 Willowbrook Road?
It did.
What was that?
As I mentioned before, those cameras, the Y scans went offline at the same time as 251. Additionally, there was a Verizon reported that the loss of power at 252. There was also 2 additional cameras inside the residence that went offline at the same time, 252.
So during the course of your investigation, did you request anything from Verizon?
I did.
And what was that?
I requested any information they had reference the optical network terminal for the Verizon connection to the house.
And did you receive anything back?
I did.
What was that?
It was a printout that indicated, the initial response that I got indicated that the loss of optical, the ONT went offline at 3:42 a.m.
So after that, did you follow up and request any additional information?
I did. Based on that response, I made contact with Verizon to indicate how they deducted that the ONT went offline at 3:42. They said based off that, they provided additional alerts at the residence, which indicated that the loss of power at 2:52.
The second time when you followed up, did you receive any paperwork or anything back?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 375. It's pages 1 and 2. I'm going to ask you to look at page 2. And do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the response that they provided the first time I made the inquiry, which shows it's the loss of optical network terminal connection at 3:42 a.m.
Can you just explain what an optical network terminal is?
Essentially, it's the Verizon connection to the house for communications.
And if you could look at the first page of that, I'm going to ask you if you recognize that first page.
I do.
Okay, and is that the additional information you received after you made contact with somebody from Verizon?
It is.
What does that indicate?
It indicates 6 different alerts. The first one being on 11/20/2018 at 2:52, loss of external power to the ONT, and then it ends with loss of external power to the ONT at 3:43 a.m.
When you say ONT, you mean optical network terminal?
Network terminal.
That's it. Now, during the course of your investigation, were you made aware of any type of cameras that were hardwired to the house on 15 Millbrook Road?
Yes.
Okay, and specifically, was that a DVR system with hardwired cameras?
Yes,
Were efforts made to get into that DVR?
they were.
Okay, and what came of those efforts?
The DVR was sent to the Regional Computer Forensic Laboratory for examination, and the results were that they weren't able to pull any information off of it.
Were you aware of whether the house had any Nest cameras?
I was.
What is Nest?
Nest is just a company, a manufacturer that produces cameras.
Where specifically were those Nest cameras located?
There's one on the side door. There was one that was determined to be the playroom, and one that was determined or identified as the basement.
So when you say the side door, is that like the mudroom door?
Yes,
Okay, and then the other two, are those the interior of the home?
correct.
Okay, what if any efforts were made to obtain, let me ask you this, were efforts made through legal process to obtain data from those three cameras?
They were.
Okay, and what, if anything, did you receive?
The response was, I believe it was 12 clips from the interior of the residence that were reviewed and didn't show anything of evidential value. And that was it. There was nothing from the outside camera.
And I should back up and ask you, when you request legal process on a company, is there a time frame that you have to give?
There is.
And what was the time frame in this case that you gave?
In this case, we did from November 19th through November 21st, 2018.
Okay, you just said this, but was anything obtained from that doorbell or the camera on the side door
No,
for that time frame?
no, ma'am.
Now, were efforts made to obtain any information from the defendant's Porsche Macan, specifically the loaner Porsche Macan?
They were.
Can you tell us about those efforts?
We attempted to track data two different ways, one being the infotainment system. And then the second was through the cellular connection. Both of those were negative results for anything.
There's no data to be obtained.
No data.
And during the course of your investigation, did you become familiar with 867 Route 34 in Courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
If I showed you a map of that area, would you be able to identify it?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as D317. I just ask you, did you recognize that general area?
Yes.
Okay, and do you see that residence on this map?
It's cut off, but it would be at the top portion behind these two structures.
And do you see 15 Willowbrook Road on there?
Yes, center of the page.
Judge, permission to publish.
Put it on the, yeah.
That's right.
Samara, you can have her.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Detective, do you see 867 Route 34 in this photo?
In this orientation, it would be the bottom below this. These are two barn structures. So the actual residence of 867 is off this page below it.
Okay, so it would be, can you circle for us on the screen the barn structures? And the house specifically, if you could just, where would that be, 867?
Down here, right at the bottom of the page.
Okay, can you just indicate where you see 15 Willowbrook Road? Okay, now where is Willowbrook Road?
This.
Okay, and the driveway to Willowbrook Road? Now, if you're looking at the street all the way to the left, is there a road that sort of runs into that house, 867?
Yes, this is the access to one of the driveways. There's a secondary driveway that's on Route 34, which is off screen to the left, but this is a driveway access to that property.
Were any efforts made to make contact with the owners of, or the residents of 867?
They were.
Okay, and was any video surveillance footage obtained from there?
There was.
Did you review that video surveillance footage?
I did.
Okay, and can you tell us if you could see on here, what angle did that footage depict?
In that direction, essentially up the driveway.
Okay, and is there a gate somewhere in there, if you know? Okay, now when you watched and you reviewed that footage, what time frame was that for?
Collected from 1:38 or 1:30 in the morning to approximately 4:30 in the morning.
And what, if anything, did you see on there?
Nothing other than a couple of animals walking through the screen.
Now, on this particular photo, is there a way, if you know, to access the property of 15 Willowbrook Road from the wood line?
It wasn't a defined driveway or anything, but there is a break in the brush or tree line to the, that would be the west side of the property.
And how are you aware of that?
I observed it, but also it was utilized by first responders to access the property.
Right, for the record purposes, 317.1, but when you, Lieutenant, when you're describing the camera angle, you made an arrow, is that correct?
I tried, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say it was a good arrow. I'm just gonna say it was an arrow. All right, and I'm describing this for the record, but so you put a circle around that gate that you talked about?
Yes, sir.
That was, and your arrow goes a little bit past that, is that correct?
I was dividing the view
Okay.
In that direction.
In that direction.
So it would be kind of a northwest direction of the view.
Did you see beyond the gate or you did not?
The gate is focused in. You can see past the gate, but I couldn't tell you how far.
Okay. And you said that the house is located off screen a little bit. Can you just put an X there so at least the record is a little bit more clear as to that photo?
It's not letting me necessarily draw down that far below.
Can you just make an H then so at least we can kind of see it? Okay. All right. And then at the top where you circled, top left portion of the screen, you circled, and that was what again?
It was just a break in the tree line along the Willowbrook Road.
Okay. All right. So now I think with us putting that on the record and talking about what the circles are, that we'll now print this and capture it's D317.1.
Judge, I think it's 0.4.
Is it 0.4? Okay, I'm sorry.
Lieutenant, I do have just one more question. Is there any other way to access the property of 837 through any other roads?
867?
I'm sorry, yes.
There is a driveway. It's not on this picture, but there is a driveway on Route 34, which is Route 34 runs. It would run kind of parallel to the driveway. It's off this picture, but to the left is Route 34.
Thank you.
Lieutenant, can you just hit the undo button?
I'm ready.
Sure. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to listen to some phone calls. Before I do that, it's Mark 392. Before that, I want to give you an instruction as how to accept this evidence. Okay. You're about to hear several phone calls that were recorded during the time frame of November 2018 to February 2019, which indicate that as of those dates, the defendant, Paul Caneiro, was arrested and incarcerated. The fact that the defendant was arrested and incarcerated for any period of time should not enter into your discussions or deliberations in any manner at any time. Arrest, indictment, and incarceration are not evidence of guilt, but rather a part of the pretrial procedure that occurs prior to the matter coming before you to decide whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of the charged offenses. The defendant is presumed innocent, and the burden of proving each element of the charge beyond a reasonable doubt rests upon the state, and that burden never shifts to the defendant. Only you, members of the jury, will decide whether the state has met its burden. Can everyone follow that instruction?
Yes, sir.
The second part of that is that you're going to hear, or you'll learn that there are redactions to these recordings. Just because something is redacted, that's a legal decision. That's not something that I want you to have any speculation or conjecture as to why something that may have been redacted for a particular reason. It is your function to determine whether or not the statement was actually made by the defendant, and if whether the statement or any portion of it is credible. In doing so, you may consider all the circumstances surrounding the statements that you're going to hear now in making the determination with the following caution. I instruct you that in this case, certain portions of the recorded statement have not been provided to you. You may only consider those portions of the statement which have been admitted in evidence and must not speculate as to the contents of the omissions or the reason or reasons for the omissions. Can everyone follow that charge?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. With that being said, prosecutor, go ahead.
Thank you. Now, during the course of your investigation, did you make efforts to obtain any recorded phone calls pertaining to the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you receive those phone calls? Did you have the opportunity to review them?
I did.
Were transcripts prepared?
They were.
Did you have the opportunity to review the transcripts?
I did.
And were the transcripts fair and accurate to the phone calls?
Yes.
Now, in the phone calls, who was the speaker?
Paul Caneiro.
Okay, and how did you identify that?
Established PIN number, and then there's also a voice recognition where you have to say your name before you're allowed to make the phone call.
Does he also identify himself in phone calls?
Yes.
I'm showing counsel what's been marked as S392 and S393. I'm going to first show you S392. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
That's a disconnected phone call.
Okay. And I'm going to show you now what's been marked as S393. Do you recognize that?
This is a transcript from a December 5th, 2018 phone call, or number 2 phone call.
Okay. And this is a transcript, one of them that you reviewed. Is that right?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, the state seeks permission to pass out the transcripts as well as play that phone call.
Okay. Any objection?
No, there's-
All right.
May I approach?
Thank you. Appreciate it. I have to. I don't have to be enough.
This call will be monitored and recorded. Please enter your phone number at the tone. Please clearly state your first and last name after the tone.
Paul Caneiro.
Please enter your phone. Thank you for using Global Link. Your call is being processed.
Good afternoon, Square One.
This is a Global Link. Please make call from
Paul Caneiro.
an inmate at the Monmouth County Correctional Facility. This call will be monitored and recorded. If you wish to block any future calls of this nature, dial 7 now. To hear the cost of this call, press 9 now. To accept this call, press 0 now. To decline this call, hang up.
Hello?
Paul?
Yeah.
Hey, it's Noel. How are you?
I'm okay, Noel.
You want to talk to Tiff? Yeah, hold on one sec. Hey.
I don't think it's crazy.
Yeah.
Quick update. Can we start with fine?
No.
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 All right.
That just happened as of yesterday.
What happened?
They decided not to continue. You know, Corey's actually going to be here later today. He didn't tell me exactly when. Corey?
Yeah, I don't want anything to do with business.
He's already,
What's he doing?
he's trying to keep everything going.
All right, and I guess just let's see what's going on. All right, couple things from the business. Superstar, I need Lois to come back. Will she come back?
I talked to her and she can't. She feels horrible about it, and she's trying to figure out a way to do it, but she can't.
All right, what is it? Money or stability?
Both.
Um,
And also she's scared. You know, not anything with you. She, you know, to us, there's somebody out there, you know?
personally, So we're not worried about that. Just Steve should do it. Tell her she got 20% of the company and 75K a year. On EcoStar. I just need her to
Got it.
get the stone with that. If she accepts, I need to get rid of the other two.
Got it.
All right. I need more day-to-day in charge as well.
He is.
All right. When are they?
12, 31, 18.
All right. I need you to speak to. I don't even know who to talk to. We got to remind them that they have a contract that they can't hire their people for a period of 1 year after the contract ends, so on and so forth.
You're talking about the non-compete,
Yeah, to continue the contract.
and you don't want that to happen, where they would hire our people.
Right. Unless they're going to pay us money to do so. And we have negotiated. Okay. All right.
So cancel need to address non-compete.
All right. I need you to go on the T-Mobile account. And you should cancel all the unused lines. Then there's my iPad and my iWatch. You can cancel those. I want you to, to make my account the most basic, my line, the most basic line going.
Most basic, got it?
And then there's lots on there for Keith and his kids and things like that that we're not going to use. So you need to get rid of those too. And there's that one. You should all be listed.
So you mean you need to try to it?
Yeah, but just call. You'll know if it's a company number or not. Melissa got a number that don't get rid of her number. You need to call Susan and figure that out.
All right.
The other thing was, I need you to get me another SIM card for that phone and put it into that Android phone that's on my desk. And
They took it.
people call. It's an Android phone?
They took that phone, yeah.
All right. Then don't do anything with it.
Okay. They didn't take much, but that was one that they took.
Call Alex on my personal card. The Mercedes-Benz card, and cancel all the cards on the Mercedes-Benz Platinum card, and have them transfer the balance to my Platinum Amex.
Okay, so Kim, go ahead.
Me, Susan, Katie, Martha, all that guy.
So call Amex, your personal card, cancel all Mercedes.
Platinum cards, and I want to consolidate them all onto the other Amex.
Okay, so just cancel all those Mercedes cards, keep the other accounts open.
Yeah, but because Mercedes cards going away, just tell them I want to bring it all into one, and then tell them, my situation and I'm working on it.
All right, I'm gonna work on it. A lot of the things we're currently having problems with is that nobody will talk to us because we can't pass verification. For example, the Evernote,
My Evernote?
the Evernote, we're working on something called DNS, stuff like Dynex, yeah, I think that's what it's called.
There's something we can get until, let me get those first. You can transfer over to block Dynex, Bandwidth, and my GoDaddy account. That's free. Plus the Evernote.
Yeah, we're already working on two of those, the Dynex and the Evernote.
Okay, cancel the BIOS line at Keith's house, one square one.
So, so that Verizon bill that hits the account every now and then, 219 change?
Yeah.
That's the only one I know of. Okay, I just want to make sure.
Make sure, but do we know if any of the servers that Keith's house are intact?
Nobody's telling us anything. I don't know if they've had conversations with Rob yet, but they didn't give us status on anything that was over at Keith's house.
All right, listen, Susan's and Katie's phones are AT&T line. I don't know how they get paid, but they're gonna need to.
They get- Okay.
Or they're gonna have to turn the other line on there, Jennifer, to make her own account. See what you do about that, how to talk to Susan about that.
Okay, so AT&T, okay.
There's on the white thing. See if there's, I got taxes, there's something here, 20K. Is there any way to come compare it?
No, not currently, especially with goes new. We're trying to figure out how to keep the payroll for the employees so they can finish up the contract for December. There's a lot of money on the credit cards already. I don't know what the limits are. That's something I already have my plate to look into.
Something with the IRS for me,
And that was you said from last year's return?
yeah, hold on. call it.
Okay.
I need to figure out for Susan how I can get, how I'm trying to call her on her cell phone, but I can't get through. Maybe she's gonna call AT&T and unblock certain types of calls and tell her to turn off the no robo. So let's turn off no robo, NOROBO. Tell her to call AT&T, sort of 611, and ask her why she can't accept collect calls on that line.
Okay, so maybe she's got to change her set up. Okay, got it.
You're gonna find out, call the court, or call the courthouse, and find, not courthouse, the jail, and find out if there's a way to put money on the account today, so that
I've done that.
I can pay
Oh,
debit calls.
yeah, that, I don't know what happened, when I got the first phone call, I accepted it and I tried to add the credit card to fund it and it hung up. Ultimately, I was able to get it to work, which is why I'm assuming you were able to call in. They only allow $50 at a time, but I set it up also so that when the card reaches $3, it automatically refunds itself and that will protect that account for 90 days. So that should be good.
Just make sure that it's for all the accounts, like all phone calls. I didn't really call those.
Yeah, the company that it's tied to said that it's for an advanced call thing, so.
We got a call, let Susan know that any kind of deposit, the check, like disability checks. And she's got to start paying bills. She needs to get to my account.
They've been working on that.
I'll say the name of the bank. I'll give you the info. It's account number, account name is AEGINA 99.
Okay.
Password is going to be either the old lowercase SQUARE, the number 1705, all numbers, all lowercase. If that doesn't work, try capital S at the beginning. And if that doesn't work, try exclamation capital S. Everything else is the same, lowercase, and then just one of those.
Okay, and the username AGEINA99, all your spaces. AEG, okay, got it. AEGINA99. Okay. As you were just saying, they are trying to work on accounts. I knew about that from yesterday. I don't know what they were doing, but they mentioned it. Huh? Corey, he mentioned that he was trying to help Susan with that.
I don't want him in my account for anything.
Okay.
As far as keep those, just hold on for getting all my stuff going.
It's already in process.
All right, because we need some of that money for the trust to deal on for the business, just for this purpose. You gotta call that lawyer, I don't remember her name.
Kimberly Hatton?
Yeah.
She's already, yeah.
Copy of the trust. You have a copy?
No, I've never touched any of that, so, yeah.
Yes, sir, she can send it to my attorney, copy. Yeah,
So I'm assuming she has it, okay.
she has it, she's drafted it.
Yeah, I am as well.
You know, they would just tell her, like, I'm really desperate and tell them about that.
No, and believe me, because she was crying about it, when I had spoken to her about it, because
I know you're going to say what it is right now.
I know, and it really, the disability was not really the main thing, it was, the fear.
They got what they wanted. I'm here.
All right, I'll talk to her again about it. I talk to her all the time. Okay. All right, I'll give, yeah.
I gotta go. I gotta correct myself.
Okay, take care.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Is that the entirety of the phone call from 12/5/18?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you find me collect the transcripts?
Time flies. Want to take a break? Yes and no. Got two yeses, no nos. All right, the yeses are going to win for now. So we're going to take a break. You can go in the room. We'll take our 15-minute break because I didn't give you that. Technically, I gave you a 15-minute break. So why don't you take that now? We'll come back out at 11:18 and start right back up. Thank you. Don't discuss escape.
And did that transfer accurately and fairly portray that phone call?
Yeah.
I'm showing you what's in call. That is 397. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the transfer from December 14, 2018, call 29,
And what's the date?
December 14, 2018.
Judge permission to cancel the transfer.
See the back screen.
Oh.
This call will be monitored and recorded. Please enter your phone number at the tone. Please clearly state your first and last name after the tone.
Paul Caneiro.
Welcome to the service. Thank you for using Global Tone Link. Your call is being processed. This is a Global Tone Link. Send a call from
Paul Caneiro.
an inmate at the Monmouth County Correctional Facility. This call will be monitored and recorded. If you wish to block any future calls of this nature, dial 7 now. To hear the cost of this call, press 9 now. To accept this call, press 0 now. To decline this call, hang up.
Hey, mind speaker. Wanted to thank you for coming.
Okay. Good to go.
Great change, guys.
Okay.
One second. I said it was great seeing you guys.
Okay.
It's hard.
Comfortable.
I know. Sorry. It shouldn't be this hard for you guys. What I asked you, I want you to do.
No.
I know I don't have the right to ask. I want to be together. When I get out of here.
Can you speak to the lady, please?
No.
No.
Just got a little now.
Hello?
Yeah.
Okay, so you have a video with this? And then second?
Yes,
You have a video? And it's a woman in control.
thank
You can have a hundred of them.
you. She last me for a while. How it goes? Are they okay with you, love?
Yes. Okay.
And we're set.
I'm not coming to start. Okay.
It's the last place I want to be. It's the last place I want to be. Did I come over with you?
I'm going to go back.
Okay.
Too bad.
No problem.
So bad. Even in the day. So. I'm traveling back tomorrow morning.
But everything else is good?
Yeah. So what kind of call is it?
What?
What kind of call?
I didn't hear you.
What kind of car?
I'm not sure what you're asking me.
The one paying for?
I'm really following right now. I'm sorry.
You're not following?
No.
I asked you about a payment.
Oh. All right, how are you? Well,
Right?
yeah.
Do you pay it?
Sometimes.
Sometimes you're gonna owe it.
Yeah, I just put it that way.
Do you know what that meant?
Sorry?
I paid it. I paid it 4 days ago.
Did you?
Yes,
Why?
because your account was negative. Because your account was negative.
I told
And I
you.
couldn't see it yet. I couldn't see it yet. I couldn't see it yet. And then the mortgage was outstanding, so I transferred the money over.
I'm sorry. I told you that day on the phone to cancel all the auto payments.
She couldn't. You can't get into your bill payment. Even with power of attorney. No, even with power of attorney, I can't get in. I don't get there, whatever. She couldn't get into your bill payment. She couldn't get in your account.
She was in there originally, because she was able to see them all.
She could see them. You can't do anything.
She said to go bank and have them cancel all the auto payments.
I did.
All right. And the auto bills, right?
I did. The only problem is, I need to contact these companies. I don't have account numbers.
They'll send them now, because it's not auto payments. So,
Like the paper bill?
yeah, if I could, I could just tell them that you make sure that it's not e-bills. Turn off all the e-bills too.
No one else can do that.
Again,
Nobody can unlock. No, I was in the bank for 4 hours this week. But they cannot. I was on the phone with the master for over almost 2 hours, and your bill paying profile and get off. And back. And the lady was talking to me. She's like, she's talking to corporate. She's like, this is ridiculous. This woman has power of attorney. She's supposed to be able to act on his behalf. And I can't see your bill payments. I can't see what those you have set up. They were able to disable all of the automatic bills. That's all they could do to help me. So I'm kind of protected it.
all right.
Yeah.
Everything else right? Let me try to shower now.
Yeah. And you have to shower during your 3 hours?
Yeah. Everything can come up, yeah.
Hey, Senator, did you have an opportunity to listen to a phone call, a recorded call from January 27th of 2019?
I did.
I'm going to show you what is marked as S400, show it to council. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is that?
The transcript of the call from January 27, 2019, call number 121.
Okay, and did you review that transcript against the phone call?
I did.
Did it fairly and accurately depict the phone call?
Yes.
Judge Thomas, you would seek permission to pass out a transcript and approach.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
This call will be monitored and recorded. Press 1 to choose the voice call. Please enter your phone number at the tone. Press clearly state your first and last name after the tone. Please enter your 4-digit PIN. Thank you for using Global Link. Your call is being processed. Hello? This is a Global Link. Please call from
Paul Caneiro.
an inmate at the Monmouth County Correctional Facility. This call will be monitored and recorded. If you wish to block any future calls of this nature, dial 7 now. To hear the cost of this call, press 9 now. To accept this call, press 0 now. To decline this call. Yeah, doesn't come every day, huh? Hello?
Hi.
Hey, what's up?
So let's see, what do you want to?
I'm just moving my lecture for a week from work now.
Oh, yeah? How's the concept going?
I was so fun. Really good.
What was it?
I thought it was really fun. So it was Burger Live one.
Oh, yeah?
So country man.
Yeah.
Got down to stay a little longer.
Oh, yeah? Yeah.
Yeah. So we were like,
Where's that?
New City.
Oh, yeah.
No bad. I don't know.
Doesn't matter. Where's Logan?
Yeah. She's like, listen to her.
How's your haircut?
Good. I'm blonde again.
Yeah? Maybe some more hair. No, the world upside down.
How are you?
I'm in a new area now. Kind of,
Ma'am, I'm saying that.
yeah. I'm trying. All right, sweetie. I love you.
Right. Good luck.
Thanks. Sure.
Hello?
Can you imagine me to tell me some more science fiction, just science fiction?
Science fiction?
Yeah. Or fiction, okay. I just don't want anything heavy. I can't concentrate.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my last 2 books.
Okay.
Yeah, she can give us some drug.
Okay.
Don't take science fiction. Tell somebody, 2 right away and then 2 in a couple of days. Okay.
Okay.
And then, 2 in another couple of days. If I don't get somebody.
Okay.
How are you? What's going on?
Yeah.
3 days we can talk. Oh, I'm sorry, Jonathan. And I gave him a book to get back to you. And I'm taking those papers now.
Okay.
So, yeah, he can tell you why he held on to him.
Okay.
Yeah, just ask him, he'll tell you. It's nothing crazy.
Okay. Hello, I'm feeling good today.
Me too.
Yeah.
I woke up with something. I got that heartburn today. Yeah, especially at the end of the
Mm.
this whole thing is just so much. So, yeah, I just can't believe I'm here. One way is it.
Mm.
Let's talk about something else. How's she?
She's good.
Yeah.
She's doing a photo shoot right now
Where?
in her class. She's looking at that now.
Yeah.
So, just like this weekend.
I don't know, I wrote up the recipe and sent it to Katie
Okay.
for the stuff. So
Okay.
I'll get you to make a copy of it so she has it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
How is Jeff?
She's good.
Yeah.
She's good. Mm.
She's
She's gonna be with her boyfriend.
Oh, yeah? Nice.
Yeah. I'm sure. I'm gonna be about it. Mm. So. Mm.
So, what are you up to?
Not much. Went to the gym yesterday.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wish you Friday if you look.
I have a video.
Yeah.
Should have played them. Mm-hmm. So, I have a video.
Yeah. Last night?
Okay.
What did you do last night?
Had a family dinner in Falmouth Village.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Did, I just totally forgot what I was going to ask you. Oh, what day are they coming to the house? Or you didn't set that up yet?
I didn't set that up yet. Woman, Sherry, Sherry, the name is. She's supposed to call me.
Right.
And set something up. So I'm sure we'll get it. So. Okay. Okay, well, that's 2 weeks. I have to see if everything will get me on the journey.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Who's working on it?
Yeah, I'm sure you can take care of it.
Yeah, I haven't got anything done. Not done yet.
Have you heard from my dad?
No.
No? What about, Corey?
Yeah, just a call inside.
Yeah. What do you have?
Too much.
No?
What the, went to the bank again.
Okay.
They couldn't help me again. I have to go back again tomorrow, Monday.
Why didn't we help you?
I have the power of attorney kind of came through for the businesses.
Right.
And, for whatever reason, they're not working on my phone or mine. So she was going to help me put them on the online access, get things like administrative, finance and whatnot.
Right.
And, I went there on Saturday to do it, but when two of the accounts confirmed, level two didn't show up, so we had to call online banking. And online banking had a, only 30-minute wait time. But she had to come back on Monday. So, thank you about that.
Find out also if you, how did you power of attorney to the trust account? For
The trust account at TD Bank,
yeah,
for the trust account,
yeah, it's, typically,
somebody your name?
no, it's, it's linked to my account, so they can see it. I'm the trustee, but I want to give you access to my account. Just find out, she can look up by my social security number.
I'm pretty sure I can't get that.
Well, just find out, it might be,
I'm pretty sure that I extended that, I can't get anything on that.
just ask.
I'll ask again.
Yeah,
I'll ask again, but I'm pretty sure that that's the one account that I can't get because it's a trust, it's not a bank account.
right.
So, and I think power of attorney does everything for it.
Well, that's why not, if you're going to act my strategy, if I'm physically able to, and just, you know,
I asked that. I remember talking about this account because I'm stressing over.
right, they'll suppose you can have access to business accounts, so.
No, that's not true. It's a man with a separate power of attorney to get business account.
All right, well, let's see, because
The trust is very different. The bank trust is different, so.
well, let's see what they say.
But I'll ask again.
You know, just, it's only going to be able to write checks or do anything
Yeah.
without,
Does Tiffany have that bank account number?
yeah, but like I said, you just look it up, it's the only trust account linked to my accounts.
Okay.
You just look it up, you know, well, I'm sure they can look up, just any one of the company accounts, so went back to my account. They can see all the accounts from there. Because, I mean, at some point, Corey's got to figure out, or you got to figure out what's going on with each account still.
Yeah.
Yep, and that's what the trust is going to let you do, because the trust account is going to give us access to everything. It allows, you know, it unlocks all the other stuff. You know, getting everything back, you know, sorted out. So.
You have 60 seconds remaining. I also think that was, totally also clear from the beginning, so I have a feeling it's something.
Well, this guy is just going to go. Yeah. You want to play that back?
Sure.
All right, bye.
Detective Brady was the lead detective from the Ocean County Police Department.
Ocean Township.
Ocean Township Police Department. And then we have Detective Zerillo, who was the lead detective from the Colts Neck Police Department.
Correct.
And you are one of the lead detectives from the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office.
Yes, ma'am.
And you said for the Colts Neck incident, is there another lead detective for the?
Now Captain Brian Weisbrot, then Detective Weisbrot was the lead for the Ocean Township.
Okay, so you and Detective Weisbrot were both lead detectives in this case.
Correct.
And when we're referencing the Ocean Township case, we're talking about like the arson,
Correct.
right? But you were the lead detective. When you say Colts Neck, you're talking about, the homicides that occurred and the arson that occurred at 15 Willowbrook, right? At Keith's house.
Yes.
And in addition to you and Detective Brady and Detective Zerillo and Detective Weisbrot, there were a variety of other detectives in this case that had significant responsibilities. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And so Detective Cordoma, for example, was assigned to do the origin and cause of the fire, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And Detective Bassender was assigned to do the financial aspect of the case.
Yes, ma'am.
Detective Miglierisi was assigned to do sort of like digital evidence, things of that nature. And then there's also Detective Hess, Detective Mahoney. They did some neighborhood canvassing and some surveillance and things like that.
Along with others, but yes.
Also, Detective Wayne Rayner, he was involved.
Yes, ma'am.
Detective Condon and Detective Tazi, Detective Sostian, Detective Miller, all of those detectives were involved,
Yes, ma'am.
as well as Detective Robert Flanagan, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And just to be clear, because we heard testimony from a Fire Marshal, Craig Flanagan, earlier in the case, but when we're referencing Detective Robert Flanagan, that's a different person.
Yes,
The
ma'am.
same last name, but different person.
Yes.
Right? And Detective Robert Flanagan is from your office, the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office.
Retired, but yes.
There's also Detective Scott Valenti and Sean Murphy. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
We talked about Weisbrot, but there was a Deputy Chief Wilbur. He was involved.
Retired, but yes.
And Detective Nareth.
Yeah, the narrative. Yes.
Detective David Sidorakis.
David Sidorakis.
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 Okay, he was involved.
Yes, ma'am.
And Detective Kristen DeVito, William Anton, Richard Shin, and Detective Jose Cruz. Are those names familiar as being involved in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And finally, I have a Richard, I'm not sure how to say that last name.
Brondeleary.
Yes, that's the one.
Yes.
And Detective Scott Stannis. They were also involved?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And, but despite all of them being involved, you were the lead detective. So that meant you were kind of in charge of the investigation, right?
I wouldn't say I was in charge. There's still a hierarchy and in order of chain of command, but
So is there someone who's in charge of you, who's calling the shots? Or when it came to this case, did you essentially decide what types of investigations to pursue and what roles people should take and what tasks people should be assigned?
well, there's definitely supervisors that assigned people certain tasks. It was, as far as who was in charge, I think there was a lot of collaboration going on as far as this investigation, because there was, like you just mentioned, there's so many people. So it was, a joint effort, but
Okay. So who was supervising you?
so back then, my immediate chain of command was, Sergeant Ed Henley
And like,
and Scott Stannis.
all right. So when you were conducting the investigation in this case and coordinating and collaborating with others, you would report back to them as well?
Yeah, that's fair to say, yes.
Okay. And as the lead detective, you were responsible for reviewing a lot of the material in this case, right?
I did, yes,
So that you knew what was going on, right?
yes.
And so you reviewed things like police reports
I
and
did,
reports from other detectives, right, that were involved?
yes,
And you reviewed, we saw some surveillance video that you reviewed, correct?
Yes.
You were familiar with some additional surveillance video from Colts Neck. Did you review all of the surveillance video in this case?
when you say all of it, I reviewed at least portions of all the video that was collected.
Tell me if I'm wrong. I think what you're saying is other detectives, for example, if they pulled video from, let's say, a location at 27 till 10, right? Like near that area. And they reviewed maybe hours worth of videos, but they directed you to the most relevant portions for your review. Is that what you're saying?
Both directed, and I also watched myself relevant times.
Okay. So you watched the relevant times. You didn't necessarily watch times that weren't relevant to your investigation.
Correct.
And, but you did watch surveillance videos, for example, from the area of 27 till 10, Paul's house.
I did.
Okay. And also, did you review some of the body worn camera footage and the motor vehicle recording footage from Ocean Concept and Holzknop?
Portions of both, yes.
What about, you took a lot of witness statements in this case, right?
Me personally, or
You were personally involved with the taking of numerous witness statements, and you were present.
yes,
Okay. And you also, did you review the witness statements that you were not present for?
I would say at least most of them.
And by the way, the witness statements in this case, we've kind of grown a little bit familiar with them. They're the type statements, correct?
Yes.
They're not video recorded, right?
No.
And they're not audio recorded.
No.
And it's in like a question answer type format, right?
Yes.
And did you also review the cell phone extractions in this case?
Yes.
There were numerous cell phone extractions conducted in this case, right?
Yes.
So let's start with Susan, Marissa, and Katie. Their cell phones were extracted. Did you review their extractions?
Obviously, they're very lengthy, so at the very least, I looked at portions of them.
Like maybe, like you said, more relevant portions, timeframes.
Correct.
For example, the 19th and the 20th would probably be a relevant timeframe in this case,
Yeah.
of November 2018. And there were also cell phone extractions done for Tiffany Rivera, is that right?
Yes.
Elisa Caneiro or Bertacci. There were cell phone extractions done for Mr. Paul Caneiro and his brother Keith Caneiro.
Yes.
And also, there was a variety of Google Cloud data that was received from Keith's Google Cloud, correct?
Yes.
That was, I guess, subpoenaed from Google, is that right?
CDW, or communication data.
It was requested by law enforcement through a legal application.
Yes.
And there were also there was a lot of financial records in this case, right? There's like thousands of pages of financial records. You're aware of that?
I am.
Now, did you personally review those financial records, or did you just rely on Detective Bassiter to kind of synthesize them and point you in the direction of what she felt was relevant?
The financial component, I relied on Detective Bassiter.
Okay. And what about the physical evidence in this case? Did you like personally observe some of the, we had the opportunity to see a lot of the physical evidence in this case, whether it was a gas can or gloves or clothes, things of that nature. Did you review that evidence?
Same thing. I relied obviously on the forensic detectives to do that. Some I did witness firsthand, some, during the course of preparation or something, but every single piece, no.
So and when you say you relied on, are you referencing Detective Vogt and Detective Catalona?
Primarily, yes.
They were the, forensic crime scene detectives, right? And Vogt was the lead crime scene detective from Cold Snack, and Catalona was the lead crime scene detective from Ocean, right?
Correct.
And so they might have brought some things to your attention, but they also took a lot of photographs, correct?
They did.
So did you review a lot of the photographs in this case?
A lot.
Now, we talked about how there's a lot of detectives involved in this case from your office, right? But there's also a lot of other agencies that were involved in this case, right?
There were.
And so those include, we talked about Cold Snack Township, and we talked about Ocean Township, right?
Yes.
But there was also, at some point, the Asbury Park Police were involved with respect to the business location when there was a search of that location, correct?
They were.
And there's also the Burlington County Prosecutor's Office was involved for a little while with respect to a phone extraction.
Correct.
With Paul's phone, right? Also, the Monmouth County Sheriff's Department was involved to an extent.
Yes, ma'am.
And the New Jersey State Police were involved.
Yes, ma'am.
The FBI was involved at some point.
Yes, ma'am.
And the ATF, which is the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, another federal agency, was involved.
Yes, ma'am.
And then there were like many, many fire departments, right?
Yes.
So throughout this case and throughout, I think even in your report, there's reference to the investigative team in this case. Is that like all encompassing essentially all of the people I just mentioned, or maybe a focus on some of the detectives at the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office? Who's the investigative team?
I would agree that would be the investigative team. Anybody that had any involvement would be part of the team.
And you said it was collaborative, right? So there was a lot of meetings with each other, conferring and updating each other and talking about various aspects of what's been investigated.
Yes, so at least in the very beginning, there was briefings that we would hold to meet either before or after the day to go over what was done, what needs to be done, that type of thing.
Okay. So I want to talk a little bit about some of the
some of the things that stand out in this case that I'm going to ask you about what investigation was done. So, for example, we heard that, and you interviewed, or you're aware that Jonathan Harrington and Heather Kapp were interviewed very early on in this case, correct?
I'm aware that they were interviewed, yes.
Okay. And so what, if any, investigation was done to look into the two men with the baseball caps at 4:30 in the morning?
What went into it? No, that's overruled. Go ahead.
What investigation was done to look into that?
What specifically to them? I wasn't part of the investigation really at all in Ocean Township. That was then Detective Weisbrot. So as far as the specific goes, I know that they interviewed neighbors, other neighbors, the firefighters conducted their interviews, pulled the surveillance, that type of thing.
Okay, so when we talk about the surveillance, and you indicated that you reviewed the surveillance.
Portions of it, yes.
That one or yours? Oh, this one. Sorry, come on. So I'm going to show you what's already been published. It's D1-101. And this is, do you recognize this as a map of the area of 27 Tilton?
I do.
Okay, so 27 Tilton would be here in like the middle of the photograph, and it's denoted as 27 Tilton, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you ever go to the area? You were there at some point?
I was there at some point, yes.
Okay, and you see how 27 Tilton is a U shape, right?
Yes.
Okay, and it intersects with Green Grove Road, correct?
Yes.
So the video that you saw, right, tell me if I'm wrong, was of a vehicle in the area of 27 Tilton, or originating from the driveway of 27 Tilton, driving this way and then making a right onto Green Grove Road, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But just to be clear, there were no surveillance videos ever obtained from this side of 27 Tilton, correct?
I don't know. There was none that I saw, and I don't know if there was any available at that time either.
Right. Well, so we have in this area at least two or three different surveillance videos from houses just on this side of the street, just on this like one road, correct?
The two that I reviewed were from there, yes.
Okay. And so as the lead detective in this case, I know you're saying Detective Weisbrot was the lead detective of the arson out of 27 Tilton, right? But in the bigger picture of investigating the quadruple homicide and the double arson, at any point did you say to anyone, since it's very collaborative, hey, why don't we check for surveillance video over here? Let's go door to door. Let's document it, and let's see what, if any, surveillance video we can find to see if anyone went this way from 27 Tilton at 4:30 in the morning and drove away this way at this intersection.
So I also know that there is another surveillance camera. Neglected to say that I did look at was the 19 Oxford from behind. But I also do know that there was a surveillance canvas done, as we always do, in all directions. I don't know off the top of my head to articulate which houses were checked, whether they had cameras, whether the cameras didn't show anything. And I'm not that familiar with the Ocean Township campus as far as the surveillance. But I do know that a surveillance canvas was done.
Okay. A surveillance canvas was done. And you mentioned 19 Oxford. That's right here behind 27 Tilton, correct?
Correct. I don't know specifically which house it is, but it's
still
behind it.
It's on this side of the road, and you can see like the back of 27 Tilton, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you're telling us that you know a canvas was done,
yes,
right? But there's no documentation of anywhere of anyone saying, any of the detectives, many detectives, many police officers saying, okay, we went to this house and this house and this house and this house and this house. And this is what.
Can I see everyone, please? So, but I want to be able to. I'll sound better in the dark where you can't see me. So, it's better for the people in the back that can't see. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to break you for lunch now. There's one legal issue I just wanted a few minutes to discuss with the attorneys. I'm also going to be extra generous today. I'm going to extend the lunch to 1:35. It's not by much. So, but I want to be able to talk to the attorneys afterwards. Let's, we'll do 1:40. We'll come back, and then we're going to continue on.
DNA, and there's one of the things that comes with that method is information is coming in, in let's say piecemeal, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on the circumstances. Sometimes you get it right away. Sometimes it might come later at a briefing,
Let me ask a better question. That wasn't phrased very well. So what I'm asking is this: it's not like you start the investigation on November 20th, and on November 21st you have all of the information, all of the evidence today, right?
No, so
There's ballistics, and there's arson, and there's DNA, and there's canvassing, looking for surveillance videos. There's financial aspects of the case, and so as time moves forward, more and more information is learned. Correct?
yes. Sometimes information is relayed right away. Sometimes I'm present for it. Sometimes, somebody would call. Sometimes it takes a while for lab stuff. So yeah, throughout the entirety of the investigation, you continuously learn more information.
Right. And for example, if you subpoena something or you get a warrant for something, records, documents, information of some sort, maybe sometimes they respond in a day, but probably usually it takes a few weeks or it takes a few months or something along those lines, right?
Fair to say, yes.
And in this particular case, we're talking about November 2018, right?
Yes,
The investigation didn't stop in November of 2018. It continued, correct?
absolutely.
And it continued for several months, right?
Yes,
And even several years.
yes.
Additional information was learned in 2019, 2020, 2021 even, right?
Yeah, the investigation really never stops.
It never stops, right? So more information is learned. And in this case, we know that, so when you learn information, you meaning universal you of law enforcement, the detectives, the investigation team, you're obviously relaying that information to the prosecutors, right?
Most of the time.
Who are handling the case.
Yeah.
And then you know that they then relay the information to the defense, right?
That's the way I understand it works, yes.
It's the process of discovery, right? I mean, you're not calling me directly saying, hey, this is what we learned today, right? You're talking to them because you work in the same office, correct?
Correct.
And then it's not your job to tell me what's happening. You know that the state tells the defense, right? Objects relevance.
I'll allow it. Not for long. Go ahead.
My only point, sir, is simply that as information is learned, you're learning it, they're learning it, and then we learn it, right?
I'm aware of the discovery process. You're correct. I don't discuss any facts or circumstances with you or information. Everything is done through the prosecutor. So yes.
Okay. And now going back to 27 Tilton, if I could have the front table again. So we've seen this map, right? The only question I have left for you is, can you reviewed the reports in this case, you've collaborated, right? Can you point us to any report that talks about anyone canvassing these specific houses, house by house, and what the results were, whether contact was made, whether that house had any surveillance cameras or anything along those lines?
As I sit here, I cannot point to any specific thing other than saying that I know a canvass was done of the entire area. I can't point to any particular report as I sit here now, but I know a canvass was done of the area.
When you say you know a canvass was done, are you talking about you know that it was done generally? You don't know the specifics of what houses were went to and what the results were, correct?
I don't know the details of every single house that was gone to, whether they had cameras, whether the cameras showed anything or not. I don't have that information.
You don't have that information, but you also can't point us to anywhere where it would tell us, right?
As I sit here, no, I've not.
Now, you said you did review the surveillance video, the relevant surveillance videos in this case, correct?
Portions of them, yes.
Okay. And so you've seen the surveillance videos of the Courtroom can, right? leaving the driveway, right?
Yes,
And turning, as we said, right onto Green Grove Road, right?
yes,
And then you've seen the surveillance videos where there's a car, you can't really tell exactly what kind of car it is. It's a car 20 minutes later arriving in the area of 15 Wilbur,
I'm gonna
correct?
object to the testimony nature of that question. You can't tell what kind of car it was. It's facts that are in evidence that are being asserted.
I'll rephrase that.
Yeah,
The
please do.
video is not as clear, perhaps, as the 27 Tilton video, or the videos that were taken from the area of 27 Tilton, but there's a vehicle that arrives in the area of 15 Wilbur 20 minutes later, correct?
there is a vehicle that arrived. That video is not as clear, but as I detailed in my report, the taillights are consistent with that of a forcible conduct.
And so we're talking about a 20-minute difference, right? Timeline wise?
20 minutes being from surveillance on Green Grove to surveillance on Willow Road.
Right, because we know from the surveillance video that the vehicle is leaving the area of 27 Tilton at approximately 2:07 a.m., right?
Correct.
And then we know that there's a vehicle arriving in the area of the area of 15 Willowbrook or 44 Willowbrook is where we're getting surveillance for the video from, at approximately 2:27 a.m., correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So, but what we don't have is any videos, any surveillance videos that would follow the car from point A to point B, correct?
The only other video that we have is at 85 Willowbrook, down the street, but between that, we do not have video.
When you say 85 Willowbrook, you're talking it's right down the street from 15 Willowbrook, right?
Down the street, yes.
But we don't have any video in between. So we don't know, for example, the exact route that the car traveled, right?
The exact route now.
We don't know if the car stopped anywhere, correct?
When I did the presumed route, or possible route, I should say, it was 20 minutes. Basically, it was 20 minutes between point A and point B, meaning Tilton and Willowbrook. And that's the time from 2:07 to 2:27. So timing wise, it's consistent.
You
The vehicle
personally
not
drove
stopped.
the route, is that what you're saying?
I did not personally drive the route.
Oh, okay, so what are you referencing when you say it's approximately 20 minutes?
As I detailed in my report, I went on Google Maps and did a route from 27 Tilton to 15 Willowbrook.
Okay, we know from real life experience, sometimes it could be faster, sometimes it could be slower, correct?
Yeah, it's approximately 20 minutes.
Right, so what we don't know is whether the car, for example, was speeding, right? And maybe got there, maybe it only took 17 minutes, but it stopped for 3 minutes. That's my point, is we don't know what exactly happened from point A to point B, correct?
No, it's an approximation.
Right, and we don't know if the vehicle stopped and someone got in the car or anything like that, or out of the car. We don't have that information.
Sustained.
So with respect to surveillance video at 15, the area of 15 Willowbrook. Oh, yeah. I'm going to show what's been published. It's D1-317. Okay, so the video that we have of the vehicle arriving in the area of 15 Willowbrook, right? When the vehicle arrives at approximately 3:27 or so in the morning, it's driving from the
227.
Oh, I'm sorry, 227, yes. From 227, from the right side of the screen to the left side of the screen, correct?
Arriving from the right side of the screen to the left, yes,
It's going from right to left.
correct.
And is that east to west or is that west to east?
East to west.
It's going east to west, okay. And when what you don't see is the vehicle pulling into the driveway, correct?
No, ma'am.
And so the vehicle goes past the driveway, right?
Yes,
Okay, and the vehicle, we don't know where it goes after that, right?
there was no surveillance on the further west of the property. 44 Willowbrook is where the surveillance stopped.
Right, so like, we don't know if the vehicle stopped on the side of the road here, we don't know if it pulled into this driveway, we don't know if it kept going, we just don't know.
Oh, based on the review of the 867, I didn't see any lights up towards the driveway. Again, it doesn't, the video doesn't get clear, but I also didn't see any lights up towards that way. So, you know,
Which video are you referring to?
867, Route 34.
Okay, yeah, let's look at 867. You can just leave. So this is a still frame of the 867 view, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and what are we looking at exactly? We're looking from the direction of the 867 structure toward Willowbrook, and that's the gate that you were referencing?
So that's the gate. So 15 Willowbrook would be more or less in the top. I'm looking at the screen, the top right, and that would be the driveway, and it would start, but it would go more towards the northwest direction. So up and towards the left of the screen.
So I guess what I'm asking is, I'm just gonna hold this up. Okay, so we're looking at this map here, right? And this is 867.
That's a barn that's on the property, but yes.
Where's 867? Is it
The actual
Here?
residence is down.
down
further.
here? Okay. And this here is the long driveway that comes down from Willowbrook Road, correct?
Correct.
So what the view that we're seeing,
Up the driveway, basically.
okay, but we can't see this long driveway on that video, correct?
No.
Okay, and the angle is facing this way is what you're saying?
Correct.
Up? Is the gate visible here or is it down further?
The gate would be right about there.
Here.
Correct.
Okay. And it doesn't, correct me if I'm wrong, but it doesn't appear that we can see too far past that gate, right?
No, I wouldn't be able to tell how far past that gate you can see.
Okay. Did you get a daytime view by any chance?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you only have the nighttime view.
Correct.
Okay, so I'm gonna actually. Before we unplug that, can we capture that?
This is not marked. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, we just put up the video.
That's fine. So, all right, so we're gonna mark this. Mr. Murray, what's your next exhibit? Do you know?
So this is gonna be a photo exhibit?
Yeah.
This is gonna be D1-421.
All right. And then- So just so that we're on the same page here, can you circle where the gate is? Okay, and do you know where specifically the camera was located on the property?
Can you bring that up a little bit? It's my understanding that it was,
Hold on, maybe. Circle that gate again. And then let me see if I can zoom out.
it was on the barn to the left that you barely see at the top there.
Okay, can you just put like an X where you think the camera is approximately? Okay, and so if a vehicle pulled into this little side, this like right here in the beginning of that driveway, we can't see that on the video that we just saw, correct?
I don't know if you would be able to see it. If a vehicle pulled straight down, I don't know without seeing a car do that, whether or not I could see it.
Okay, you don't know whether looking at that frame that we just saw, you'd be able to see a car like here at the entrance of this driveway.
No, without anything to reference, I wouldn't be able to say you could or couldn't see it.
Okay, and you never got a daytime view to see what exactly you could see?
No, ma'am.
All right, so that is 317.5. Do you mind just undoing that? Thank you, sir.
By the way, if you keep going left, I think you testified this about this under record, but maybe like a little bit further down, there's, you could make a left onto 34.
Left or right, but yes.
Left or right, okay. But if you made a left, you'd be going back toward Ocean Township.
I don't know if I would say that.
didn't you get surveillance video from a BP gas station?
Yes,
And the purpose of getting the surveillance video from the BP gas station was to see if you could see the McCann, right, the Porsche McCann driving past it on the Route 34 to see which route the McCann took, correct?
we pull video to see if there's anything of relevance, first of all. But second of all, that would have been once we pulled it, that would have been one of the things we were looking to ascertain was if we could see the vehicle.
Okay, and you didn't see the McCann on the BP gas station video, correct?
The video was not of clarity that I would be able to tell any video, but I did not see anything that I felt was consistent with it, no.
There was nothing, in your opinion, of evidentiary value, correct?
On that camera, no.
But there were cars driving past the gas station during this relevant time frame, right?
There was.
Okay. And those cars were not of interest to you. Tell me if I'm wrong. Those cars were not of interest to you because they didn't appear to look like the McCann, or is there some other reason why those cars were not of interest to you?
I did not see any car that resembled a Porsche Macan.
And like you said, in the videos we do have of 867, we don't suddenly see like headlights or anything like that, right?
I did not see anything on that video
When you reviewed it, right? So if you don't see headlights and the car's driving, would you agree that that would either mean you can't see it on the video, where the car had to stop before them?
Objection, speculation.
It is. Because there's more ways than just those two.
Are there other ways? But what other ways are there?
Ways for what, man?
I'm not sure.
Come on up. I'll tell you exactly what I meant. First of all, I apologize to juror number 5 because I know how much you hate that. I apologize. Number 2, the only thing that I ask, I realize it gets boring when we're at the sidebar, but everything's being picked up. So if you guys are too loud, then I don't know if they're picking up everything the way that they should be here. So I just ask if you don't mind. You can chat. I get it. Just if you guys can just keep it down for me a little bit, I really appreciate that. All right. With that being said, Ms. Massalone, I'm going to allow you to rephrase your question.
Tell me if I'm wrong. Your investigation, right, pursuant to your investigation where there's video of this vehicle that you deem relevant, right, because it arrives in the area at a specific time, and you Google mapped it. The investigative belief is that the vehicle is somewhere in this area at that time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on to 15 Willowbrook area. There was no 911 call ever placed that night from 15 Willowbrook, correct?
From 15, no,
Right. Like, in other words, there was no 911 call that originated from Pete's phone, correct?
No.
No 911 call that ever originated from Jennifer's phone?
No.
And neither of the children either, correct?
No.
But you've been to 15 Willowbrook, correct?
I have.
And you're familiar with the layout, right? Of the area?
of the area, yes,
Of like the general area of the house?
yes,
And so we've seen photos, and perhaps you'd agree that the master bedroom has like a sliding glass door.
I don't remember the sliding glass door specifically, but I wouldn't argue with you.
Do you recall that there's like a balcony outside of the master bedroom on the second floor?
Actually, I don't without seeing a picture of it.
Do you recall whether the master bedroom is essentially right over the area of where Keith Caneiro's was found? Can I?
Where Keith's body was found in the yard?
Yes.
No.
I'm showing what's been already published as D1-283. Lieutenant, do you recognize this area that I'm pointing to? It's the sliding glass door on the second floor as the master bedroom of the house?
I believe you are correct, yes.
Okay, and I misspoke, and then, so there were shell casings found approximately in this area here?
No.
No.
The shell casings were found further up to you're essentially looking at the southwest corner of the house. The shell casings were found to the northwest.
Can you see in the photograph where the shell casings were found?
No.
Can't see it at all? Okay. Either way, there were no 911 calls placed that night, correct?
From this residence? No.
Yeah, that's nice. And Jennifer Caneiro, her phone was never found, correct?
Correct.
And so obviously the information from it was never extracted.
Correct.
And we know that there was a lot of sifting through debris in this case. There was removal of debris and more sifting, extensive searches, and the phone was never located, correct?
It was not.
Now, obviously, if we had the phone, right, if we were able to do an extraction, there's a lot of information that could have been learned, right?
From the phone.
Objection, speculation.
I'll rephrase the question.
Yeah, let's.
We know generally a phone extraction contains a lot of information about the phone, correct? Just generally.
It generally contains information.
Right.
I don't know.
We heard testimony. It can contain text messages and calls and internet searches and applications and when it's in use and things of that nature, right?
Potentially, if it's able to be extracted, yes.
Right. If there's a successful extraction, there's categories of information that could be learned, right?
Potentially, yes.
Okay. And without the phone, you obviously can't do that, right?
No.
But what you can do is you can subpoena or get a warrant or something for phone records, correct?
We could, yes.
And phone records do not provide as much information as an extraction would, right?
Not even close.
Not even close, okay. But what it does tell us, right, is more basic information, like when calls are placed, when calls are received, when text messages are sent, and when text messages are received, correct?
It does, yes.
Like it doesn't give you the content, but it'll give you this basic timeline of information,
If
right?
they're using, if those messages are using self connection, yes, versus data connection.
Okay, and there's also applications that wouldn't register in a phone record, correct?
Correct.
For example, if you're using WhatsApp, right, that's not going to show up in your Verizon, T-Mobile, or AT&T phone records, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so my only point is that phone records contain records of when a text message, normal text messages are sent and received, as well as phone calls, correct?
Yes,
But also, you can obtain cell site information, correct?
yes,
And what that means is that if the phone is being used or not necessarily actively used, but if it's receiving information, if there's data, like if a text message is received or a phone call is received, that can bounce off of a cell tower, correct?
If the phone is powered on and in proper working order, you can get cell tower information.
Okay, right, let's agree that the phone would have to be on, right? And if the phone is on, phone records can be helpful because they can tell us the general vicinity of where the phone is, correct?
It gives you cell tower information.
It doesn't tell you the exact location of the phone, right? But if a phone, it can tell you whether a phone is perhaps in a totally different town or a few towns over, correct?
If it's hitting off, whatever tower it's hitting off, it will tell you where that tower is, yeah.
Right, like generally speaking.
Yes.
It's like there's like a circle or a U around there, yeah, right? Something to that effect.
Yeah, something.
Okay. And so in this case though, phone records for Jennifer Caneiro's phone were never obtained, correct?
They were not.
So we don't know whether the phone was on or off, right?
As I sit here, no,
And we don't know whether the phone traveled anywhere, correct?
I don't.
And we also know that Jennifer Caneiro's phone was not found at Mr. Paul Caneiro's house, right?
It was not.
And since we're on the topic of applications of text messaging type applications that aren't your traditional text message, you did have the opportunity to review Keith Caneiro's cell phone extraction, correct?
I did.
And so you know that Keith Caneiro had a variety of chat applications on his phone that were not traditional text messaging, correct?
I know he had WhatsApp, Facebook Messenger. That's only two that off the top of my head I recall.
Okay, and I can show you this if it'll refresh your recollection, but I can try asking you and maybe you'll remember. If not, I'll show it to you. Do you recall that he also had Snapchat?
I don't recall seeing that.
Okay, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you what's being marked as D127. Can I approach?
Sure.
Do you recognize this as a Celebrate extraction report?
I do.
Okay. I'm just gonna have you flip through it. Okay. So does that help refresh your recollection that on Keith Caneiro's Google phone, because he didn't have an iPhone, right?
He did not.
He had like the Google-based phone.
He had a Google phone, yes.
On his phone, he had Snapchat, which is listed as number 2 on the front page.
Well, I don't actually see anything that indicates, other than that it's a Google Android generic extraction report. I don't see anything specific to Keith Caneiro on this report.
So when you pull an extraction report, it doesn't always give you that information on the face page, does it? I can pull up the actual extraction if that will help. Or do you want to accept that that's this phone?
I've always seen that front page, and then there's other content that, you can determine. I'm just telling you from what I see right here, there's nothing on here that specifically says this is Keith Caneiro's extraction report.
I understand it doesn't say that. I can pull up the actual extraction on my laptop for you to view, if that'll make you feel more comfortable. Or do you want to accept that this is from his phone?
I accept it. I'm just letting you know that I don't actually see anything.
Okay, but it does say Google Android phone at the top.
It does.
Here, right? And we know that he was the individual in this case that had the Google phone, right?
Correct.
Okay, so he had Snapchat, right?
That is an application, yes.
And he had Instagram, number 4.
Yes.
And he had, looks like, Google Hangouts, right?
Yes.
Google Plus.
Yes.
We flip to the next page. The following page. his Google Duo.
Yes.
It's number 11.
Yes.
Number 12 is, he has Signal,
Yes.
and number 13 is WhatsApp.
Yes.
And then it looks like number 14 is just like, it's just called Messenger.
Yes.
And 16 is Google Hangouts.
Yes.
Okay. So can we agree, and obviously you had the opportunity to look at Keith Canero's phone, correct?
I did.
But these are examples of messaging applications that would be, at least some of these would be encrypted, correct?
Some of them are, yes.
Like when you go on the extraction, you can't see the messages from WhatsApp, right?
No, I believe you can.
On Keith Canero's phone.
Yes.
What about Signal? Can you see the messages from Signal?
I don't know, but I also don't remember seeing any messages on his phone with Signal either.
Okay. So if Detective Maglisi testified that we don't have that information, is he wrong, or are you certain that this information is on Keith's phone?
That there's WhatsApp information?
Like the actual content of these messages?
There was chats that I believe I saw on WhatsApp.
Okay. Can we agree that there are messaging applications on his phone that we don't have the content of his messages?
I can say that I don't recall seeing any Snapchat or Signal or anything like that.
Okay. So if those applications were in use, right? If Signal or WhatsApp or Snapchat, for example, were in use during the relevant time frame, we wouldn't know what was said.
I don't know that for sure.
We don't know whether we would know what was said.
Objection has an answer.
Can you come on up, please?
Okay, so while Keats is loading, I'm going to ask you about Katie Canero's cell phone extraction. Okay. So Katie is Mr. Canero's daughter, correct?
Yes.
And the morning of November 20th, 2018, right? You weren't at 27 Tilton, correct?
I was not.
But you were made aware who was there, right? As far as Mr. Paul Caneiro and his family.
Yes.
Okay. And in Katie's cell phone extraction, which you said you reviewed the relevant time frames of like November 20th, right?
I reviewed the portion of her phone, yes.
Okay. So in her call log for the morning of November 20th, 2018, between the hours of 9:37 a.m. and 12:53 p.m. So we're talking about a little more than a 3-hour time frame. Katie Caneiro placed 21 phone calls to either Keith or Jennifer Caneiro, correct?
I don't know that for sure. I would have to look at the extraction to say for sure.
Okay, I'm gonna approach with what's been marked as D128. And do you recognize that document as an extraction report?
Yes.
Okay. And in this report, if you want to read through it, it has, you can see the context of who's being called and who's calling, correct?
To and from, yes.
Right. So for example, you can see calls to Aunt Jen, and you can see calls to Uncle Keith's home, right? You can see those calls being placed.
Yes.
And would you accept my representation that there's 21 total calls? Or do you want to count them?
Again, there's no details because it just says outgoing or missed. It doesn't have the actual other side of it. So it says who it's going to. So once again, you're saying that this is Paul's daughter's phone, but
Right. So are you
there's nothing.
disagreeing that it's Paul's daughter's phone? How about this? Do you see an entry? It's number 8 on the first page.
Okay.
And it says the call is from Dad.
Yes.
Okay. And the phone number is Paul Caneiro's phone number, right?
Yes,
Okay. So if it says, if you did phone extractions for Paul's daughters, and in this extraction log, there's a call from dad, and it's Paul Caneiro, does that help you recall that this is a phone extraction from one of his daughters?
yes.
Okay. The other alternative is I could pull up her phone extraction as well. So do you want to accept that this is Katie Caneiro's phone extraction?
We'll trust that it is.
Okay. And will you also accept my representation that between 9:37 a.m. and 12:53 p.m., there was a total of 21 calls placed to either Keith Caneiro or Jennifer Caneiro?
Without counting them, I would trust that what you're saying is accurate.
So that's 21 calls within a little more than a 3-hour time period, correct?
Yes.
Now, we know that there were text messages sent from Keith's phone between 3:14 a.m. and 3:18 a.m., correct?
Yes.
And those messages were sent to Paul.
Yes.
And those are regular text messages, so we have them, we know they exist, right?
Yes.
And you've seen them.
Yes.
And one of those text messages indicates that, it's an evidence, we've seen them, that Keith is telling Paul, my power is out, and I'm gonna go check the generator, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And we also know that Keith is found outside on his lawn, right?
Yes.
And we know that there were gunshots at approximately 3:30 in the morning, correct?
I believe Mr. Ford said they were at 3:26, but yes.
Okay, we'll get to that. Approximately 3:26, 3:30 in the morning, maybe including 3:26. There's gunshots, right?
Yes.
So the belief is that Mr. Keith Caneiro was shot at approximately that time, right? On the front lawn.
Yes.
And so there's text messages coming from his phone at around between 3:14 and 3:18 a.m. And then we hear the gunshots at approximately 3:30-ish, right? And he's also in the clothes that he's found in, he's fully dressed, correct?
Yes.
Right, he's wearing like a windbreaker, right?
Yes.
Jacket and a hoodie. There's a hood up.
Yes.
And he had keys and a wallet.
Yes.
And he's wearing pants.
Yes.
Sneakers. And we also know that Paul's phone was plugged in at his house during this time frame, correct?
Yes.
And we know that not just because of the extraction that was performed by Detective Migarisi, but you were personally in contact with Detective Hauger. From the FBI, correct?
Yes.
And they confirmed that the phone never left Paul Caneiro's house that night.
Special Agent Hager said that his phone was connected to Fenfo cell, basically a personal cell site, from 3:07 in the afternoon until 4:57 in the morning.
And what that means is sometimes when a person has bad cell phone service, the carrier provides them with like their own little self-service.
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, that's what Detective Hauger explained. And one of the things that was found in this case in the backpack of the Cayenne, right, was what's called a FLIR, correct?
Yes.
You testified about it at the grand jury, right?
Yes.
You're familiar with it.
I know what it is. I wouldn't necessarily say I'm familiar with it, but
If you know what it is, you're familiar with what it is,
I've
right?
never used it, is my point.
Okay, but you know what it is. So you know that it is the FLIR it's like an external application where you plug it into your phone and then you can see like thermal imaging, correct?
From what I understand, yes.
I'm just gonna show what I believe is already been published as D1 3.9. You've seen this before, correct?
I don't believe I have, no.
Oh, okay, so you haven't seen all of the evidence in this case. You haven't seen the items that were seized from Mr. Caneiro's.
No, as I testified earlier, I've seen some of the evidence in this case, but not every individual piece. I'm aware that this was located, but I don't believe I ever physically saw it.
And you're aware that this piece that sticks out here is what plugs into the phone?
It would make sense to me, yes.
Okay, so can we agree you need a phone to use it?
I would agree, yeah. But I also don't know if it would be any phone either. I don't know if you need to have cell service to it or anything along those lines.
You need a phone.
Yeah, I would say a device, yes. I don't know if it connects to an iPad, AirPod, I mean, any of those things, or an old phone or anything like that. I guess my point is I don't know if you actually need a working cellular phone in order to use that device.
Okay, you need something.
You need something.
It's not something that you attach to a gun, for example, is my point.
No.
Or that you can, it's not like goggles, it's not like you're wearing them on your head and you can see. You testified on direct about the Nest cameras, right?
Yes,
Okay, so you subpoenaed, or was it a subpoena or a warrant?
that was a search warrant.
A search warrant, okay. You got a warrant for the various Nest cameras at Keith Caneiro's house, correct?
Yes,
And you got a response from them,
yes.
and they provided cameras for the inside of the house. They provided videos for the inside of the house, but not the one from outside.
They provided the response to our search warrant, and that's what they provided, was clips from inside the house.
Right, they did not provide any clips from outside the house.
They did not.
Okay. Did you ever follow up with them to ascertain if it was something that was missed or overlooked, or see if you could get the clips from outside the house?
Their response was that they sent us what they had pursuant to our search warrant.
Okay. That was their initial response, right?
As far as I know, that was the only response.
Okay, because there was no follow-up after that, right?
No, they sent us what they had.
Okay, and you accepted it?
Yes.
So I'm gonna publish the marked as D1-422.
Any objection?
No judge.
This is a notification from Nest to Keith Caneiro, kcaneiro@gmail.com, where it indicates that his side door camera is offline and it was disconnected at 2:52 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we do know that the camera was working, right?
Yes.
Now, in all of the surveillance video that you've reviewed outside of 27 Tilton itself, right? So you reviewed video from the area of 27 Tilton from a couple of neighbors' houses, right? I think it was 19 Oxford was one of them.
I looked at 19 Oxford, yes, and Green Grove. There's one more.
And then there's video from 15 Willowbrook, from 44 Willowbrook,
4485, yes.
44 and 85. And then there's also the Wise video from that we saw today from Keith's house, correct?
Yes.
Now, in none of those videos can you actually see let's start with the area of 27 Tilton, right? We have videos of the car leaving the area, right?
Yes.
But you can't see who's driving the car. You can't see who's in the car, right?
No.
And you can't see like people around Mr. Caneiro's house getting into the car or anyone getting into the car. You can't see it. It's too dark, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the videos that we have near the area of 15 Willowbrook, once again, you know, quality's not great. You can't see who's driving that car, right? And we saw the video today. You can see it's a person, right? You can see it's a figure. But it's through the frosted garage door, right?
Correct.
We heard in the jail calls so the first call that we heard was from December 5th, correct?
I believe that was Dave.
And that's approximately 1 week after Mr. Caneiro was charged in this case with the murders of his family and the arsons, correct?
Approximately, yes, 6 days.
Okay, so he's calling the office, right, in Asbury Park. And he's speaking to the office manager, Tiffany Rivera.
Yes.
And we heard in, I believe it was that call, that Corey was involved, he was like getting involved in the businesses, right?
He was helping run the business at that time, yes.
Okay. Corey wasn't an owner of the businesses, right?
As far as I know, no.
As far as you know, because you investigated the case, the businesses were owned by Paul and by Keith, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so from the call, we know that Corey is now at the business with Tiffany Rivera, and he's orchestrating things related to the business.
Yes.
And we also know that in one of these calls, he's speaking to his wife, Susan, right?
Yes.
And there's a point in the call where he says they're having a conversation and he says he only has an hour, right?
Yes.
During the course of the conversation, she says, you have to shower during your free hour. And Paul says, yeah, do everything on my free hour, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so these phone calls that he's making, it's during his hour, right?
At least that particular one.
Okay. And he's talking to his wife, right? And
Yes.
and he's checking Rivera at the business, right?
Yes.
And he's trying to gauge what's happening, right, with the business.
Yes.
When it comes to Corey Caneiro, you were aware that Corey had knowledge of the trust, right?
Sorry, say that one more time.
With respect to Corey Caneiro, you're aware through your investigation that Corey Caneiro had knowledge of the trust.
I'm aware that Corey had knowledge of the trust at some point. I don't know when he learned of the trust. So,
at some point prior to November 20th.
I don't know what his knowledge of that trust was.
So I'm not asking you what his knowledge was. I'm just asking you, to confirm that you were aware through your investigation prior to November 20th that Corey Caneiro had knowledge of the trust, I just had knowledge of it.
I think that's safe to say, yes. He was on emails that were forwarded that referenced the trust, so I believe he had some knowledge of the trust.
Right. So in other words, what you're referencing, we heard testimony about this. Keith Caneiro there's messages between Keith and Paul, and Keith forwards about the trust, and Keith forwards them to Corey, correct?
Yes.
You also saw the Wise videos in this case?
I did.
And you know, based on your review, that after Keith speaks to Paul that night, he then calls Corey and relays to him some substance of the conversation with respect to Paul and the trust, right?
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to Corey, you never did an extraction of his cell phone, correct?
I did not.
And there was no search of his computers or electronic devices or anything like that?
There was not.
There was no review of his finances?
There was not.
However, you were aware during the course of your investigation that with respect to the trust, right, that Corey was a beneficiary, right?
At some point, I learned that both him and Paul were beneficiaries of the trust.
Well, when you say at some point, you testified about it at the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
And that was in February of 2019, correct?
Yes.
A few months after this is happening, within the first few months of your investigation.
Yes.
You knew this information.
Certainly by February, I can't remember exactly when I learned of the trust.
My question wasn't exactly that, sir. My question was simply, at some point, let's say within the first few months of your investigation, because you testified about it under oath in February, you knew that Corey was a 50% beneficiary, correct?
Yes.
And we're talking by February of 2019, right?
Yes.
Okay. And despite that, and when we say a beneficiary, we're talking about the life insurance policy worth $3 million, correct?
It's my understanding that's what it was, yes.
And despite that, there was no further investigation to follow that money, correct?
No, there was not.
Okay. And you also did have information in the course of your investigation that Corey was experiencing financial distress, correct?
I do not know what Corey's financial situation was before, and I don't know what it is now.
Did you, when you say you don't know, you are aware that there was a phone extract of Lisa Caneiro, correct?
Objection. This was asked and answered.
Come on up.
Sir, did you review Lisa Caneiro's phone extraction?
A portion of it.
Okay, when you say a portion of it, are you talking about a specific time frame? Are you talking about a specific application? And I don't want you to tell me what you read. I don't want, that's hearsay. I just want to know generally what you looked at. Was it an application when you say a portion? Was it a time frame?
Specifically, it was the day of the 19th and the 20th.
19th into the 20th. Okay. So when you say the 19th into the 20th, you're talking about you review text messages?
Typically, I would do the timeline, because there's a feature in Celebrate that allows you to go to a specific timeline.
So everything.
It brings up everything in for that day. Basically, if you jump from a text message to a web search to a phone call, whatever, it's literally the timeline of what your phone's doing. That's usually what I do in a situation like this, and that's what I did here. I just went to the timeline and scrolled through the timeline to see what was occurring that day.
Okay, so let's back up. So we talked about how in a cell phone extraction, there's a lot of information that can be learned, right? Because there's text messages between that person who owns the phone and as many people as they're talking to for as long as they've had that, the data is kept in the phone, correct?
Yes.
I mean, cell phone extractions can be years worth of information, right?
Sure.
They can, 20, just as an example, if you extracted a phone in 2026, you might get information dating back to 2015, like 10 years ago.
Theoretically, yeah.
Right. So there's a lot of data in the phone. There's a lot of messages. There can be a lot of phone calls, right?
Yes.
And in a cell phone extraction, unlike cell phone records, you can view the content of the text messages, right? You can see what is said.
Yes.
And you also can see photographs, right?
You can.
You can see videos, right? Sometimes people have like they have documents kept in their phone, correct?
Yes.
Some people do, right?
Sure. Yes.
And there's like a notes application, right? You can see a variety of applications in the person's phone that may or may not be using.
Yes.
You can even see location data, for example, right?
You can.
There's a lot of information to be learned.
Correct.
Okay. And you're telling us that in this case, the only 2 days that you looked at in the entirety of Elisa Caneiro's phone was on the 19th and the 20th of November of 2018. Those 2 days only.
My scrolling through her phone, that was what I focused on because that was the relevant portion to this investigation.
Okay. You decided that was the relevant portion to this investigation, correct?
Yes.
And do you know let me just phrase it this way. Because you did not look past November 19th and 20th of 2018, you don't know what's in the rest of that phone.
I did not go through the phone in its entirety.
And you also, so in addition to not extracting Court Caneiro's phone, not searching his devices or reviewing his finances, there was no search of his home, correct?
No, definitely not.
No search of his vehicles, correct?
No.
And there was no, we talked about this earlier, there's no recorded interview of Court Caneiro as far as a video or audio or anything like that, right?
No, the initial interview that I did was in Bethlehem, PD, and that was just an interview, not recorded. And then the second was memorialized, though, on a type statement.
And you never, obviously, I think you never obtained his DNA, correct?
No.
When you interviewed him, you never asked him any questions about the trust at all.
Not as far as anything other than forwarding me the emails. That was the only discussion of the trust.
Right. And
Again, at that point, I didn't even know about the trust.
okay. What you're telling us is Court Caneiro forwarded you some emails related to Keith and Paul and the trust, correct?
At my request, yes.
Okay, at your request.
Yes.
And when you say at your request, that you learned of them, right? Before you requested them.
During the course of my interview with Corey in Bethlehem Police Department.
I don't want you to tell us what was said,
No,
because that's hearsay. The question is simply, obviously, you can only request of something that you learn of, right?
that's what I was going to say. During the interview, I learned of these emails, requested, he forwarded them to me, and he did right away.
Okay. And you learned about them from Corey, obviously, because you're talking to him.
Yes.
Okay. And other than that, there were no additional, that was not a topic of conversation with Cory Caneiro. You didn't ask him anything else about trust.
No, those emails and
It's just a yes or no. There was no other conversation about that, right?
Objections. You can answer the question. He's from the city.
Yeah. I think we should give the witness the opportunity to answer. I didn't think it was a yes or no, but if you frame the question with a yes or no at the end and he doesn't answer it that way, I agree with you, Ms. Massillon, in the future.
So the question is simply, other than those emails, there was no other further questioning to Cory Caneiro about the trust, about his knowledge of the trust, or anything related to the trust.
at that point, no.
And you were at 15 Willowbrook earlier that day, correct?
Yes.
At Keith's house. And you got there at approximately, what, 1:30 you said?
145.
1:45. You never saw Cory there that day, right?
No.
And to your knowledge, he was not there.
To my knowledge.
So in this case, we know that there's two different weapons used, correct?
Yes.
There's a firearm and then there's a knife, right?
Correct.
Obviously not the same. And we also know that there's information about two people outside of Mr. Paul Caneiro's house at 4:30 in the morning, correct?
So that information, you're talking about from Ms. Cap.
And Donovan Harrington.
I'm aware of that information.
Okay. And were you aware that did you look at the jeans in this case that were found in the basement?
I saw them initially, and then I saw them once again when they came back from the lab.
Okay. And were you aware, was ever your impression that there was actually two pairs of jeans?
No.
And we also know that it's suspected that the McCann was used, right? That vehicle.
Yes.
We have the videos, right?
Yes.
There's no blood in that car, right?
There was no blood found, but the canine did hit in the back of the car.
Well, you didn't visually observe any blood, right?
I did not.
And you didn't perform any confirmatory testing to see if there was any blood.
I wouldn't do that anyway, but no.
So you say you wouldn't do it.
So we are forensics, so we do that.
Okay. But when you're collaborating and you're talking and you're coordinating with all of the different investigators in the investigation team, did it ever dawn on you that, perhaps that's something you'd want to know? Because can we agree that canines are often right, but not 100% of the time?
Objection.
Yeah, it's sustained.
Okay.
Okay, go
I'll
ahead.
rephrase it. Canines are a locating tool, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so oftentimes you do confirmatory testing with a lab, right? You do DNA, trace evidence, things of that nature.
I don't do any of that, but forensics and the lab do testings, yes.
Okay, right. When I say you, I mean universal use. So law enforcement, investigators, generally, that's something that they would normally do, right?
Test evidence? Yes.
Okay. So in this case, did you ever at any point say to the forensic guys to vote, to Catalona, to your supervisors, to any of the investigators on the team, hey, we haven't observed blood in this car. We don't see anything. We tried with a light. We tried with the blue star. Can we test it for DNA?
Judge, objection. They said they did test it.
Was my recollection that they actually did test it, but it came back as nothing. But it's the jury's recollection that controls as it relates to that issue. If you know, Mr.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
Yeah, sure. Right.
I'm gonna clarify my question. The canine hit on the back of the car, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm talking about the inside of the car. That's what I meant. So the inside of the car, right? There was no blood.
Not that I'm aware of.
And when I say there's no blood, I mean, it wasn't visually observed, right?
Correct.
It was processed with various forensic tools like USAR and light technology.
I don't know specifically what they did, but that would make sense.
And it was never tested. It was never like swabbed and tested for DNA or anything like that, right?
I don't know what they did as far as testing. I wouldn't be able to sit here and say specifically what they did or didn't do.
And the and the back area, the license plate that was tested was negative.
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. So even though the canine hit, it was still negative.
The canine hit in the back part of the car. I wouldn't be able to testify what the canine hit on or didn't hit on. If it was residual odor, if it was something specific, I don't know.
Okay, my only
I
point
wasn't
is,
there and I'm not the canine handler, so.
no, you're just the lead investigator. And my only point is, there was no blood in the car, right?
As far as I know, no.
And when you say that you reviewed the evidence in this case, some of it, did you ever, you said you looked at the pants,
Yes,
the pair of pants that was sent to the lab and they,
the jeans.
right, that pair of jeans with the blood on them, right?
Yes,
And you're aware that they were able to determine the size of the pants?
Yeah.
Okay, and Judge, can we approach?
Sure. Okay, we addressed that issue outside the presence of the jury. We are now have the jury back in the room. Ms. Mastalone, you can continue.
Sir, I just want to go over the timeline with you.
Okay.
Okay. So if we can start, maybe just like half of them, maybe. At 2:07 a.m., that's when
Let me
we,
stop you for 1 second. Can you just turn off the portrait one? Yep, that one right there. You got it. That turns off that light. Go ahead.
so at 2:07 a.m., that's when we see the vehicle leaving 27 Tilton, correct? Once again, so yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And at approximately 2:27, we see the vehicle arrive in the area at 15 Willowbrook, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And we saw the videos today of at approximately 2:35 a.m. is when we see the light appear outside of the garage, and we see like the silhouette of a person.
Correct.
Okay. And there's some back and forth, right? We see the figure go one way, and then the person goes the other way. We hear some noises, things of that nature, right?
Subject goes to the side of the electrical panel first, to the generator, back to the electrical panel,
In the direction of, right?
in the direction.
And we know that at the video stops, I think it's 59 milliseconds. So in other words, 2:51.
251.
And that's when the video ends. And it's not just the video we saw, it's when all of the cameras stop working, right?
Yes.
And between 2:35 and 2:51, like we mentioned, we see the person's just going, he's just in an area outside of the garage, right?
Going back and forth from either side, yes.
And at 2:52 a.m., Verizon alerts of that there's a loss of power to the ONT, correct?
Now, the first alert at 2:52 for Verizon was loss of power to the ONT, yes. And then
Now, that coincides with the 251, right? Essentially, power's lost.
yes,
Like, the video stops working, and now there's a loss of power to the house, right?
following the subject going back and forth outside, yes,
I'm not disagreeing with you, sir. I'm just asking what happened at 252, okay?
yes.
So we also know that between 3:14 and 3:18 a.m., that's when the text messages are sent from Keith's phone to Paul's phone, correct?
Correct.
Also, at 3:18 a.m. is when we know that Robert Block, who works at Square One, the business is alerted that the servers are down.
Correct.
We know that at approximately 3:30 a.m., whether it's, so we know that dispatch recorded the receiving the call at 3:33, correct?
Yes,
And we know that the dispatch reported that the gunshots were heard at 3:31, correct?
I would disagree with that. The time of the call was 3:31. The time of the dispatch was 3:33.
Okay. Okay. We know that it was approximately 3:30 a.m., right?
That the call was made. Yes. Well, that's the call, but the gunshots, if you're building the timeline, I would do 3:26 for the time of the gunshots, because that's the time Mr. Kapoor estimated he heard the gunshots.
So, Mr. Kapora reported that he heard the gunshots 1 minute later, correct? That's actually what he reported. That he heard the gunshots and then called 1 minute later. That's what he said.
I believe in Detective Mahoney's report, he says that he heard them at 3:26.
Okay. He said he heard them at 3:26, right? And called 1 minute later at 3:27, correct?
No, I believe he told me when I talked to him that he laid down and kind of thought about it for a minute or two and then called.
Sorry, did you spoke to Dennis Kapora personally?
Yes,
Or are you relying on Detective Mahoney's notes?
No, both. And that was this report during trial prep, which I did the report on.
Okay, that was recently, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can we agree that memories are better, closer in time to the event than they are present day? And we're talking about a 7-year time period?
Yes, and I believe in Detective Mahoney's report that was taken at the time, it was 3:26.
Yes. And he reports that he heard them at 3:26 and called a minute later at 3:27, correct? That's what he reported to Mahoney 7 years ago.
I don't know. I believe he said he heard them at 3:26, laid down for a couple minutes, and then called. The time of the call was 3:31. Time of the dispatch was 3:33.
You indicated that you're in part relying on what was memorialized by Detective Mahoney, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'm gonna approach with what is marked as S-260. I'm just gonna show you this. If you wanna read here. And there.
3:26 heard shots, called 911, 3:27, a minute later.
Okay, you read it out loud.
Sure.
But basically, he says he heard them at 3:26 and he called a minute later at 3:27, right?
Yes.
Okay. So he reported a minute later. But dispatch received the call at 3:31, like you just testified to, correct?
Correct.
So if he's mistaken and a minute later is 3:31 and 3:33, then that is a plausible timeline, right? And I'm not saying that is the timeline, but that would make sense, right?
Objection.
What's your objection?
As to what would make sense, and he just testified to what he knows.
Yeah, we can only testify as to what he knows. I mean, I think it's clear to the jurors at this point in time that he's saying that he called at 3:26 and it was 1 minute later. Or that he heard the shots at 3:26 and the call was 1 minute later. Whether he's right or wrong, that's not for this detective to say. That's for the jurors to decide. So
You do have familiarity with how dispatch works, correct?
I do.
And when a call is received by dispatch, they report it immediately, right?
No, that's not true. This was a 911 call. The dispatch actually has to call. There's always a delay. The dispatch has to call, receive the call, answer the call, get the information, and then they entered it into Spellman, which is the computer-aided dispatch. So time of the call is 3:31. The time they generate the call in Spellman, which is the CAD system, is 3:33.
Right.
So somebody has to call, answer, talk to them, get the information, then enter
So,
the screen.
okay, let me clarify. When I say immediately, I mean within a minute or two, right?
Before, yes.
What I mean to say is dispatch isn't receiving the call at 3:20 and waiting 10 minutes to relay it, right? It's going to be, that's their job, right? To relay the information as efficiently as possible because it could be an emergency and people are relying on them, right?
Of course.
Okay, so regardless of whether it was 3:26 or 3:27 or 3:31 or 3:33, can we agree it was approximately 3:30 a.m.? If it makes you feel better, I can write 3:27 possibly as well, okay? For the gunshots.
I would go 3:26, but okay.
No problem. Sometime between 3:26 and 3:31, there's gunshots. Okay? Now, at 3:42 is when the Verizon fiber optic line or the Verizon Fios optical network terminal goes out, correct?
3:43 is the last order. 3:42, I believe, if you look at it closely, it's like 3:42 and 50 something seconds. It's hard to read, but yes.
So when you testified at the grand jury and you said that there was a loss of AC power to the optical network terminal at 3:42, sorry, that the Verizon advised that the Fios optical network terminal went out at about 3:42 a.m. When you testified to that, are you disagreeing with that or is that
It's
correct?
about 3:43.
Okay. Now, when at 3:42, about 3:42 a.m., what that means is that the fiber optic line appeared to have been cut, correct?
The fiber optic line was cut, but I wouldn't be able to say that that's the exact time. I don't know if there's a delay in the notification to Verizon as far as, how their system works specifically. So I wouldn't necessarily be able to sit here and say that that's the exact time the line was cut.
But at about 3:42 a.m. is when the fiber optic line was cut, correct?
That's the time that Verizon made a note or they got an alert that the fiber optic went offline.
And that's also what you testified to under oath, correct?
Yes.
At the grand jury?
Yes.
You testified, and at about 3:42 a.m. is when that fiber optic line appeared to have been cut. Is that correct? And you say correct. So you testified under oath that at about 3:42 a.m. is when it appeared that the line was cut. Do you disagree with your testimony?
No, about 3:42, but I don't know if it's exactly at 3:42 is the moment that it was cut, but about, yes.
And you said it was like 3:52 and closer to 3:53 or something. Did you testify to that?
No.
So at 3:48, is when the vehicle leaves the area of Willowbrook, correct?
Approximately, yes.
When you reviewed the WISE video footage, did you tell us earlier what time frame you reviewed?
I don't believe I did.
Do you
Oh,
recall?
for that specific clip I did. But you're talking in general?
In general, what did you review starting at like 2 a.m., that relevant time frame?
I did.
Do you recall hearing at 2:15 a.m. that there was a car alarm going off?
On the garage cam?
Yes.
I do not recall hearing that.
It's actually from the sun porch view. Did you review video from the sun porch view?
I did, but I don't recall specifically the times that I did.
Let me just have this table. Volume all the way up. Just make sure my sound's working. So it's difficult to hear, but let's see if we can hear it. I'll play it first and then if we can hear it on the timestamp. So I started the video at approximately 2:16 a.m. Did you hear the beeping in the background?
Can you play it one more time?
Sure. Here's what I'm going to do, actually. I'm going to... so I'm gonna start this video, and this one starts at 2:15, okay? I'm just gonna play this.
And it's on November 20th, 2018, correct? I was asking a witness.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, just making sure.
We don't hear it in this video. You don't hear anything, do you?
I did not hear it.
Okay, so now I'm gonna compare that to the next video, all right?
Okay.
So that's at 2:15. Actually, so I'm at 2:15:52, okay? I'm gonna press play. Did you hear how it started to beep?
I did not.
Do it one more time. And then I'll play the next clip, which you can hear it. So tell us if you can hear a beeping in this video. And then I think it appears to stop. Did you hear that?
I heard it. I mean, I vaguely heard a noise, but I wouldn't say that was a car alarm.
Okay. Do you agree that it was the original clip at 2:15 was fairly silent, and then we heard some sort of beeping at approximately 2:16?
I heard a noise. I wouldn't even classify it as a beeping. I barely heard a noise.
Okay. Did you hear something?
I heard a noise, but
Okay. You heard a noise, but you didn't hear a noise prior to that, right?
I heard a noise at that time.
Okay. And is this anything that you at the time that you were watching these videos and investigating, was it something that caught your attention or that you did anything to investigate further?
I could barely hear it now, so I wouldn't even have heard it before.
All right, so now. So if I could have the all right. So at 2:07, between 2:07 and 2:27 is the vehicle is leaving 27 Tilton, and then there's a vehicle that arrives at Willowbrook, correct?
Correct.
And we know that this is approximately 20 minutes, right?
Correct.
And then at from 2:35 to 2:51 is when there's someone outside of the garage area going back and forth from the direction of the electrical meter and the generator, and they're going back and forth, right?
Correct.
And that would be what, 14 minutes? 16 minutes? You agree? And then from 2:52 until the last text message, let's do it this way. From 2:52 until approximately 3:30, or we'll say 3:26. How long is that?
So you're asking me from, I'm sorry, one more time, from when to when?
From 2:52 until approximately 3:30 a.m., or if you prefer, 3:26.
38 minutes or 34 minutes?
And from approximately 3:26 or 3:30 until 3:42 is how long?
3:30, 3:42?
Sure.
12 minutes.
And then lastly, from 3:42, which is about when the Verizon Fios line is cut, until 3:48 is how long?
6 minutes.
Okay, so we agree on this timeline, correct?
I agree on this timeline, but there's things before and after that I would put on the timeline. If you're building a timeline of the events of that night, the car returning at 4:07.
Okay, we can do that. And that's, what?
I would add additional stuff to it as well. If you're building the timeline, I would start at 1:28 a.m. in 27 Tilton.
Okay. That's fine, but for this timeline, because I'm focusing on when the vehicle leaves, right? The timeline that I'm focusing on is clearly when the vehicle leaves 27 Tilton until, we'll say, it arrives back at 27 Tilton. And so 3:48 to 4:07 is 19 minutes, right?
Correct.
Okay, so 20 minutes there, 19 minutes back, right?
Correct.
I don't have any other questions, thank you.
I'm sorry, did we mark that exhibit?
No, it wasn't marked.
We can run it.
I did up the defense, I'm sorry.
I don't know. Yeah, are you marking that or no?
Sure, I mean, oh, you want to use it?
Can we mark it as a photo and screen grab it? Yeah, well,
Oh, it's the back of,
I don't want to mark.
yeah, that's a good idea. Perhaps we just,
You want to take a screenshot of that? Sure. We'll print it out and then we'll print it out, Ms. Wallace, and then you can have a copy of it right now.
Thank you.
Very high tech here. Yes, please. Mr. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm sorry. This is going to be D1-423.
and on our next break, we'll make a copy of it so both sides have it. But Ms. Wallace, you'll have it for now, at least whatever you want to do. Come on up, Ms. Wallace. You can take it from there.
Detective, we just looked at D1-423, right?
Yes.
And this is quote unquote timeline, I guess, that you were testifying about.
Yes.
Would you say that the timeline actually starts at about 3:50 p.m. on November 19th of 2018?
Correct.
What happens at 3:50 p.m.?
That's the first phone call regarding the trust between Keith and Paul Caneiro.
What's the next thing that happens that afternoon?
I would go to about 6:05 p.m.
What happens then?
That's a second phone call between Keith Caneiro and Paul Caneiro.
Did you have the opportunity to look at the defendant's cell phone extraction?
I did.
Specifically at device events?
Yes.
Did something significant happen at 1:27 a.m. in terms of his phone?
Yes.
And what is that?
The screen power's off and it was plugged in.
I'm not going to ask you to be specific, but at 1:29 a.m. at the defendant's house, does an event happen?
Yes.
Okay. And was that event captured over the defendant's video surveillance system?
Correct.
And was that at what time?
1:28 approximately.
Specifically at that time, do certain cameras stop working?
Yes.
Okay. At 1:31 a.m., what happens at the defendant's house?
131 is two Nest cameras, one in the basement storage area, and then one at his workbench, which was the gun workbench, went offline
Is there any photos, or how does that notification come in?
via email.
Is there any photos in relation to that?
Sorry,
Did any photos come in? You don't have to tell me what it is, but like, was that an email notification with a photo?
there was.
Now, this time frame, you estimated between 3:30 and 3:48 to be about 12 minutes.
3:30 and 3:42. Yes.
42, I'm sorry, yes.
Yes.
Okay, now if we start with 3:26 a.m., 3:26 a.m. to 3:42 a.m., is that 16 minutes?
Yes.
Did something significant happen at 4:54 a.m. in regard to the defendant's cell phone and his device events?
It unplugs and powers, the screen powers on.
How about at 4:57:09 a.m.? Did anything significant happen with regards to the defendant's house?
The house, you see from the binocular, you see the flash of fire from the back of the house.
Was there an alert at 4:59 a.m. to the Ocean Township Police Department?
Yes.
And what was that alert indicating?
That was the fire, reporting the fire. At 27:20.
At 5 a.m., what, if anything, is seen at the defendant's house with regard specifically to a motor vehicle?
That's when the Porsche Cayenne backs out of the driveway.
Thank you, Judge. Speak about this. I don't know if this needs to be remarked.
Yes, it does. So we'll remark that. So the defense has their exhibit and the state can add to it. What's your last exhibit for the state? We're 74. Can you put that back on the screen, please, so we can capture it? You just need to take a photo of that, please. Last one, I don't know if you heard it. So that this, as an S exhibit, is 474, correct? 474. And you can have a copy of that if you need it.
Yes.
We'll make sure you get it. Ms. Wallace, go ahead. You can continue.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as D1422. This was previously shown to you.
Yes.
What is that?
This is an alert notification from West to Keith Caneiro's Gmail account. It was received at 3:02 a.m. on 11/20, and it says the side door camera went offline or disconnected at 2:52 a.m.
Okay, and just so the jury can see, I'll put it up just in terms of what photo it is. Now, I'm showing you what's been marked.
Put your lights back on for me, please.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S274. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
That's an email notification from Nest to Paul Caneiro's email, indicating that his cameras went offline at 1:31 at the area of his gun workbench.
Okay, and how about S273? Do you recognize that?
It's also an email alert from Nest to Paul Caneiro's email, indicating that his camera went offline at 1:31, and it has a screen picture of the last thing it saw, which was the area where the determined to be the origin of fire.
Okay, and how did these documents fare in relation to what's up on the screen?
The same type of notification.
Okay, and they're received specifically through how?
email.
Okay, and so you indicated that you've done a CDW for the Nest cameras at 15 Millbrook Road, right?
Correct.
Okay, just to be clear, this was not something that was obtained from CDW, right? Or from the response?
No, this was I would imagine some sort of auto-generated notification.
And what this is indicating is essentially just that these cameras went offline or became disconnected at 2:52 a.m. Is that right?
They disconnected at 2:52, went offline. Yes.
Is that right?
No.
There's nothing further.
Any recalls?
Just briefly.
Okay.
Do we have the printout of the states? It's a little small now, but with respect to the 5 a.m., it's the Porsche Macan that pulls out of Mr. Caneiro's driveway, correct? Out of the garage and out of the driveway?
Yes.
And what we're referencing there is, just to orient ourselves, we're talking about the morning of November 20th, the fire timeline at Mr. Caneiro's house, correct?
Yes.
And when I say Mr. Caneiro, I mean Paul Caneiro.
Yes.
So when the Porsche Cayenne pulls out of the driveway, it's actually, the exact time is 4:59:55 is when it's backing out.
Okay.
You agree with that?
Good. I don't have anything in front of me to say otherwise, so I say yes.
So it's 4:59:55 is the Porsche backing out of garage, meaning driving onto the street, right?
Yes.
And that's with, and then you know that Mr. Caneiro and his family go into that car, right?
Yes.
And at now after the car backs out, so the 4:57 is the flash of the main fire, right? Flash of light that we assume is the main fire.
Towards the back corner of the house, if I remember correctly, yes, that's the first time you see the flash.
Okay. So from 4:57 to 4:59, we're talking approximately 2 to 3 minutes, right?
Close, if you use your 55, I would say closer to 3 minutes, but yes.
Yeah, that's why I took 2 to 3. And at 5:01, I don't have the milliseconds, but at 5:01 is when we see the second flash of light indicating the small garage fire, correct?
Without reviewing the video for that portion, I wouldn't be able to sit here and say definitively. I would have to review that.
after 11/501.
Okay, so
We
it's,
stipulate to the 501.
It's shortly after 5:00. We'll stipulate to the testimony.
okay, so it's stipulated that at 5:01, approximately a minute, and I think it's like 5:01:30-ish, so approximately a minute, maybe a little more than a minute later, after the Porsche is backing out and on the street, that we then see the second flash of light.
Yes.
Now, the prosecutor asked you a bunch of questions about,
Ms. Malone, I don't mean to stop you. Can you put that back so we can capture it?
oh, sorry, yes.
And we're gonna take your D exhibit now, and we're just gonna add a 0.1 to it. So it's gonna be D1423.1. I apologize. You go ahead.
So the prosecutor asked you a bunch of questions about, what happened at this time, what happened at this time, what happened at this time, with respect to this timeline, and you knew the answer, right?
It did.
You knew exactly what time Paul Caneiro's phone was plugged in, right?
Yes.
And what time it was unplugged, right? You knew exactly what time there was cameras online and offline, correct?
Yes.
And you knew exactly what time there was a flash of light and things of that nature.
Yes.
But you don't know what is in the rest of Elisa Caneiro's phone, and you don't know anything about Corey Canero.
It's argumentative.
You don't have any information about Corey Canero.
Well, I do have information. I'll be
More
Can
more
you answer your question?
You did ask him the question. Well, he's in the middle answering it now. So go ahead.
when you say I don't have any information, I have information on him. I've talked to him, I've interviewed him, so I do have information on him. Yes.
Okay. But you don't have surveillance video from his home or information from his cell phone or information down to the millisecond or the second about what transpired with him, correct?
Corey Caneiro was never a suspect in this investigation. We followed the evidence. The evidence always led us to Paul Caneiro. So
Right.
when I interviewed Corey, we interviewed him, we got background information, and then we followed the evidence. And that's what we did.
You interviewed Corey Canero and you got background information, correct?
Yes.
You did not conduct any further investigation after that into Corey Canero, correct? You testified earlier you didn't follow what happened to, he was a 50% beneficiary, you didn't follow the money, correct?
We followed this investigation, followed the evidence. The evidence led us to Paul Caneiro.
The evidence that you reviewed, correct?
We followed the evidence that we had, yes.
Right. Well, you had Elisa Canero's cell phone, correct?
Yes.
But you only looked at 2 days, right?
I looked at what I felt was relevant to this investigation.
Right, what you felt was relevant. You cannot tell us what exists when you haven't looked at it, right?
No, I can't tell you what I don't know, no.
You cannot tell us what you don't know.
Objection, that's an answer.
Let me finish your question before I rule on your objection. Go ahead.
You cannot tell us what you don't investigate, right?
He's answered that. So I will sustain the objection to that question.
You don't know what you don't know.
I think that's very reasonable.
And you chose what you wanted to know in this case.
All of the evidence in the investigation.
Thank you.
Sir, you can step down. I'm starting to get a little anxiety. I'll tell you why. I'm going to lose control of you guys now for the weekend. You guys going to take care of me? Make sure you're not going to discuss this case at all. You're not going to do any research. We're moving along at a good pace. I want you to know that. Let me just leave it at that, but I'm telling you that we're moving at a good pace. So that should give you some good ideas. With that being said, we're off tomorrow. Obviously, the weekend is off. You can come here if you want to sit in the parking lot, but we're not here. And then you'll be back here on Monday morning at 8 a.m. Then we're going to start back up. For sure, be prepared for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then I'll let you know how later in the week goes. But for sure, you know that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we're definitely going. Okay. Have a great weekend. Be safe. I hope we don't get this other snowstorm. And I'll talk to everyone soon. Thank you. you supply me with your submissions on this, please make sure that you address to the best that you can some of these issues so that we can talk about them in the near future. Because if both sides agree, then obviously that'll put us in a different spot. The other thing that I just realized, and the jurors just left, and I apologize, Ms. Massalone, because I just thought of it right now, was the issue of you guys were stipulating to something, and we didn't put it on the record. So I can do that first thing Monday morning if you guys want to figure that out. Was it already done? Are you guys?
Yeah, I mean, I submitted something. Andy asked me about putting something else in. I haven't seen it back. I wasn't close to what I wanted to put in, so I think we're almost there.
Okay, all right.
It's like 2 sentences.
All right. So I will do that on Monday morning, or if you wanted me to do it at a different time, that's fine. Other than that, I also just want to remind everybody when we look at the charge really only has one lesser included, and I know we talked about that in the past. I just want to confirm with the defense submissions of that's the position of how they wanted to proceed, and if that's the case, that's fine with me. What I will ask at the charge conference, not now, Mr. Caneiro, that whatever's agreed upon with this charge, so you'll get a copy of it also to look at when it relates to the substantive charges that you're charged with in the indictment. If there's not going to be any lesser included, I'm just going to confirm that with you that that's the way that you want it. You've discussed that with your attorneys. But again, you don't say anything to me now, but just know that that's coming so you can start thinking about that yourself. Okay. All right. Other than that, I think we know where we're going at the beginning of next week. Ms. Massalone, you'll let us know on that other issue for scheduling. I'll leave that to you to let me know tomorrow. And otherwise, if you guys need us tomorrow, just let us know and we can get on a call or whatever you need. Otherwise, please be back here on Monday morning, 8 o'clock, ready to go with witnesses starting at 8:30. All right. Hope everybody has a good weekend.
Well, so now we get to go live into this courtroom today. I have a question. I am opening up a room for the Brandon Banfield case, so that will be up there. Michelle, yeah, and that way I can give a clock and we can watch some testimony. This case here, I'm going to take us into the live testimony that's going on today. I am trying to find out more about this Georgia case. I'm not sure if we should cover it or not. Um, I haven't figured out. I know they're saying it's gonna be like 3 to 4 weeks for that one, but so the verdict clock for the Banfield is at 4 hours and 19 minutes. I am going to take us into. I do have a room for that one set up, so it wouldn't be mixed with this room. For people that want to watch that one live, but I am going to put us into this case today live, which is going to be day 12. We are already at day 12, guys. Can you believe it on this case? Whew. I'm going to tell you.
Prosecutor.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Allison Lane.
Okay, thank you.
And for those that want to watch the Banfield murder trial, I am going to put us into that case. I'm going to open that room up. But here's today's case that we watching.
More winter.
It'll be 6 weeks either way.
Can you just put your left hand on the Bible?
We just finished our testimony from day 11.
Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Okay, once you're seated and comfortable, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Allison Lane, Lane.
Okay, prosecutor, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Lane.
Good morning.
Where are you employed?
The New Jersey State Police Office of Forensic Sciences.
And what is your title there?
I am a forensic scientist 2, assigned to the forensic serology unit.
Okay, and which lab do you work out of in particular?
Central Laboratory in Hamilton, Mercer County.
In a nutshell, can you tell us what it is that you do as a forensic scientist too, particularly with regard to serological testing?
I analyze evidence for biological fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva.
Now, in that regard, what is your role in the process of DNA analysis?
I try to identify and isolate potential biological stains that can be forwarded to DNA from potential blood, semen, and saliva.
Because DNA cannot be found if there's no biological staining or material, is that right?
Yes.
So your job is essentially to look for that on a piece of evidence?
Yes.
Now, sometimes do you swab for something called E cells?
Yes.
What is that?
E cells, it stands for epithelial cells, which are skin cells.
Now, are there certain broad responsibilities that you have when you receive a case to work on, in particular with regard to the chain of custody?
Yes.
And what is that?
We are required to maintain the chain of custody. It's an electronic document of where the evidence is at all times in the laboratory.
Okay, we'll talk more about that momentarily, but I'd like to discuss your educational and professional background. I'm going to show counseling you has been marked as S438. May I approach, Judge?
You can.
I'm showing you S438. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is my CV.
Okay, and did you prepare that?
Yes, I did.
Is it 3 pages?
It is.
Can you provide the jury with the benefit of your educational background?
I earned a Bachelor's of Science degree from the Pennsylvania State University in Science and a master's degree from Rutgers University in microbiology and molecular genetics.
Now, chronologically, can you take us through your professional experience and summarize what you did in each role?
I have always been employed in the forensic serology unit at the New Jersey State Police Office of Forensic Sciences. I started in May of 2003 as a chemist trainee. Then I was promoted to a chemist, then to a forensic scientist 1, and now as a forensic scientist 2.
Okay. And can you just explain the difference between a forensic scientist 1 and 2 with regard to your role?
A forensic scientist 2 does the same as a forensic scientist 1, but is also required for doing peer review and administrative review of other analyst casework, and is responsible for training new hires into the unit that they work in.
And what is peer review?
The peer review is a review of the laboratory case file to make sure that all of the procedures and protocols were followed in that particular case.
So, for example, when you do your work, do you conduct a report?
Yes.
And then does each report get peer reviewed by somebody else?
Yes.
And what is that peer reviewer looking for?
They're making sure that they agree with all the analysis, that all the procedures and protocols were followed for a particular case. And if they were to analyze the case, they would follow the same testing scheme.
Now, do you also peer review others' work?
I do.
Do you hold a certification in biological stain identification?
I do.
And when did you receive that certification?
In March of 2004.
What were the requirements to receive that certification?
It was a 9-month to a year process where I learned all the procedures and protocols under a senior level forensic scientist. I had to do 2 written exams, 2 practical exams, and a moot court before I could do independent casework.
Now, do you have to undergo periodic proficiency testing?
Yes.
And what is that?
Proficiency test is a yearly test that is a mock case with a known target value. I treat it like a regular case, and I have to obtain the target value to maintain my certification.
And are you in good standing with all of your proficiency testing to date?
Yes.
Now, is the New Jersey State Police Lab accredited?
Yes.
By whom?
By the American National Accreditation Board. It's ANAB.
Okay. What does it mean in a nutshell to be accredited?
It means that we are following all the guiding principles that the accrediting body, they come in, they look at all of our procedures and protocols and make sure that we're doing what they're saying that we should be doing.
Are you a member of any professional organizations?
Yes. I'm a member of the New Jersey Association of Forensic Scientists, as well as the New Jersey Homicide Investigators Association.
Now, have you worked daily in the fields of serological analysis, specifically biological stain identification, since you became certified?
Yes.
Could you estimate the number of times that you've analyzed a piece of evidence for the presence of biological fluids and/or stains?
It would be tens of thousands.
Have you ever testified in Superior Court as an expert in the field of forensic serology/biological stain identification?
Yes.
In what jurisdictions?
In 17 of the 21 counties in New Jersey and 1 time in Pennsylvania.
Now, how many times have you qualified as an expert in Superior Court in that field?
Over 165.
Judge, at this time, the state would seek to offer this witness as an expert in the field of forensic serology, specifically biological stain identification.
Anybody here? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a while. Okay. As a general rule, witnesses can only testify to facts known by them. This rule ordinarily does not permit to be received as evidence the opinion of a witness who is not testifying as an expert. However, an exception to this rule exists in the case of an expert witness who may give their opinion as to any matter in which they are versed, which is material to the case. In legal terminology, an expert witness is a witness who has some special knowledge, skill, experience, or training that is not possessed by the ordinary juror, and who thus may be able to provide assistance to the jury in understanding the evidence presented and determine the facts in this case. You are not bound by such expert's opinion, but you should consider the opinion and give it the weight to which you deem it is entitled, whether that be great or slight, or you may reject it. In examining an expert opinion, you may consider the reasons given for it, if any, and you may also consider the qualifications and credibility of the expert. It is always within the special function of the jury to determine whether the facts on which the answer or testimony of an expert is based actually exist. The value or weight of the opinion of the expert is dependent upon and is no stronger than the facts on which it is based. In other words, the probative value of the opinion will depend upon whether, from all of the evidence in the case, you find those facts are true. You may, in fact, determine from the evidence in this case that the facts that form the basis of the opinion are true, or not true, or true only in part. And in light of such findings, you should decide what effect you should decide what effect such determination has upon the weight to be given to the opinion of the expert. Your acceptance or rejection of the expert opinion will depend, therefore, to some extent, on your findings as to the truth of the facts relied upon. You and you alone are the sole fact finders of the case. You must be persuaded solely by the evidence presented at trial while determining whether the state has satisfied its burden. My face must be frozen. I can't speak today. I'm sorry. As the sole judges of the facts, you are to determine the credibility of the various witnesses, as well as the weight to be afforded to their testimony, to determine whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements of the crimes charged. With that being said, I'll accept this witness as an expert in the field of forensic serology, specifically biological stain identification. Go ahead, counsel.
Could you tell the jury how evidence gets received into the lab?
A law enforcement agency, such as a local police department or a prosecutor's office, brings evidence to the evidence receiving unit at the laboratory. At that time, a unique laboratory case number is assigned to that particular case, and an evidence receipt is generated. That evidence receipt has a summation of the crime that's being charged, and it itemizes every piece of evidence that is coming into that laboratory. The evidence then goes into the vault where it's stored until it is ready for analysis.
So when the submitting agency brings a piece of evidence or multiple pieces of evidence, that will have the agency's case number on it?
Yes.
And then it gets a unique laboratory case number, is that right?
Yes.
And then is there a yellow laboratory sticker that goes onto that piece of evidence?
Yes.
Okay, and then you indicated that an evidence receipt is generated, is that right?
Yes.
And that evidence receipt will have the agency case number as well as your unique lab number, is that correct? Do I have that right?
Yes.
Okay. How is it that you, as the serologist, would be assigned a particular case?
When I need cases to work on in the laboratory, I go to the case manager. I'm given that evidence receipt that was generated at submission. I take that receipt to the vault where an evidence handler gives me the evidence and scans it into my custody to maintain that chain of custody.
And what steps do you take to protect the integrity of the evidence that you receive?
In the laboratory, there are examination rooms where only one case is worked on at a time, only one item is worked on at a time. If there's multiple sources in a particular case, if there's items from a scene 1 and a scene 2, those are processed in different locations in the laboratory. The rooms are cleaned with bleach and ethanol, the tabletops with bleach and ethanol prior to and at the end of analysis. The floors are vacuumed. I have to wear a hairnet, face mask, safety goggles, lab coat, and gloves as well.
Now, do you, as the forensic serologist, do you do different types of testing depending on what you're looking for in terms of blood, saliva, semen, et cetera?
Yes.
What are the current testing methods that your lab utilizes for the testing of blood?
The laboratory uses the Kastle-Meyer test, the presumptive test for blood.
Can you explain to the jury how the Kastle-Meyer test works?
3 different reagents are applied to a suspected blood stain. And if it turns bright pink within 6 seconds after the addition of that 3rd reagent, it indicates that blood may be present.
Now, when you swab something for E-cells, which you talked about a little bit about earlier, how do you do that? What does that entail?
Sterile swabs from the laboratory are moistened with some deionized water, and the area that is being targeted for potential skin cells, usually it's where it'd be high contact with the skin, is then swabbed with those swabs and then forwarded to DNA for further testing.
And do you make the determination as to what gets forwarded over to DNA depending on the results of your testing?
Yes.
Now, when you perform a test on something, so for example, a swab, does the entire swab get sent over to DNA?
No, only a portion of that swab would be forwarded to DNA.
And then similarly, how about if you cut something to analyze? Would that be sent over to DNA, or would the whole piece of evidence be sent over? How does it work?
If there is a stain on a large item, then only a portion of that stain is forwarded to DNA.
Now, once you complete your testing and analysis, do you create a written report?
Yes.
And is that report dated?
Yes.
And does it have your signature on it?
Yes.
And how about the unique lab number that's assigned to the case?
Yes.
Okay. Is it ultimately peer or tech reviewed?
It is.
Okay. Will it have that individual's initials on it that peer or tech reviewed it?
Yes.
Did you take notes as well in addition when you're doing your testing?
Yes.
And would those notes also have that unique case number on it?
Yes.
Are there times when certain items come to you that wouldn't necessarily be tested by serology, but would nonetheless be sent over to DNA for testing?
Yes.
And what are those items?
Specifically, DNA references that are submitted to the laboratory are not analyzed in the forensic serology unit. Those are known samples from an individual, and they're used for the DNA comparison in the DNA laboratory.
So typically like a buccal swab or a cheek swab?
Yes.
Now, when items come in from the submitting agency to the lab, are they itemized in terms of the chronology of the ordering of the numbers that they receive? So let me ask a better question. For example, if you get 5 pieces of evidence submitted by an agency, on the evidence property receipt that the lab creates, are those items itemized?
Yes, they are.
And how would they be itemized?
They're itemized based on the submitting agency department case number, or I'm sorry, item number.
Okay. And then when you perform testing on that particular item, are there sub numbers that are assigned?
Depending upon the piece of evidence, yes.
Okay, so for example, if a piece of evidence comes in and you swab it, and the piece of evidence is number 1, would the swab then become 1-1?
Yes,
And then when you cut a piece of that swab and send that piece of the swab over to DNA, is that piece now 1-1-1?
it is.
Okay, so there's a lot of numbers that are involved, right?
Yes.
Now, did you have occasion to examine multiple items of evidence submitted to you by the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office with respect to this particular case, State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro?
I did.
Was evidence submitted from the prosecutor's office under essentially 2 different case numbers?
It was.
Okay, and did one case number correspond to the Ocean Township scene?
Yes.
And did one case number correspond to evidence taken from the Cold Snack scene?
Yes.
Now, did evidence come in under each of these 2 different numbers on one day or multiple days?
Multiple days.
And did you prepare reports for each batch of evidence that came into you that you received?
When I analyzed evidence, yes.
So it's fair to say you have multiple reports in this case under each lab number?
I do.
I'm showing it, counsel, and I will show you what's been marked as S410, S439, and S433A. We'll go through each one at a time. And if you could, let's start with S410. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is the evidence receipt for laboratory case number C18-10138, dated November 23rd, 2018.
Does it indicate who the person was that dropped off the evidence listed on there?
Yes.
Who is that?
Detective Nicholas Canalona.
Now, how many items are listed on that evidence receipt?
9.
Can you just go through each of them for us?
Item number 1 is a FTA card from Jennifer Caneiro. Item number 2 is an FTA card from Jesse Caneiro. Item number 3 is an FTA card from Sophia Caneiro. Item number 4 is an FTA card from Keith Caneiro. Item number 5 is listed as a swab of handle of knife. Number 6, swab of handle of knife. Number 7, swab of handle of knife. Number 8, swab of handle from knife. And number 9, knife with black handle.
An FTA card is what?
It is another known sample. It's a blood spot card that is used for DNA comparison purposes.
I'm approaching with items S339, 340, 341, and 342. S339, I'm going to ask you if you recognize that.
I have never seen the FDA cards before.
Okay, so they didn't come to you. They went straight to DNA, is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Got it, okay, so I'll take those back. Now, when they go to DNA, when they're submitted, are they submitted in the same area that the other evidence is submitted?
Yes, all evidence comes in through the evidence receiving unit and then is stored in the vault.
Okay, so just to be clear, actually, let's look at your report. If you could, please turn to S439. What number does your report start with?
Number 5.
Number 5. And just to be clear, the reason the FTA cards or the buccal swabs wouldn't come to you is because it's pretty clear that there's DNA on it, so there's no testing for you to perform.
Correct. It's a known sample. I only analyze evidence that's questioned.
Okay. I'm showing counsel, and I will show you S314, 315, 316, and 317. could, to take a look at S439.
S439, yes.
And what is that?
That's the laboratory report that I authored for C18-10138 dated November 26, 2018.
Okay, and was that peer reviewed?
Yes.
Okay, and in particular, what number does your lab report start with?
5.
5, okay. And 5 corresponds to what?
For S410, 5 is a swab of handle from knife.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you, and I just showed you up there, if you can please look at S314 first. And what is that?
This is laboratory number 8.
Okay, and in particular, do you know what that is?
It is listed as a swab of blade of knife on the packaging.
Okay, and is it listed as A?
Adhesive marker A, yes.
S315, what is that?
This is laboratory number 6, and it is listed as a swab of blade of knife, adhesive marker B.
S316?
This is item number 7, and it is listed as swab of handle of knife, adhesive marker C.
Okay, and S317, please.
This is laboratory number 5, and it is listed as swab of handle of knife, adhesive marker D.
Okay, and the unique laboratory number that is on your report is what?
C18-10138.
And is that same unique laboratory number on each of those swabs that you just testified to?
Yes.
Okay, so when we're dealing with, when we hear the number ending in 38, we're dealing with the cold snap scene, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you to look at S439, which is your report. Now, which items on there did you perform testing on?
I performed testing on all the items on the report.
Okay, in particular, can you take us through the report starting with item 5?
I performed the Castlemeyer test on item number 5.
And what were the results of that?
I was unable to detect any potential blood on it, but a portion was forwarded to DNA for further testing.
Okay. How about number 6?
Number 6 was also tested for the presumptive test for blood. The results were not detected and did not forward a sample to DNA at that time.
Number 7?
7 was tested for potential blood. It was not detected, and a portion was forwarded to DNA for further testing.
And number 9? I'm sorry, number 8.
Number 8 was tested for potential blood. It was not detected, and no sample was sent to DNA at that time.
Okay, so just to be clear, 5 and 7, number 5 corresponds to, is it S314 evidence marker A?
Number 5?
Yeah.
Number 5 corresponds to adhesive marker D, which is S317.
Got it. And how about item number 7? What does that correspond to in terms of the S number?
The S number, S316.
Okay. Now, when you say you forwarded portions of those swabs to DNA, did you have to cut those swabs?
Yes.
So did number 5 become 5-1
It did.
and 7 became 7-1?
For the portions that went to DNA, yes.
Now, what is number 9 listed as?
A knife?
I'm going to show you in council what's been marked as S313. Do you recognize the markings on this box?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is laboratory number 9 for C18-10138.
What, if anything, and actually I can refer you, and I should have asked you this, so I apologize, S443A, if you can look at that and just tell us what that is.
I only have S443, not an A on here.
There should be a tab on there that says A.
Oh, sorry. Got it.
What is that?
That is page 1 of my laboratory case notes.
Okay, now, what, if anything, do you know about the dimensions of that knife that you examined?
I have the dimensions as approximately 7.5 inches by 1.5 inches for the blade and approximately 5.5 inches by 1.25 inches for the handle.
Okay, now even though the prosecutor's office took swabs of that knife and submitted them to you, did you take your own swabs?
Yes,
How many?
I did 3 swabs from the blade and 1 swab from the handle.
Okay, so 9-1, is that a swab that you took from the blade?
Yes,
Was Castlemeyer performed on that?
yes.
What were the results?
I got an inconclusive result.
Okay, and nonetheless, was half of that swab cut and did it become 911?
It did.
Was that sent over to DNA?
Yes.
What is 9-2?
Another sample from the blade.
Was Castlemeyer performed?
It was.
What were the results?
That was inconclusive as well.
Okay, and was half of that swab cut and sent to DNA?
Yes.
Did that become 9-1?
Yes.
How about 9-3?
9-3 was another sample from the blade.
Was Castlemeyer performed?
Yes.
What was that?
That was also inconclusive.
Okay, and was half of that swab cut and sent to DNA?
Yes.
And did that become 9-3-1?
It did.
And how about 9-4?
9-4 was a swabbing of the handle.
Okay, was that for E-cells?
Yes.
And was Castlemeyer performed on that?
Yes.
And what was the results?
Not detected.
And was half of that swab cut and sent to DNA?
Yes.
To become 9-4-1?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm just gonna take this from you. Show you what's been marked as S 411, 450, and 457. And we'll start with S 411. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is the evidence receipt for laboratory case number C18-10139, and it is dated 11/23/18.
Okay, and so 39, that means we're dealing with which scene?
Ocean Township.
Okay, and when were those items dropped off? You may have said it, I'm sorry.
November 23rd, 2018.
And who were those items dropped off by?
Detective Nicholas Candelona.
And what are the items listed as?
There were 8 items submitted. Would you like me to explain each one? Item number 1 was a burnt nitrile glove from scene 1, which is listed as 27 Tilton Drive. Item number 2 is a swab of biological staining from the left side front door frame, also scene 1. Number 3 was a swab from biological staining from foyer wall, which is scene 1. Item number 4 is gray fleece sweatshirt from scene 1. Item number 5 was pile charred clothing from scene 1. Item number 6 was pile of charred articles from scene 1. Item number 7 was a bandage from a cup holder from scene 2, which is indicated as a vehicle with registration plate NJ-DCJ3105.
Now, did you start off your testing? Well, I'll ask you, which item did you start your testing with?
There was one more item.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Item number 8 was a piece of a black glove, also from scene 2, that vehicle.
Thank you. Which of these items did you start your testing with?
I'd have to refer to the laboratory case notes.
Okay, so I'm going to refer you to S457, tab A, if you could. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
Tab A is the first page of my laboratory case notes for C18-10139.
Okay, and does it indicate what you started with in terms of which item?
Yes.
Which one?
Item number 6, the pile of articles from scene 1.
Okay, so you started with 6. I'm going to come back to that. I want to ask you about a couple of other items. So if we could start with item number 1, could you just tell us what was that?
Referring to S411, the evidence receipt, item number 1 was the burnt nitrile glove.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to take a look at S450, your report. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what's the date on there?
11/26/2018.
Is that the date you performed your testing?
The testing compiled of several days. I started the analysis on November 23rd, 2018, and finished it on November 26th, 2018.
Okay, and item 1 on your report is what?
The burnt glove.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as S-156. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is item number 1 for laboratory case number C18-10139.
And that laboratory case number is on there?
It is.
Okay. What did you do with this particular piece of evidence?
Referring to S57, which is my laboratory case notes. And it's still within tab A. I swabbed the entire item as best as possible due to the condition. It was difficult for potential E cells. I also tested that for potential blood. I wasn't, I got a not detected reaction. I wasn't able to detect any blood on that item, and a portion was forwarded to DNA for further testing.
Okay, and the portion that became forwarded to DNA, did that become 111?
It did.
Okay. If you could look on your report at item 7 and just tell us what that is.
Item number 7 on the report
Yes.
is a bandage from scene 2.
Okay, and what did you do with that bandage?
I did the presumptive test for blood on it. I got a positive reaction and forwarded a piece to DNA for further testing.
Okay, and just to be clear, is that the bandage that was in the cup holder of the car?
Yes.
And did that become 711 when it got sent to DNA?
Yes.
What is item 8 on your report?
Item number 8 is a piece of glove from scene 2, the vehicle.
I'm going to show you, just have to find it, what's been marked as S230. Council. Showing you what's been marked as S230. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is item number 8, laboratory case number C18-10139.
Okay, is that the small piece of the glove?
Yes.
How do you describe that in your notes?
Referring to S57, I indicate it as one small, approximately 1 1/4 inch by 1 5/8 inch piece of black material, possible piece of a glove.
What did you do with that item?
I swabbed the entire item with one swab. I did the presumptive test for blood. I got a positive reaction, and then I forwarded a piece of that swab to DNA for further testing.
Okay, did that become 811, the swab that you forwarded to DNA, or piece of the swab?
Yes.
If you could on your report, tell us what item 2 is.
Item number 2 is a swab.
And specifically, does that correspond on the evidence property receipt with a further description?
Yes.
What is that?
Left side of front door frame.
Okay, and what, if anything, did you do with that swab?
I did the presumptive test for blood on that swab. I got a positive reaction and forwarded a piece onto DNA for further testing.
And did that piece become 2-1?
It did.
How about item 3? What is that?
Item number 3 was another swab, and referring to S411, that was from the foyer wall. I did the presumptive test for blood on that swab as well, got a positive reaction, and forwarded that onto DNA for further testing.
And did that become 3-1?
Yes.
What about item number 4? What is that?
Item number 4 is a sweatshirt from scene 1.
Okay, and was anything done with that?
I did not analyze that item.
Okay, and just if you could tell the jury why wouldn't you analyze a particular item?
The laboratory does the analysis for the entire state of New Jersey, so we employ case management, and not every item in a case can get analyzed at a given time. We know we can always go back and do more analysis if deemed necessary.
Now, when you looked at that item, or when it came to, was there any obvious staining or anything like that on it?
On the sweatshirt?
Yeah.
I'm going to refer to S457, my laboratory case notes. I did not open that evidence at that time.
Understood, okay. Now, I want to discuss items 5 and 6 with you. How are they labeled on that evidence receipt, starting with 5?
5 was listed as a pile of charred clothing.
Okay. With potential biological staining?
Yes.
Okay. And item 6 is listed as what?
Pile of charred articles with biological staining.
Okay, and I think you said you examined pile 6 first, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And again, we're talking about, this item comes from the, Ocean Township scene, is that right?
Yes.
What condition was item 6 submitted to you in?
Referring to the laboratory case notes, I indicated that they were submitted wet.
Okay, and were the items, what if anything further did you note about the items?
That they were charred, potentially burnt. They were burnt together, potentially melted, and they were all in a pile.
Okay, what did you do with that pile?
I separated it as best as possible.
Now, were there certain items that you were able to separate from the pile that you then labeled with a sub number?
Yes.
Okay, so just to be clear, that whole pile is item 6, is that right?
Yes.
And then what did you label as item 6.1?
Pair of jeans.
How about 6.2?
6.2 was a t-shirt.
6.3?
6.3 were gloves.
How do you list them in your notes, I should say?
In my notes, 6.3 is indicated as 2 gloves, 1 inside the other, 3 individual gloves, and 1 partial glove.
Okay, do you know something about their color? I'm referring you to page 1 of your notes on S457A.
I had several black examination style gloves.
Okay. Where were they found specifically?
In the pile of articles in number 6.
Okay. 6.4 is what?
A live round.
A live round of ammunition?
Yes.
Where was that found?
Within that pile of articles.
Okay, and 6.5 is what?
The remainder of the articles that were in that pile that was submitted.
Okay, and did you leave those to dry?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S232. Show me, counsel. Showing you what's been marked as S232. I'm going to ask you if you recognize these. One second, sorry. Just the lab casing. The yellow sticker on it. Okay, we can look, but do you recognize these?
I do.
Okay, and what are these?
This is item number 6-1. So the pile of articles is number 6. This is the genes that I sub-sampled as 6-1 for laboratory case number C18-10139.
Okay, I'm gonna leave these here for a moment. We'll talk about them. Now, you refer in your notes, I'm gonna refer you to S457A2. How did you note that this item looked when it came to you?
I indicated that it was submitted in a charred, semi-burnt condition with rips and tears present.
I'm gonna refer you to where you say Levi's brand. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you read all of that?
1 pair of jeans, Levi's brand, no size legible, submitted in a charred, semi-burnt condition, rips, tears present, orange, brown, and red, brown staining present.
Okay. And do you indicate that the rear of the jeans have several large tears?
Further down in my notes, yes.
Okay, and you indicate that there are 5 areas of staining.
I indicated that I tested 5 areas of staining, yes.
Now, do you actually take samples from 6 different areas on these jeans?
I did stain testing on 5 of them, and then an epithelial or skin cell swabbing on the 6th area.
Okay, and did each sample that you took then become a sub number?
It did.
Okay, so 6-1 is the genes, right?
Yes.
And then the sample, the first sample would be 6-1-1, is that right?
Yes.
Did you perform the Kastle-Meyer test on each of the areas of staining on the genes, each of the 5 areas that you sampled?
Yes.
Okay, and what were the results of those?
I got positive reactions for the 5 areas on the front of the genes that I tested, and then 1 on the rear.
Now, the areas that you tested on the genes, did you mark those areas from where you took the samples with anything?
Yes.
Okay, and what was that?
White China marker?
Okay, and did you also put little tags on there?
Yes.
And did those tags contain the sub numbers?
Yes.
Okay, just gonna hold up. Can you just show the jury, if you can take us through what each of your tags are where you tested?
Sure. Is it okay if I stand?
Absolutely, go ahead.
So 6-1 is indicated on the tag here, and there's an outline in white. 6-1-2 is this lower area outlined in white. 6-1-3 is this area on the right side, upper thigh area. 6-1-4 is this lower area on the left side. And then 6-1-5 is on the back. In the back, on here.
Thank you. If you could take a look at S450, which is your report in this case. 6-1-1, which you showed us, what is that staining from?
Front left thigh area.
Okay, and did you take a sample from there?
I did.
Did that become 6-1-1-1?
Yes.
And was that sent to DNA?
Yes.
How about 6-1-2? What is that?
Staining front left shin area.
Did you take a sample from there?
Yes.
And did that become 6-1-2-1?
Yes.
Was that sent to DNA?
Yes.
How about 6-1-3? What is that?
Front right thigh area.
Okay, and what did you do with that?
I got the positive reaction for the Kastle-Meyer test, and a portion was submitted to DNA.
Did that become 6-1-3-1?
It did.
How about 6-1-4?
It was staining from the front right shin area.
Okay, and did you take a sample from there?
Yes.
Was that sent to DNA?
Yes.
And did that become 6-1-4-1?
Yes.
How about 6-1-5?
That was the staining from the rear left calf area.
What did you do with that?
They got the positive reaction for the Kastle-Meyer test, and a portion was forwarded to DNA for further testing.
And did that portion become 6-1-5?
Yes.
Now finally, what is 6-1-6?
That was a swabbing of the inside waistband to try and collect any potential epithelial or skin cells to determine who may have worn the genes.
And was a portion of that sent to DNA?
Yes.
Did that become 6-1-6-1?
Yes.
Thank you. Now what is item 6-2 on your report?
A t-shirt that was found in that pile of articles.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S231E. Do you recognize this?
Thank you. Yes.
And what is this?
This is item 6-2 for laboratory case number C18-10139.
Now, are there also tags on this item as well?
Yes.
Can you just indicate where those tags are and what the numbers are?
There is one tag in the upper right shoulder area that is indicating that that is 6-2-1. I got a positive reaction for the Kastle-Meyer test in that area. And then there's another tag in the manufacturer's information area with the laboratory case number, item number, and my initials.
Okay, now did 621 up here, did part of that go to DNA?
Yes.
Did it become 6211?
Yes.
And then the swabbing that you performed for the E-cells in the collar, is that what you said?
I didn't say that, but I did
Sorry.
perform a swabbing of the inside collar to determine who may have worn that shirt as well.
Okay. And in particular, did you send a portion of that to DNA?
I did.
And was that 6221?
Yes.
I want to ask you about some gloves that you had indicated that you found. And I'm going to refer you to, in particular, 6-3. Do you see that on your report?
Yes.
Are those the gloves that you had described as black examination style gloves?
Yes.
Okay. And if you need to refer to S457A, page 2 of your notes, feel free. But how many gloves were there in total?
There were 5 gloves and 1 partial glove.
Okay. How did they come?
There was 1 glove inside of another, so 2 gloves, 1 inside the other, and then 3 individual gloves, and then the partial glove.
The partial glove, was it the fingers only?
That's what I indicated, yes.
I'm going to show you S233 and S234. I'm going to show you first what has been marked as S233. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
These are the 2 gloves that were received inside each other. These 2 gloves became 6-3-1, and then they were separated out as to 6-3-1-1 and 6-3-1-2.
Okay. Now the other gloves, did you do anything with those?
One of the other gloves I did, and then no, excuse me, I did not do anything else with the other gloves.
Okay. So the only gloves that you performed testing on were the 2 and S233, is that right?
Correct.
Judge, permission to just publish this to the jury.
Objection?
No, Judge.
Okay, go ahead.
Now, the 2 gloves up there, S233, that you indicated one came inside of the other, is that right?
Yes.
What item do they correspond to on your report?
On my report, they correspond to item 6-3-1, and then they were further subsampled out as to 6-3-1-1 and 6-3-1-2.
Okay, so did one of those gloves become 6-3-1-1?
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about that one. What, if anything, did you note about that glove in your report or your notes?
Referring to my note, which is S457, I indicated that 6-3-1-1 had stain that covered approximately 95% of the outside as I separated it.
Was Castlemeyer performed on that?
Yes.
And what were the results?
I got a positive reaction.
And what, if anything, did you do with that glove?
I removed an area of the staining with 1 swab. That became 6-3-1-1, and then a portion of that was forwarded on to DNA for further testing.
Okay, and that portion became 6-3-1-1, right?
Yes,
Okay. Did you swab the inside of that glove as well?
I did.
Okay, and did you perform the Castlemeyer test?
Yes.
What were the results?
I was not able to detect any blood on that swabbing, but a portion was forwarded on for potential skin cells.
And did that become 6-3-1-1-2-1?
The portion that went to DNA, yes.
Okay. Now, if you can show us which glove we're talking about, just so we have an idea.
This glove to your left is the 6-3-1-1, and the area that I removed staining from is outlined in white.
Thank you. Now, the other glove that's on there, 6-3-1-2, was there any obvious staining on that?
No, I indicated that there was no obvious staining.
Was that the glove that was inside of the other one?
I believe so, yes.
What, if anything, did you do with that glove?
I swabbed it for potential skin cells. I did the Castlemeyer test on that. I got a positive reaction week and forwarded a portion on to DNA for further testing.
Okay, and did that portion become 6-3-1-2-1-1?
What went to DNA? Yes.
Thank you. I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna show you what has been marked as S-241. Showing counsel. Do you recognize this packaging?
I recognize our laboratory barcode on it, yes, but I don't believe I saw this packaging before.
Okay. What is the number on the laboratory barcode?
It's item number 6-4 for laboratory case number C18-10139.
And what item does that correspond to on your evidence receipt? Not your evidence receipt, your report, I'm sorry.
The live round that was found within that pile of articles.
Was there a head stamp that you note on that live round that was found in the pile of articles?
Yes.
And what was that?
I indicated it as, referring to S457, my laboratory case notes. I indicated it as 10 GFL 10 9/19.
Okay, and what, if anything, was done with that?
I repackaged it into manila envelopes and preserved it for potential ballistics evidence. I did no analysis at that time.
Did you make a phone call to anyone to advise them of that?
I believe so.
Is that somebody from the prosecutor's office?
Yes.
Now, S-231, I'm sorry, S-231, item 6-5 on your report, what is that?
Miscellaneous articles.
What, if anything, did you do with those?
I did not do any analysis on those articles. I just wrapped them in the brown paper I received them in.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S-231C, showing counsel, and then S-231D. Do you recognize these?
Yes.
And are those miscellaneous articles?
Yes.
Can you just explain to us how this was found in regard to the jeans when the pile came to you? Do you remember?
Everything was received in one packaging, that yellow plastic piece. Everything was connected as one item. So I separated it out as best as possible into the 5 subsamples that are issued on my report and just pulled apart everything that I potentially could.
Thank you. Now, at some point, was some further testing done to the jeans by yourself?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna leave those up there with you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as S-39 and S-440, showing counsel. Starting with S-349, do you recognize that?
S349.
Yes.
This is another evidence receipt from the ballistics unit for laboratory case number C18-10138.
Okay, and how about S-440, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is a laboratory report that I authored dated 11/28/2018 for C18-10138.
Okay, so 3A, are we talking about evidence that was taken from the cold snap scene?
Yes.
Do you have S 443B up or 443 up there with you? I think you might have had it from before. Your notes.
443?
Yes.
I do.
Okay, and those notes, are they, so specifically subsection B, do those notes go along with this particular report, S 440?
Yes.
Now, what is the date of your report?
November 28th, 2018.
Okay. And does a swab come to you from the ballistics unit?
Yes.
And what is that swab from?
It is a swab for E-cells from item number 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 19, and 21.
And what are those items that you just listed?
Referring to the evidence receipt, which is S349, those are cartridge casings from the property, the grass, and different areas of that location.
In cold snap?
Correct.
Now, do you perform any testing on that?
On the swab, no. I cut a portion and forward it to DNA for their testing.
Okay. And in particular, that swab is a swab, one swab of each of those items that you listed?
Correct.
And that swab or that portion that you cut to send to DNA, is that 13-1-1?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S350 and S451. Showing counsel. Let's start with S451. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is a laboratory report that I authored for C18-10139, dated November 28th, 2018.
All right, 39. Now, what scene are we talking about?
Ocean Township.
Okay. And what is S350?
S350 is a evidence receipt from the ballistics unit for C18-10139.
Now, let me ask you, what does your serology report S451 indicate?
That I analyzed a swab for E-cells number 15-1.
Okay, so number 15 on that evidence property receipt, what is that item?
Item number 15 is a semi-automatic handgun Sig Sauer P228 SNB233959.
Okay, and what, if anything, did you do with that swab of that handgun that came from ballistics?
I cut a portion of that swab and forwarded it to DNA for their testing.
Did it become 15-1-1?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S432. Show counsel. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is that?
A laboratory report that I authored for laboratory case number C18-10138, dated January 17th, 2019.
Okay, now, if I could refer you to S349, which we just previously discussed. Do you have that up there?
What was the state number?
I'm sorry, S349.
349. Yes.
Okay. Now, on your report, does it list an item that was sent to you?
My report, yes, 10-1.
Okay, and what was 10-1?
A swab for E-cells.
Now, on the evidence property receipt, what is item 10 that was swabbed?
A cartridge from the paved deck.
And again, this is number, it ends in 38.
Yes.
So we're talking about the cold snap scene, is that right?
Yes.
And there was a cartridge from the paved deck there.
Yes.
What, if anything, did you do with the swab 10-1?
I cut a portion of that swab and submitted it to DNA for further testing.
Okay, and did that become 10-1-1?
Yes.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as S412 and.
Can I just go back for one second? Slane, can you go to S442 for a second?
442?
Yes, please.
Yes.
We just discussed it. Can you tell me the date of that report?
Yes, it is January 17th, 2019.
2019. Okay, thank you. Prosecutor.
Thank you, Tony. I'm gonna show you what's been marked as S413 and 4. I'm gonna show you S412 first and S242. Let me show you what's been marked as S412. Do you recognize this?
This is a laboratory receipt for laboratory case number C18-10139 with a submission date of November 27, 2018.
Okay, and what in particular is listed on there?
It is a buccal swab from suspect Paul Caneiro.
Okay, now you didn't actually receive that buccal swab, right?
Correct.
Was that sent directly to DNA?
I assume so, yes.
Showing you S413. You recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is an evidence receipt for laboratory case number C18-10139, dated December 6, 2018.
And what is listed on there?
It is a buccal swab from Sean Edson.
Right, and again, you didn't actually get that buccal swab, right?
Correct.
That went right to DNA.
I assume so, yes.
Well, is that what it normally does?
It would, yes.
Now, was approval obtained to perform additional serological testing on other areas of the genes, item 6.1?
Yes.
And were those areas of the genes that were not previously tested?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as S454, showing counsel. I'm going to ask you if you recognize this.
I do.
And what is that?
This is a laboratory report that I authored for laboratory case number C18-10139, dated January 17, 2019.
Now, do you have S457 up there with you still? I believe you do.
Yes.
Okay. And in particular, I would just refer you, if you need to, your notes are subsection C.
Okay.
Now, on S454, your report, in particular, how many more areas of those genes were tested by you?
I tested 2 additional areas for potential blood and forwarded those samples to DNA for further testing. And I swabbed different areas to try and isolate potential epithelial or skin cells.
Okay, so on your report, what is the first item there that's listed that you tested?
Staining front left thigh area.
And does that correlate to 6-1-7?
Yes.
Did you submit a portion of that? And I think you said you did, but did you submit a portion of that to DNA?
Yes.
Did that portion become 6-1-7-1?
Yes.
Okay. And just by the way, I should have asked you earlier, but is it swabs that you're taking or are you doing something else to those areas?
For the staining, I take a small portion of the staining on a sterile swab in the laboratory to do my Kastle-Meyer testing, and then a portion is actually cut out of the genes and forwarded to DNA for their testing.
Okay. And then what is 6-1-8?
Staining from the front right shin area.
Okay, and what, if anything, did you do with that?
I got the positive reaction for the Kastle-Meyer test, and a portion was forwarded to DNA for further testing.
And did that portion become 6-1-8-1?
Yes.
And how about 6-1-9?
I did a swabbing of the inside pockets and knee areas to try and collect any potential skin cells from who may have worn or used the jeans, and did the Kastle-Meyer test on that swabbing. I was not able to detect any blood, but a portion was forwarded to DNA for further testing.
And did that portion become 6-1-9-1?
Yes.
Okay. And then is there an item listed on there, 6-4-1?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is a swab of the live round.
Okay, and the live round, are we talking about that was found in the genes earlier?
It was found in the pile of articles.
Okay, understood. And did you do any testing with that swab?
No, I cut a portion of that swab for DNA for their testing.
Now, do you know who took that swab of that live round? What unit?
It was somebody in the ballistics or the state police CSI unit.
Now, did a portion of that swab that you cut for DNA testing become 6-4-1-1?
Yes.
Okay, now finally, I'm gonna show you what has been marked as S414. As well as S446. Let me show you. We could start with S414. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is an evidence receipt for laboratory case number C18-10138, dated February 25th, 2020.
Okay, and how many items are listed on there? If you could tell us the numbers.
There are 5 items, laboratory numbers 28, 29, 30, 31, and 32.
Okay, and who delivered those items on February 25th of 2020?
Detective Stephen Boat.
And again, just, I know you said it, but the lab number on there, your unique lab number, is that 10138?
Yes.
Okay, so we're talking about the cold snack scene.
Yes.
Can you just read each of those items on that evidence property receipt? Tell us what they say.
Laboratory 28 is DNA swab of reddish stain from door frame in between foyer and kitchen of 15 Willowbrook Road, Colts Neck, New Jersey. 29 is DNA sample scraping of reddish stain from door frame in between foyer and kitchen of that same address. Item number 30 is DNA swab of reddish stain from south side of kitchen island of the same address. Item number 31 is DNA swab of reddish stain from the lower kitchen cabinet on the north side of the kitchen next to the garbage disposal and that same address. Item number 32 is DNA swab of reddish stain from the pull out drawer just below the sink on the north side of the kitchen and the same address.
Now, on your report, let me ask you if you could take a look at S444. Do you recognize that?
S444, yes.
And what is that?
That is a laboratory report that I authored for C18-10138, dated March 9th of 2020.
Okay, and do the items that you just read on that evidence property receipt correspond to items listed that you tested on your report?
Yes.
So item 28 on your report is what?
Item 28 is the swab of the reddish stain from the door frame in between the foyer and the kitchen.
Showing council S334, 335, 336, 337, and 338. I'm approaching you with those items. I'm just going to leave them here for a moment. But if you could just, I'm sorry, go down the line. So you indicated item 28. What is item 29 in your report?
29 is the DNA sample scraping of reddish stain from door frame in between foyer and kitchen.
Okay, how about item 30?
30 is a swab of the reddish stain from the south side of the kitchen island.
How about 31?
31 is the swab of reddish stain from the lower kitchen cabinet on the north side of the kitchen next to the garbage disposal.
And how about item 32?
32 is a swab of reddish stain from the pull-out drawer just below the sink on the north side of the kitchen.
Now up there with you have S334. I'm going to ask if you recognize that.
Yes.
And what is that?
This is laboratory number 28 for C18-10138.
Okay, and does that correspond to the swab of the door frame from the kitchen?
Between the foyer and the kitchen.
Okay. How about S335? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is laboratory number 29.
Okay, and does that correspond to the sample of the scraping from the door frame from the foyer in the kitchen?
Yes.
How about S336? Do you recognize that one?
Yes.
What is that?
This is item number 30, which is the swab of the kitchen island south side.
Okay. And how about S337?
This is item number 31, which is the swab of the lower kitchen cabinet north side of the kitchen.
Okay, and S338.
S338 is item number 32, which is the swab of the pull-out drawer just below the sink of the north side of the kitchen.
Now, on each of those, S334 through 338, is your unique lab number on each of those?
Yes.
Now, of those 5 samples that the prosecutor's office sent to you, how many of those did the lab choose to test?
I analyzed one.
One. Okay. Now, how do you determine which one you're going to analyze?
I analyzed the one that was marked A by the prosecutor's office.
Okay, so that is A. And now, if Detective Vogt had taken 10 more samples from all around the kitchen and sent them to you, would you have tested all 10 of them?
No.
Why not?
It goes back to that case management that I spoke of earlier, where we have limited resources and can always go back and do more testing.
Now, let's talk about the one that you did test, item 28, the swab of the door frame from the foyer in the kitchen. What did you do with that?
I performed the Castlemeyer test on that swab. I got a positive reaction and forwarded a portion on to DNA for further testing.
Okay, and did that portion that you forwarded, was that 28-1?
Yes.
Lastly, I'm going to show you what has been marked as S416, S447, and S449. And that was your pencil. Now, were any items resubmitted to the lab for testing on June 7th of 2023?
Yes.
And what were those items?
There was item number 6 and item number 8 from laboratory case number C18-10138.
All right, I'm going to ask if you can look at S416 and ask if you recognize that.
Yes.
What is that?
That is the laboratory receipt for C18-10138 dated June 7th of 2023.
Okay, and what are the items listed on that?
Item 6 and item 8.
Okay, and in particular, you know what, let me ask you this. If you can look at S447, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the laboratory report that I authored for laboratory case number C18-10138 dated June 27th, 2023.
And finally, S449, what is that?
These are the laboratory case notes that I generated for the testing dated 6/26/23, which correlates to the 6/27/23 report.
Okay, now on your report, what are items 6 and 8?
Swabs from the scene.
Okay. Are they swabs in particular from the blade of the knife?
Yes.
Okay, and are those the swabs that were not initially tested from that blade that you discussed earlier?
They were the swabs that I did not initially forward to DNA.
Understood, okay. And was it agreed that those would be retested or re-forwarded?
It was agreed that they would be submitted to DNA.
What did you do with item 6?
I cut a portion of the swab and forwarded it to DNA for their testing.
And did that become 6-1?
Yes.
And then how about item 8? What did you do with that?
I cut a portion of that swab and forwarded it to DNA for their testing.
I have nothing further, Judge.
Okay, Cross?
So, okay, what you were doing in this case obviously was cataloging the evidence that you were getting in from the prosecutor's office, correct?
I was analyzing the evidence for potential biological fluids.
And specifically, you were looking in a lot of cases here for blood, right?
Yes.
And obviously, this is a screening tool that the lab uses to determine if there's biological materials on an item and further testing is warranted, right?
Yes.
Now, the presence of blood would not be enough, obviously, to indicate that a particular individual touched an item, correct?
Can you repeat your question?
Sure. This process that you're talking about is called serology, right?
Yes,
And serology is the determination of whether biological material is on an item, correct?
yes,
And the biological material we're talking about could be blood, but it could also be saliva, things like that, right?
correct. It depends.
Go ahead.
But the tests that I perform in the laboratory are specific to the body fluid that I'm analyzing that evidence for.
Okay, because the different tests produce, they have different reagents that do different things on the item, correct?
Yes,
Because there's different chemicals in saliva than say there is in blood, right?
that we're testing for, yes.
Right. Now, these are obviously, we should say, presumptive tests, right?
Correct,
These are not confirmatory tests.
correct,
Now, the difference between a presumptive test and a confirmatory test is that a confirmatory test confirms that the substance is in fact blood or saliva or whatever the case may be, right?
yes,
But a presumptive test just means that we can presume it is that substance, but we don't know with certainty.
correct,
And we don't know with certainty because there is a certain amount of false positives that we could get from a presumptive test.
correct,
And so when we talk about something like blood, for example, we could get a false positive because of other chemicals that are present on an item of evidence, correct?
yes,
And certain other organic material like plants and whatnot could create a false positive for blood.
yes,
And also, we wouldn't be able to distinguish animal blood from human blood in a presumptive test. Is that right?
correct,
Now, obviously, we can from these tests determine that there's a presumption that blood is on certain items, but the serology itself doesn't tell us whose blood it is.
correct,
So it can't tell us, for example, if we're looking at something we presume to be blood, it can't tell us when the blood was deposited on an item, right?
correct,
It can't tell us how long it's been on the item.
correct,
It can't tell us how it got on the item.
correct,
It can't tell us who deposited it on the item.
correct,
And so it really doesn't tell us, it tells us something about a chemical reaction that you observe based on applying these reagents to the item. But it doesn't really tell us anything as far as the story of how that presumptive material got to be on the item in the first place, does it?
correct,
And so it also doesn't really tell us anything about an individual. So when we compare this to something like DNA testing, we see that DNA testing is more of an attempt to determine whether we can infer whether an individual person may have been a contributor to the DNA on an item of evidence, correct?
I do not do the DNA analysis, so I cannot speak to how they report out on their results.
Okay, well, let me rephrase that. Obviously, I think that in terms of DNA analysis versus serology is kind of broader in the sense that what we get as far as results are blood in general, but not a conclusion about a particular person's blood. Nonetheless, though, I think, and you mentioned some of this during your direct testimony, there's obviously environmental factors that can impact the ability to collect in the presence of biological material on an item, right?
Yes,
Like if an item got wet, that could interfere or play a part in one's ability to collect biological material from it, right?
yes,
If an item got burnt, that could interfere with one's ability to collect biological material from it.
yes,
If there was cleaning or attempted cleaning of an item prior to it arriving at your laboratory, that could impact your ability to obtain results.
yes,
These factors obviously can weaken or alter the reactions that you would see when you perform those reagent tests, correct?
they can, yes,
Now, handling of evidence can also affect potential results that you would otherwise get. Is that fair to say?
yes,
That multiple handlers can increase the risk of contamination on an item?
it's possible, yes, but if what I'm looking for is potential blood on a lot of this, those people would have to be bleeding to actually put their potential blood on the item.
Well, Well, let's say that they don't have to be bleeding necessarily, because obviously biological materials can be transferred from item to item indirectly, right?
It's possible, yes.
Like, through contact either with another person or another object, biological materials can be transferred to that other object, right?
Yes.
And that's a concept that exists in serology, and it exists in more broadly forensic testing like DNA, right?
It does, yes.
Like that there's this idea of what I believe you call transfer, right?
I didn't mention transfer, but yes, it exists.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say you did. What I meant was in your profession, in your field, in forensics, there's an idea that is referred to as transfer.
Yes.
And transfer is about how biological material goes from one item to another item without the actual source of that biological material touching that second item, right?
That is one use of transfer, yes.
And I think that's what's referred to as secondary transfer.
I believe yes.
Okay, so like if I was to, let's say, shake hands with you and my skin cells get onto your hand and then you touch the Bible and my skin cells get onto the Bible, that's an example of secondary transfer, right?
Correct.
Now, I never touched the Bible, but because I touched your hand and your hand touched the Bible, my skin cells got onto the Bible.
Potentially, yes.
So the idea, one of the ideas I think that's supported then by this concept of transfer is that my biological material can get onto an item which I never touched because it got on there through means other than me actually touching it.
Possible, yes.
You're going through these items, seeing what you can find as presumptive results, and from there, there's a determination of what can or should move on for genetic testing. Is that accurate or no?
For DNA testing, yes.
Okay. Now, obviously, you followed all laboratory protocols in this case.
Yes.
And those protocols, and you mentioned some of them, they include being gloved at all times when you're handling an item of evidence.
Yes.
They include a hairnet.
Yes.
They include a post-cleaning of the entire work surface and area.
Yes.
With chemicals like bleach.
Yes.
And that's to kill any biological material or eliminate any biological material that was otherwise on those surfaces.
Yes.
And obviously, when you're working on something, you're working on only a single item of evidence at one time.
Yes.
There's never a situation where you would be handling, say, the jeans that you saw today and the T-shirt that you saw at the same time.
Well, that's all one item when it came into the laboratory as item number 6. So those were out at the same time in the laboratory.
Okay. So when they came to you, they were in a pile, right?
Yes.
And there was a pile of, it's referred to as a pile of charred items.
Articles.
And obviously you have no control over how things come to you and how you receive them, right?
Yes.
It would be fair to say that the way you received that pile of charred articles was far from what we would call laboratory conditions, right?
It was the first time I received articles like that, yes.
Okay. Where everything was all kind of mashed together, right?
I've received items in direct contact before, but not wet like that.
Okay. And so these items were wet, you mentioned. They were also burnt.
Yes, I received burnt items though before.
Okay. But I think what I'm trying to say is, I'm sure you have, but I'm trying to say that in this particular instance, these items were wet and they were also burnt, right?
Yes.
And they were also in actual physical contact with each other.
Yes.
And they had also been that way for some unknown amount of time before they got to you, right?
Yes.
And you don't know how they came to be in that arrangement, but it certainly wasn't the lab that did that, right?
Correct.
And that's kind of my point is, what I'm saying is you're not really in control of how the item comes to you, right?
Correct.
You can only do what you can as far as following protocols once you get the item, right?
Yes.
But if the item has been contaminated prior to its arrival at the lab, there's nothing that you can do about that, right?
Correct.
You can't unring the bell of transfer or contamination that's happened to an item prior to its arrival at the laboratory, right?
Right. I can only control what's happening in the laboratory.
And obviously these protocols within the lab about cleaning and about being gloved and about handling one item at a time, they're important because it's well known that biological material from one item, if we're not careful, could be transferred onto another item, right?
It's possible, yes.
And however these things that you tested, however the substances got onto these various items, it wouldn't be possible for us to say whether it was a direct transfer from the person or whether it was a secondary transfer from one item in the pile to another item in the pile, right?
Correct.
And each of those hypotheses, direct transfer or secondary transfer from item to item, is equally plausible in a situation like this, right?
It's possible, yes.
Now, you tested, there were gloves that you had listed in, I believe it was S-411. There were 8 items received. And there was item number 8 was a piece of a black glove from a rear passenger seat?
Yes.
Okay. Now, that item you ended up forwarding for further genetic testing, correct?
A portion of the swabbing that I took from that item, yes.
Okay. And then in item S-410, that's another properties receipt where we saw the swabs, what are referenced as the buccal swabs from Jennifer Caneiro, Jesse Caneiro, Sophia Caneiro, and Keith Caneiro?
Those were FDA cards. Their references were FDA cards.
Okay. And those FDA cards, were those the items that you said you had not seen before today?
Correct.
Okay. So you didn't have anything to do with processing those items?
Correct.
Okay. And then S-450, I think, was your report on the presumptive results that you received regarding the jeans, item 6-1, and the gloves, item 6-3.
I issued a report. I don't know what the state number was.
Okay. Okay. But you remember that during your direct testimony, I think you said that on sample 6-3, there was a presumptive result for blood?
6-3, I believe, were the gloves, and then they were subbed out as the 6-3-1, and then 6-3-1-1 was one of the gloves that had the presumptive test for blood.
Right.
And then 6-3-1-2. I believe I have the numbers right. I don't have it in front of me.
Okay. Maybe I can find it for you. Judge, I'm going to approach with S-450. Okay.
Thank you.
That's what you're talking about, right?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. And then on the second page there, we do have a presumptive result for one of the gloves in 6-3.
Yes, that was the 6-3-1-1.
Okay. And that was blood?
It was presumptive positive for blood.
Okay. And that was, do you have that listed as the inside glove or the outside glove?
I don't have it listed as one or the other.
Well, can we infer from what you have the other glove listed as?
They're both just listed as gloves.
Okay. I see that you have the word inside in quotation marks.
Yes.
What does that word mean?
That was referring to the one glove 6-3-1-1. The inside of that glove is what was swabbed versus the outside of that glove.
Okay, so that word is not indicative of that glove being inside the other glove?
Correct.
So which of those two gloves was inside the other?
Based on this, I'm not sure.
Okay. You said that you measured the blade of the knife,
Yes.
and that it was 1.5 inches?
I don't have that documentation in front of me,
Okay.
but I know that it was approximately 7 inches as one dimension.
Mhm.
I don't know the rest of the dimensions off the top of my head.
Okay. Do you remember where along the blade you measured it?
It would be from the one point to the other point of the blade, the farthest points possible.
Okay, that's the length, right?
Yes,
Where would you have measured the width of the blade?
from the widest points of the blade.
All right, how did you determine that?
It's subjective, so it's just eyeballing what I believe is to be the widest points.
Okay. Did you take multiple measures of the width or one measure of the width?
One measurement.
And that was, I should clarify, that was item 9, correct? That was the knife from the foyer,
I believe it was item number 9, yes.
and that was found in Colt's Neck, correct?
I believe so, yes. I
Okay.
don't have the documentation in front of me.
Oh, that's okay. You wouldn't disagree, I don't think, that was item 9, right?
No, it's just a lot of numbers today.
I understand. I understand. Okay, thank you. I don't think I have anything further.
Okay. Redirect.
Nothing, Judge.
You may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our morning break now. If prosecutors, if you don't mind just moving the evidence, please, I'd appreciate it. We're going to take our 15-minute break. Stretch it to 20 if you guys need it. Just let us know when you're ready, and we'll come back out and we'll continue with the testimony. Thank you. Please don't discuss the case you're doing research. Mr. Decker.
There's a big still over there.
It's a little slow at the switch over here.
Coffee.
Come on. Oh, I agree with you there. Okay. You ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Judge. The state calls Christopher Simkowiak.
Hello, sir. You just put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. I'm not sure what that sticky is on there that's now attached to your finger. Just getting your DNA. No, I'm just kidding. All right. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Sir, when you're seated and comfortable, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please? You get comfortable first.
Christopher Simkowiak, Szymkowiak.
Thank you, sir. Prosecutor, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Where are you employed?
I'm employed with the New Jersey State Police Office of Forensic Sciences.
What lab do you work out of?
I'm currently assigned to the drug unit.
Okay, and what is your title there?
I'm a forensic scientist too.
How long have you been in the drug unit for?
Just over 6 years.
Now, prior to that, did you work in the DNA unit?
I did.
And what was your title there?
I started my career at the OFS in the DNA unit as a forensic scientist 1, and I progressed to a promotion to the forensic scientist 2 level.
Now, as a forensic scientist 1 and 2 in the DNA lab, were you essentially a DNA analyst?
That's correct.
All right, I'd like to discuss your professional and educational background as it relates to your profession as a forensic DNA analyst. And I'm going to show you what has been marked as 475, showing counsel. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is my resume or CV. It's 2 pages.
Did you create that?
I did.
Okay. So can you tell the jury about your educational background?
Yes. I started my education at Penn State University. I was there for 2 years before I transferred to Drexel University, where I obtained a Bachelor of Science degree in biology.
Now, chronologically, could you take us through your professional experience and just summarize what you did in each of those places and those roles?
Yes. Upon graduating college, I had my first job at Merck Research Laboratories. That was in 2000. I worked there for 4 years until 2004. I was a biochemist there, where I was working on vaccine research, utilizing techniques that I utilize techniques at Merck that I utilized in the DNA laboratory. Upon my completion at Merck, I started my career at the Office of Forensic Sciences. I started in the DNA laboratory, where I was a Forensic Scientist 1, and progressed into the Forensic Scientist 2 level. And both titles, I was generating DNA profiles, preparing a report of my findings, and testifying in court as needed. When I obtained my Forensic Scientist 2 promotion, I had some additional duties that were including peer review of case files, training other scientists, and a supervisory role as well. At the end of 2015 is when I transferred to the drug unit as a Forensic Scientist 2. In this laboratory where I'm currently assigned is where I am identifying evidence for potential CDS compounds. I'm reviewing case files again. I'm training scientists in drug testing and testifying in court as needed.
Now, the jury has heard about peer review in terms of serological testing in that unit. Does that also apply? And I think you said it to the unit, the DNA unit.
It does.
Okay. Can you just tell us what peer review is, or technical review? Is that another term for it?
That's correct. So peer review or technical review can be used interchangeably. Once a scientist completes a case file, prepares a report of their findings, another scientist will review that case file for correctness, completeness, that the protocols were filed, and the conclusions support the data that was generated.
Now, when you were in the DNA unit as a Forensic Scientist 2, did you perform peer review of others?
I did.
As a DNA analyst, were you required to take specific courses?
I was.
And what were those?
To be in the DNA laboratory, you had to have a Bachelor of Science degree in sciences, but specifically 4 courses were required as well, which included genetics, biochemistry, statistics, and molecular biology.
Now, was there a program that you had to also complete to become a forensic DNA analyst in terms of certification? And what was that?
Excuse me, sorry. So in order to work in the DNA laboratory and before you can touch any casework, you had to complete a training program that took about 8 months to a year to complete. That included reading literature regarding the testing. I had to observe the procedures in the laboratory and then demonstrate and perform those procedures as well. I had to take a written test of theory. I had to take a laboratory test and perform a moot court as well.
Now, as a DNA analyst at Forensic Scientist 1 or 2, is there any type of continuing education that is required?
Yes, in the DNA laboratory, there is required 8 hours of training in DNA testing every year.
How about proficiency testing?
What about it?
I'm sorry, what is that?
A proficiency test is a test that's administered by an outside agency to test any certified scientist in the DNA laboratory, their ability to accurately generate DNA profiles.
So in addition to that 8 hours of continuing education, there's also proficiency testing, is that right?
That's correct, twice a year.
Okay. And were you, when you were in the DNA lab, the last day that you were there, were you current and successful with all of your proficiency testing?
Yes.
In total, over the course of your career, approximately how many cases have you worked on where you have processed and analyzed DNA samples?
I would say multiple thousand of cases.
When you say, when we're talking about cases, could there be more than one sample that you're testing per case?
That's correct. There could be one item submitted or several items submitted.
Now, how many times have you testified in Superior Court with regard to the results of the DNA analyses you've conducted?
Approximately 70 times.
And what jurisdictions?
I testified in most of the counties throughout the state of New Jersey.
Now, in those instances, how many times were you qualified by the court as an expert in the field of forensic DNA analysis?
Every time.
Judge, at this time, the state would seek to qualify this witness as an expert in the field of forensic DNA analysis.
Anybody here?
No, Judge, thank you.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I just read it to you this morning. Not well. Forget that. But I'm not going to read it to you again. Obviously, you know the charge as it relates to expert testimony and how you evaluate an expert's testimony here. But I will find this defendant to be an expert in the field of forensic DNA analysis. Prosecutor, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. So what does the term accreditation mean with regard to a forensic lab?
Accreditation is essentially an audit of the laboratory. We have a agency called ANAB that comes out and audits the laboratory, and what they essentially are doing is they are checking that we say what we do and we do what we say. So they're ensuring that we have protocols set in place, that we're following them. We have employees that meet the requirements to be employed by the state of New Jersey as a forensic scientist. They're checking casework, they're interviewing scientists. There's a whole bunch of requirements and standards they check to make sure that we're doing the correct thing.
Now, is your lab accredited?
It is.
And what is the accrediting agency, if you recall?
The accrediting agency is ANAB.
How many times a year is the lab audited?
We are audited once a year.
Now, we've heard a little bit about how evidence is received initially into the lab. Once evidence is received into the lab, how does it get to you as the DNA analyst?
Evidence first comes to the evidence receiving desk by the submitting agency, where those items are inventoried and barcoded and give it a unique laboratory number. Once that is established, assignments are created. Generally, in a DNA case, this evidence will go to the serology unit first, where they'll screen the evidence for potential biological evidence that's suitable for DNA testing. If that is the case, they will then prepare samples for DNA testing. They may go back to the vault or submit it directly to the laboratory. At that point, a DNA assignment will be created, and then a scientist will be assigned that case to work on the evidence where they pick it up from the vault or would it be in the DNA laboratory at that time.
Okay, now as a DNA analyst, what, if anything, did you do to ensure the integrity of evidence? In other words, to prevent contamination, mix-ups, etc.
Yes, we have an entire quality control procedure we utilize to protect the integrity of evidence. That includes things as wearing protective equipment, a laboratory jacket, face mask, hairnet, gloves. We will clean our surfaces with bleach, water, and ethanol. We have controls during our testing, so we'll have a negative control that is just a blank sample of our reagents we use to ensure that our reagents are clean. We have a positive control to show the testing is working properly. You're getting a result that is expected to be the same every time. We have a review process during our testing, and we have a review process during our case file. So there's a ton of steps we do to ensure that reliability.
Now, what does DNA stand for?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's considered the master molecule of life. It's the genetic material that's located throughout the cells of your body. And it's the same throughout all those cells in your body. So any DNA found in the hair cell will be the same as your DNA found in your skin cell or your blood cell. Your DNA is unique to you. So no two individuals have the same DNA, with the exception of identical twins, and it stays the same throughout your lifetime. Now your DNA is inherited from your parents. So half your DNA comes from your mother and the other half is coming from your father. In your body, your DNA is located in those cells on structures called chromosomes, which are just regions of compacted DNA and protein. We have 23 pairs of chromosomes, half coming from your mother, the other half coming from your father. Now, at a particular location or locus on your chromosome is a gene. A gene is a specific DNA sequence that encodes for a particular function. So, for example, if you take hair color, in a very specific location on one of your chromosomes, you have the gene for hair color, which is a specific sequence. When that is expressed, you get blonde hair, brown hair, black hair, for example. Since you get different colors, you say you have an allele for that gene. So you have that particular location of a particular sequence, and if you have brown hair, you have the brown allele. If you have blonde hair, you have the blonde allele. Now, in the laboratory, when I'm generating DNA profiles, I am not generating profiles of particular traits. I am looking at regions called short tandem repeats. These are short segments of DNA that contain a repeated sequence, and counting the number of repeats you have at several different locations on different chromosomes. So when I generate a profile, you essentially see a set of numbers at several different locations.
Thank you. Now, when we talk about forensic DNA analysis, at its most basic form, is it essentially a forensic tool of comparison?
That's correct.
So just your job, kind of just to summarize it, are you looking at evidence that is taken from a piece of evidence at a scene and developing a DNA profile from that?
Correct.
And then if there's anything to compare it to, any buccal swabs or reference samples, are you then comparing that to the developed DNA profile from the buccal swab?
That's correct.
Now, just a couple of definitions just to define. What is an evidentiary sample?
An evidentiary sample is one where I do not know the source of that DNA, and that could be coming from the scene or become from maybe a particular person's clothing, that you know the source of that clothing, but I don't know how that DNA got there, so it's considered evidentiary. It's unknown to me at the time.
What about a reference sample?
So a reference sample is one where I know where the source of that DNA profile is coming from, and they usually take the form of a buccal swab, which is essentially a Q-tip swabbing of the inner cheek, or a blood sample.
Now, when a comparison is done between an evidentiary sample and a reference sample, what are the options in terms of the DNA analyst's conclusions?
Yeah, so there's essentially three conclusions I can make when I do my comparisons. The first one could be an exclusion where the reference material does not match the evidentiary material, so they're not a contributor there. There's an inclusion or a match where the evidentiary profile matches the reference material, or the profile generated from the evidence is inconclusive. There's not enough information for me to make a comparison.
Okay, so when there is an exclusion, does your analysis end there?
It does.
Now, when there's a finding of an inclusion, in other words, that the person of interest is a match to the evidentiary profile, does your analysis end there?
It does not. So once I have a scenario where someone matches, I need to provide some kind of association or strength to that match. And that's when I'll do a statistical analysis to provide a strength to that match.
Okay, so just to be clear, you don't just say that the person is an inclusion or a match. You have to provide some sort of statistic to demonstrate the rarity of that match. Is that right?
That's correct.
What is the statistic that you used back in 2018?
The statistic I used was called a random match probability. So that's the chance that an individually randomly selected from the population of unrelated individual matches that profile of interest.
Could you give us an easy example of that?
Yes. Let's say, for example, I did a comparison and I generated a profile, and that profile then matches the reference material. So I have a match. I decide what I have to do with that match now is my statistic to provide a weight. So let's say, just for example, the stat comes to 1 in a million individuals. So what that is essentially saying, if I had a random population of 1 million people, I would only expect one person to match that profile.
Now, in terms of the reason for providing a statistic, is it fair to say that you can have a match, and the statistic, though, for the match could be very different in terms of the strength of that? Is that
Correct.
right? So, for example, you can have a match, and the statistic could only be 1 in 2. Is that right?
That's correct.
That is very different from a match where you have a statistic of 1 in 1 quintillion. Is that right?
Correct.
And so essentially the purpose of providing the statistic, like you said, is to give weight to any sort of inclusion or match.
Correct.
Now, as human beings, how much of our DNA is the same? In other words, how much DNA do we all share with one another?
Over 99% of our DNA is similar between individuals.
And is that why we all have, for example, 2 eyes, 2 ears, nose, etc.?
That's one way of saying it.
So if so much of our DNA is the same, and I know you touched on this before, but if so much of our DNA is the same, then how is it that forensic DNA analysis is able to be used as a tool of comparison?
Yeah, so we have a small region of our DNA that is useful in distinguishing individuals from each other. And that was those short tandem repeats that I was talking about. So that those regions of your DNA are different from one another for enough. Their difference is enough for me to be able to say whether someone matches or doesn't match, and a statistic if needed.
So when we're talking about DNA analysis, are you looking at that little small region that's different among all of our DNA?
That's correct.
And is there a lot of variability among individuals within that very small region that you use for DNA analysis?
There's enough variability for me to make those distinction between individuals.
Now, I think you said it, but when you do DNA analysis, you're targeting specific non-coding regions within that within that small percent, is that right?
So I didn't specify that, but those short tandem repeats are in regions of our DNA that are not coding for any particular function.
When you say repeats, what does that mean?
Yeah, so when I was talking about the short tandem repeat, you can kind of think of it as like beads of a necklace. Some necklaces might be longer than others, so one necklace might have 11 beads, one necklace might have 12 beads, one might have 20 beads. So what your repeats are just a block of repeats. I'm counting the number of repeats of a segment of sequence. So let's say your sequence is just, for example, A, B, C, D. That sequence is repeated 14 times, 15 times, 16 times. So that's the variability between people. I can detect the number of repeats at several different locations across your DNA.
Now, how many repeats do we all have at a particular area?
I am not sure I understand the question.
Let me ask you it this way. What is an allele?
Allele is a different form of a gene. In terms of STR testing, we're going to refer to the allele as the number of repeats. So at one particular location, you could have anywhere ranging from 10 to 20 repeats. So if you had 10 repeats, I will say you have the 10 allele at that location. If you have 15 repeats, you have 15 allele at that location.
And when we talk about a location, is that called a loci?
Loci is plural, locus is singular.
Okay. So at each, we'll call it each locus, we all have two alleles, is that right?
Correct.
Is one inherited from mom and one inherited from dad?
That's correct.
And just to be clear, are you looking at that small percentage, that small region where we all differ to look at the alleles that are present?
Correct.
Okay, so for example, at a particular locus, you might be a 13 and a 14, and I might be a 1 and a 2, is that right?
Correct.
And then do you look at, is there a certain number of loci that you look at in DNA testing?
Yeah, so the kit that I'm using in my testing tests 27 different locations.
And that loci, is that a predetermined set of locations that you're always looking at in each and every DNA analysis?
The kit we're using, they are the same set of 27 locations.
Now, before we move on, can you explain the difference between a single source sample of DNA and a
Yes. A single source profile is one in which there's only one contributor. I would only expect it to be 2 alleles at every location tested. In a mixed sample is when there's more than one contributor. There could be 2 people, 3 people, 4 people, and so forth and so on. And that's indicated by the presence of 3 or more alleles at any particular location.
Now, within a mixture, is there sometimes something called a major and a minor profile?
There is.
What is that?
So when I'm analyzing my data and looking at profiles, I can make a determination of the number of contributors in there. And based on one person's contribution of DNA to the others, there could be times when I can separate out those components. So someone who has more DNA would have a major contribution, they'd be the major contributor. If someone had less DNA, they'd be the minor contributor.
Now, I want to talk about how you go about generating a DNA profile from either a piece of evidence or a buccal swab. So in very general terms, are there essentially 2 parts to the process of DNA analysis?
You're talking about in the way I generate a profile?
I guess I'll ask it this way. Is there a laboratory process?
Yes, there is a 4-step procedure to generate a DNA profile in the laboratory, and that is the same for both the reference material or any evidentiary material. The first step in that process is extraction. That's getting those cells off the substrate, for example, a piece of clothing, breaking open those cells and releasing the DNA into solution. The second step is quantification. That is determining how much DNA was extracted. The third step is amplification. And this is a technique, in the amplification we're using a technique called PCR, or polymerase chain reaction. So what we are doing in PCR is essentially xeroxing the DNA to produce many copies so it can be detected, because in its initial stage it's undetectable. So I'm producing many copies of those targeted locations to generate a profile through this PCR reaction. So once I developed enough DNA through that amplification process, we go to the fourth and final step, which is detection. And this is where the amplified product goes into a machine called a genetic analyzer, and it separates all those different amplified locations and puts it in a readable format for me to interpret.
Now, what is an electropharogram?
An electropharogram is that readable output of data of a DNA profile. It contains all the essentially peaks or signals of all those locations that I tested.
So is it fair to say that that four-step laboratory process ends with the culmination of the electropharogram?
Yes.
Once that is done, so once you have your electropharogram, what is the next step in the process of DNA analysis once your profile is generated?
Once my profile is generated, I have data, the next would be determined is if I generated a profile, is there a profile? Can I interpret this profile? Is there a single source or mixed sample here? If I have evidentiary samples, I will do the same thing. And then if I have profiles for both evidence and reference materials, I will make comparisons to those profiles and present my findings in the report.
Now, how do you as a DNA analyst look at that electropharogram and make a determination as to the number of contributors?
I was kind of talking about this earlier with mixtures. So in cases where I only observe 2 alleles at every location, it's an indication that it's single source or just one person present here. When there is more than 2 alleles, it's an indication that there's a mixture of more than one individual. So when we are talking about inheriting DNA and you get half your DNA from your mother and your father, I would expect 1 allele from your mother and 1 allele from your father. So if there was only 1 person in this sample, I would expect 2 numbers at every location tested. So when there's a mixture, you have another person involved. So you could have potentially 3 or 4 in a 2-person mixture, and they just get more and more presence of alleles as the number of contributors increase.
Now, earlier we were talking about the statistic and the importance of a statistic. Is there something at the New Jersey State Police Lab called source attribution?
There is.
What is that?
So when I have a match and I do a statistic, it gives a number of a 1 number. So if someone matches, I report out that statistic. When someone is a source, that statistic has to reach a certain threshold. At the time of this report, that statistic is 1 in 7 trillion. So whenever I have a statistic that crosses that 1 in 7 trillion threshold, I am able to say they're the source of that profile. So they still match, but it's a higher match of saying they're the source. And what that means is, it is my opinion, when someone's a source of a DNA profile, it's their profile to the exclusion of anyone else.
So essentially, when you say somebody is the source, that is the strongest statement you can make as far as inclusion. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, for each case that you get assigned to and work on, do you prepare a report?
I do.
What does that report include?
That report includes several things. There's a header on the report that contains information as the case number, the agency case number, the submitting agency name and address, the laboratory address, the date of the report, the evidence received, and then any conclusions that I make about it as well.
And in this particular case, were all of your reports peer reviewed?
They were.
And before we move on to the work that you performed in this case, could you explain some of the limitations to DNA analysis that were present back in 2018 at the time you worked on this case?
Yeah, so some of the limitations are largely due to the quality and quantity of the DNA sample. So the tools I had at my time were affected if there was poor quality or very low level DNAs. It also was affected by the number of contributors, the statistics I could do, or interpretations or deconvolution of mixtures weren't possible once I got about 3 contributors. The field has moved into technology that can account for those limitations now.
Now, at the time, if you came across a DNA sample that was either a mixture that was too complex or DNA that was just too low, what, if anything, would you do?
So I would acknowledge that a result was obtained. I would state something that no conclusions will be reached concerning this profile, any contributors due to the quality or quantity of the profile.
Now, turning to the present case, were you assigned to perform DNA testing and analysis on certain items of evidence relating to state of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro?
Yes.
Now, were there two case numbers under which you performed your analyses in this case?
There was.
And did the work that you performed include items under each case number?
It did.
I'd like to try to go through this chronologically with you. So I'm going to show you what's been marked as S476. All right, do you recognize S476?
I do.
And what is that?
S476 is a copy of a report. It's a one-page report for laboratory case number C18-10138, and the report is dated 11/27/2018.
The items on the report, are they listed as items 1 through 5?
It's 1 through 4, then 5-1.
And then what are the other items listed?
7-1, 9-1-1, 9-2-1, 9-3-1, and 9-4-1.
Now, items 1 through 4, what are those?
Items 1 through 4 were reference materials. Item 1 was a reference material for Jennifer Caneiro. Item 2 was a reference material for Jesse Caneiro. Item 3 was a reference material for Sophia Caneiro. And item 4 was a reference item for Keith Caneiro.
Okay, and were DNA profiles developed for each of the 4 individuals?
They were.
And was that for comparison purposes?
That's correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S477. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
S477 is what is called a DNA worksheet for laboratory case number C18-10138.
Okay, and then does it list each individual on there as number 1, 2, 3, and 4?
Correct. It contains items 1 through 4, which were those reference materials I just described.
So Jennifer is what number?
Jennifer's number 1.
Is 2.
Jesse Caneiro.
3.
Sophia Caneiro.
And 4.
Keith Caneiro.
So when you developed the profiles for each of the 4 victims, did you essentially have to develop electropharograms?
That's correct.
For each of them? I'd like to use this just as an example. I'm not going to do this for each item, but I'm going to show you what's been marked as S478. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
S478 is 2 pages. It is an electropharogram for item number 3, case number C18-10138.
So is that Sophia Caneiro's electropharogram?
That's correct.
So essentially that is her DNA profile.
Correct.
Judge, permission to publish?
Any objection? Yeah. Okay, you can.
Thank you. Can we get back table, please? Okay. So what you see on the screen here, can you just explain to us what we're looking at? Maybe it'll help just to see it. You explained an electropharogram before, but just to see it in context.
Yeah, so this is the first page of the electropharogram. I don't know if you guys can necessarily see these dark banners at the top. If you can see the writing.
Sir, what we're gonna do is, I don't mean to cut you off, we're gonna give you a stylus and you can use that. Yeah.
So, I just touch it, or
yeah,
is that working? Okay. Oops.
You can
Okay.
do it on the side button.
So if you look,
It's right over here. One of
Oh,
the
I
side
do?
buttons. You can hit it. Yeah. Thank you.
technology, guys. Okay, so we're zoomed in right now. So if you see this top banner up here,
just do it on your screen, because if you try to do
I am.
both-
It's just not. I can't tell if it's doing anything. Okay. So right where I put that little hash mark, that top banner going across that page, which they're kind of shaded out, is all the different locations I'm testing. So these are just representative of the first grouping of locations. So these are those different loci that, or locus, singular, that I'm testing to generate a DNA profile. If If you go below that, you'll see a peak with numbers underneath of it. So there's a peak there, and then there's numbers under here. That first one technically isn't a number. That's called a melogenin. That's the sex determining chromosome. So XX would be female, XY would be male. So you see one single X here, technically two X's because you got an X from each parent. So that this profile is female. If you move to that next location, you can see there's a 15 here. So this is a location where someone has 15 repeats from each parent. Next location.
Can I just ask you, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, why is there only one peak there if we get two alleles from each parent?
Yeah, so you get two alleles from each parent, but they are common alleles. There's a range of only potential numbers you can get at a particular location, like from 11 to 20. So you could share the same allele from each parent. So it's just only gonna be represented one time. In a table format, I would write this down as a 15-15, but it's only given one signal because only a 15 repeat was observed at this location. So there's a single allele here representing both from each parent. That next location, you can see there's actually two. So they got a 16 from one parent and a 17.3 from the other parent. So what you see here as you go across, there's a set of peaks that represent your DNA profile at a particular location. And when I interpret this profile, I put it into a table format saying at one particular location, that first one, you're 15-15, that second one, you're 16-17.3, and going and so forth across every location. I just notate those numbers in this single source profile.
Thank you. Now, if there was another contributor here, what would you expect to see?
I'll try to draw this in for you towards the other end of the table or electrophotogram. You would see potentially 4 peaks, maybe 3 peaks. So I would expect to see a third peak somewhere in this profile, if not at multiple locations, to indicate the presence of another contributor.
But just to be clear, this is Sophia Caneiro's single source for her profile.
Correct.
Thank you. Can we preserve this?
Sure.
I'll
This
be
is
reading.
478.
Oh, sorry. You want me to draw them back in?
If you can,
Yeah.
that'd be great.
So there.
It has to be exact.
Okay, I'm sorry
No,
about
I'm just kidding.
that.
I
I
know
think
what you
that's
mean.
really mostly what was important. Sorry about that.
All right, we're gonna, 478.1.
Thank you. Yeah.
Now you can undo it.
Yes or no?
Yes, you're good. Thank you.
I'm going to show you, you mentioned an allele table.
Yes.
So that electrophotogram, the DNA profile on there, does that get converted over into an allele table?
That's correct.
Does that just make it easier to look at, essentially?
Yes, it makes it easier to look at and then to compare profiles from evidentiary to reference materials.
I'm showing council S479. I'm going to ask you if you recognize this.
I do.
And what is that?
So S479 is the allele table I generated for case number C18-10139 for references 1, 2, 3, and 4.
So is Sophia Caneiro's allele table listed under number 3 there?
Yes, her profile's under number 3.
Okay, and just for pedagogical purposes, Judge, permission to publish this. S479.
Smart.
No objection.
Okay, you can.
So if you could point out to us where you see Sophia's allele chart. Now, do you see where it says on the side, there's like a row under specimen numbers?
Yes.
Are each of those a locus?
Yes.
Okay, so each of those represents a location on that small percentage of DNA that differs among all of us. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so now at the first locus, how do you say that?
Melogenin.
Okay, what is Sophia?
An XX.
And is that mean she's a female?
Correct.
Okay, so for example, if we look over at victim 4, which is Jesse, he's what?
An XY.
And that would represent what?
Male.
Okay. And just to, if you could explain just to, where we look at D3S1358, that locus, what is Sophia?
15-15.
Okay, and this essentially, you go down the line, is that right?
Correct.
Now, I want to keep this up, but if we could go back to your report.
Can you please go through, we went through numbers 1 through 4. What are the rest of the items on there?
I'm going to refer to my report. That's
You
fine.
can, just the one, like,
Item 5-1 was a portion of a swab of a handle from a knife. Item 7-1 was a portion of a swab of a handle from a knife. Item 9-1-1 was a portion of a sample from the blade of a knife. Item 9-2-1 was a portion of a sample from the blade of the knife. Item 9-3-1 was a portion of a sample from the blade of a knife. Item 9-4-1 was a portion from swabbing from a handle of a knife.
Now, items 1 through 4, the reference samples, next to that where it says comments, what does it say under those comments for each of them?
Results obtained.
Okay. And then what about item 5-1, the swab of the handle from knife? What is the comment there?
Results obtained.
Okay. What does that mean, results obtained?
That means I got some kind of data, some kind of profile for that item.
Now, when you have results obtained, it doesn't necessarily mean you're able to make any comparisons, right?
Correct.
But you've got some DNA from it.
Correct.
Now, items 7-1 through all of the 9s, what does it say under comments?
No results.
Okay, what does that mean?
That means I generated no DNA profile for these items.
Okay, so aside from the 4 victims' buccal swab or FTA cards, the only results you got were from item 5-1, the portion of the handle from the knife. Is that right?
Correct.
Was there an allele chart created for that? That evidentiary sample 5-1?
Yes.
Okay, and prior to that, did you have to, you obviously, your work, did that culminate in an electrophotogram?
It did.
I'm showing council what's been marked as S480. I'm showing you what's been marked as S480. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
S480 is the allele table I generated for item 5-1 for laboratory case number C18-10138.
Okay, so if you could, can you explain to us, let me ask you this first. When you generated your profile or the profile on 5-1, what did you do with it after that profile was generated? So in other words, after you had your electrophotogram?
So once I had my electrophotogram, I determined, was there DNA present? The number of contributors, is this single source or mixture? Is this profile interpretable?
Okay, and was it?
Yes, it was.
What, if any, comparisons did you do?
So I took the profile generated from 5-1 and compared it to any reference material that was available for this case.
Okay, so just to be clear, you compared that profile from 5-1 to Jennifer Caneiro's profile?
Correct.
And each and every of the 4 victims, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, what, any conclusions did you make?
Yes, I'm going to refer to my report if that's fine.
okay, just tell us the number.
Yes, so for State Exhibit 476, with regards to item 5-1, my conclusion was that the STR DNA profile of Sophia Caneiro matches the STR DNA profile from item 5-1. The calculated frequency of the STR DNA profile is 1 in at least 726 million for randomly selected unrelated individuals. I also concluded that Jennifer Caneiro, Jesse Caneiro, and Keith Caneiro are excluded as possible contributors to the DNA as possible contributors to the STR DNA profile obtained from item 5-1.
Can you, using this allele table, can you explain how you would exclude somebody from the profile on the evidentiary sample?
Yes. So what I do is I will look at the evidence profile, which you can see that's displayed up here. So for example, if you look at this second location, that is D3S1358, item 1 was a 1517, and the reported profile for item 5-1 was a 1550. In a single source sample, I only need one of these numbers to differ to exclude. So in the case of the evidence at the 1515, that reference has that 17, so it's not consistent with that individual location. And I do that at every location that I generated a profile to see how they match or don't match, to determine if they include or exclude. Now, on the other side of that, if someone matches, you can see that in reference number 3, I have a 1515 for that type, and my evidentiary sample is a 1515. So at this location, they're matching. And then I would go down to the rest of the developed profile to see how they match or do not match.
No, I'm gonna leave that with you. Just to conclude, on this particular, on your report, you included, your conclusion was you included Sophia Caneiro on 5-1.
Yes.
And you gave random match probability of one in at least 726 million.
Correct.
Just to keep everything together.
Awesome.
Yes. Thank you.
We're gonna print what's on the screen, which is S480.1.
I'm going to show you 479.
479. Sorry about that. 479.1.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as S411 and S481. Starting with S481, do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
481 is a 2-page copy of the report I generated for laboratory case number C18-10139. It's dated 11/27/2018.
And what is, do you recognize S411?
I do.
And what is that?
S411 is the evidence receipt. It is 2 pages for case number C18-10139. That is dated as received 11/23/18.
We can take this off. Thank you. All right, so I'm going to ask if you can look at your report, item 1-1-1. Do you see that?
I do.
What is that?
It's a portion of a swabbing of a glove.
And what does that correspond to on the evidence receipt?
Item number 1.
What is that?
Item number 1 is a burnt nitrile glove, black.
Okay. And were any results obtained?
Yes.
Can you explain?
With regards to item 1-1-1, the STR DNA profile was not of sufficient quantity or quality for comparison purposes.
What does that mean?
So the data, the profile generated didn't meet the laboratory's procedures, protocols to do a comparison. So I was not able to make any conclusions to anyone's contribution to that profile.
Okay, if we could go to item 2-1. What is that?
That is a portion of a swab from the left side of front door frame.
What does that correspond to on the evidence receipt?
Item number 2.
And is that essentially the same description?
Yes, it is.
Okay, were results obtained?
Yes, they were.
And what were those?
With regards to 2-1, Jennifer Caneiro, Jesse Caneiro, Sophia Caneiro, and Keith Caneiro are excluded as a possible contributor to the DNA profile team.
Now, does this end up coming back to firefighter Sean Edson later in another report? And if you're not sure, I'll show you that report later.
Don't remember off the top of my head.
The suspense, okay. Item 3-1, what is that?
3-1 is a portion, swab of foyer wall.
And what does that correspond to in the evidence receipt?
Item 3 with the same description.
Okay, any results?
Yes, results were obtained.
Okay, what were those?
For item 3-1, Jennifer Caneiro, Jesse Caneiro, Sophia Caneiro, and Keith Caneiro are excluded as a possible contributor to the DNA profile from item 3-1.
What is the next item that you have on your report that you tested?
6-1-1-1. That is a portion of the staining of a front left thigh area of jeans.
Now, on the evidence receipt, does that correspond to item 6?
It does.
Okay, and that just says one paper bag of chart articles.
Correct.
Now, all of your number 6s are gonna correspond to what was in that bag, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, they'll just have sub numbers for each item that was in the bag.
Correct.
So 6111 is the portion of the staining of the jeans that you just read, is that right?
Correct.
What if any results were obtained?
With regards to 6-1-1-1, the STR DNA profile obtained is not of sufficient quantity or quality for comparison purposes.
The next item is what?
6-1-2-1.
And what is that?
That's a portion staining of front left shin area of jeans.
Were results obtained?
They were.
And what were those results?
With regards to 6-1-2-1, Sophia Caneiro is identified as the source of the STR DNA profile obtained.
Okay, now I see that there's no statistic there, is that correct?
There's no statistic directly under this conclusion statement. It is covered by a footer at the end of the report.
And again, why is that?
So with regards to source attribution, I have to cross the statistic of 1 in 7 trillion. And that's always going to be the same number. So we just have that listed as a footer at the bottom of the report. Whenever source is mentioned, it's referenced at the bottom of that report.
And here, are you identifying Sophia Caneiro as the source?
That's correct.
What is the next item?
6-1-3-1. That was a portion staining of front right thigh area of jeans.
The results obtained,
They were.
and what were they?
With regards to 6-1-3-1, Sophia Caneiro is identified as the source of the STR profile obtained.
How about 6-1-4-1?
That is a staining of the front right shin area of jeans.
Were results obtained,
They were.
and what was the conclusion of that?
The STR profile obtained from 6-1-4-1 was not of sufficient quality or quantity for comparison purposes.
What is the next item listed?
6-1-5-1, that was a portion of staining of rear left calf area of jeans.
Were results obtained,
They were.
and what was the conclusion?
Sophia Caneiro is identified as the source of this STR DNA profile obtained from 6-1-5-1.
And again, just to be clear, no statistic is given because these have actually reached source attribution, is that right?
Statistic is given, but it's in the footer of that report.
How about the next item, what is that?
6-1-6-1, that was a portion swabbing of inside waistband of jeans.
Any results?
No results were obtained.
Now, what is the next item?
6-2-1-1, that's a portion staining of front right shoulder area of t-shirt.
Okay, any results?
Yes.
And what was that?
Jennifer Caneiro, Jesse Caneiro, Sophia Caneiro, and Keith Caneiro are excluded as a possible contributor to item 6-2-1-1.
Did your report mention anything about any further comparisons? Or anything being needed for further comparison?
Yes.
What is that?
So on page 2, I stated that no conclusions can be reached concerning another possible contributor to the STR DNA profiles obtained from the items examined without submission of a buccal swab reference.
I'm sure my counsel has been marked as S482 and S483. I'm going to show you the same. If we could start with S482, what is that, if you recognize it?
I do. S482 is the DNA worksheet I generated for laboratory case number C18-10139. It is item 20, and it's a reference sample from Paul Caneiro.
From Paul Caneiro?
Correct.
And what is the date on there? What is their date?
The date on my report sheet is 11/27/18.
Okay. S481, do you have that in front of you?
Yes.
All right, and do you recognize that?
S481 is the report I was just talking about for C18-10139 that was dated 11/27/2018.
Actually, I should ask you, what is item 20? What is that listed as?
So, item 20 was from State Exhibit 483, which was a report I generated for C18-10139. That report date is 11/29/2018, and that is for item 20, the DNA reference from Paul Caneiro.
Okay, are there any conclusions on that report made by you?
There are.
What is that?
Paul Caneiro is identified as the source of the STR DNA profile obtained from items 6-2-1-1 and 7-1-1. I also concluded that Paul Caneiro is excluded as a possible contributor to the STR DNA profile obtained from item 2-1 and 3-1.
Okay, now you indicated that Paul Caneiro was identified as the source of the STR DNA profile obtained from 6-2-1-1. Can you just remind us, what is that?
So that is a match or a conclusion, and the statistic for that source attribution is when it reaches that threshold of 1 in 7 trillion.
But in what item is that?
Oh,
Just to remind us, we've been going through the lot. That's okay.
The item 6-2-1,
Yes.
that is the swab, the portion staining of front right shoulder area of the t-shirt.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as S484. Show me pencil. Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is that?
S484 is a copy of a report I generated for C18-10138. It's dated 11/29/2018.
Okay. What, if any, conclusions do you make in that report?
I concluded that Paul Caneiro is excluded as a possible contributor to the STR DNA profile obtained from item 5-1.
Now, 5-1 was what you previously concluded, or made conclusions as to, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that was specifically the handle of the knife, is that right?
Correct.
If we could go back now and go through, finish the items on your report S481. We finished off, or we left off with item 6-2-1-1, which was the front right shoulder of the t-shirt, which you already told us about. Can we take a look at the next item underneath that?
Yes.
And what is that labeled as?
6-2-2-1. That is a portion swabbing of inside collar of t-shirt.
Any results obtained?
Yes.
And what was that?
The STR DNA profile obtained from item 6-2-2-1 is not of sufficient quantity or quality for comparison purposes.
And just to be clear, 6-2-2-1, that same t-shirt that you previously got results from the shoulder on?
Correct.
What is the next item in your report listed?
6-3-1-1-1-1.
And what is that?
Portion of a sample of a glove.
Okay. And again, this is, just to be clear, it's from item 6, so it's that pile.
Correct.
Were results obtained?
They were.
And what are those results?
A mixed STR DNA profile consistent with at least 2 contributors was obtained from item 6-3-1-1-1-1. Assuming 2 contributors, Sophia Caneiro is identified as a source of the interpreted major STR DNA profile. The minor STR DNA profile is not of sufficient quantity or quality for comparison purposes.
Okay. What is the next item listed?
6-3-1-1-2-1.
And what is that?
It's a portion swabbing of inside of glove.
Any results?
No results.
What is the next item listed?
6-3-1-2-1-1. Portion swabbing of glove.
Any results obtained?
Yes, they were.
And what were they?
The STR DNA profile obtained from item 6-3-1-2-1-1 is not of sufficient quantity or quality for comparison purposes.
What is the next item listed on your report?
I think we're at 6-3-1-2, 6-3-1-2-1-1.
Okay, and what is that?
That's a portion swabbing of glove.
Okay, any results? Yeah, I think.
Okay, so we're on,
That was.
my fault, I apologize.
Is it,
Got it all out of my head right here.
I'll ask you this, is the next item 7-1-1?
It is.
Okay, what is that?
That is a staining of the bandage.
Okay, any results obtained?
Yes.
And what is that?
Jennifer Caneiro, Jesse Caneiro, Sophia Caneiro, and Keith Caneiro are excluded as a possible contributor to the STR profile obtained from 7-1-1.
Now, just in looking at the corresponding evidence receipt, just to be clear, is this a bandage that was obtained from the center console cup holder of a car?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, if you can go and look back and look at S-483, which is your report dated 11/29/18, do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and the number is 10139. What does that, your report, indicate with respect to the results of 7-1-1?
Paul Caneiro is identified as the source of the STR DNA profile obtained from item 7-1-1.
Okay, and finally, item 8-1-1 on your report, what is that?
That's a portion swabbing of glove.
And if you could look at the evidence receipt and just explain what that is, if there's any further explanation of that glove.
So this is from State Exhibit 411. Item 8 is a piece of black glove from rear passenger seat, driver's side, NJ Reg DCJ 3105.
Any results obtained from that?
No results were obtained.
So just to recap from this particular report, you had Sophia Caneiro as the source of the DNA on the front left shin of the jeans,
Correct.
the front right thigh of the jeans,
Correct.
the rear left calf of the jeans,
Correct.
and on one of the black nitrile gloves. Is that right?
Correct.
I'm just gonna, I don't have a specific objection, but I'm just going to say that obviously these are all leading questions that are coming from the state's direct.
Okay. I agree that they are leading. However, I'm going to allow it based on the fact that just trying to get through these numbers sequentially and making sure that the jurors can understand it, I'm going to allow the leading form of these questions for now. Obviously, when we get beyond this, Mr. Murray, if you want to stand up again and object, I'll make sure that I listen carefully on that. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir.
I'm going to show you. Hold on, I'm going to take this back.
Sir, can you just hit the undo on there if you don't mind? We just have a random circle. Thank you.
Show you what's being marked on show council versus S-485. Do you recognize this?
I do.
And what is that?
S45 is a copy of a report I generated for laboratory case number C18-10138. It is dated 12/4/2018.
And what in particular is that?
This is a report for item 13-1-1, which was a portion of a swab.
The portion of the swab, were there any results obtained from that?
Yes.
And what were those?
My conclusion was the STR DNA profile from item 13-1-1 is not of sufficient quantity or quality for comparison purposes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S486. Showing counsel. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
S486 is a copy of a report I generated for laboratory case number C18-10139, dated 12/4/2018.
And what does that indicate?
This is for item 15-1-1, which was a portion of a swab.
Are there results?
No results were obtained.
No results. I'm going to show you what has been marked as S487, showing counsel. Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is that?
S487 is a copy of a report I generated for laboratory case number C18-10138, dated 2/11/2019.
Okay. Specifically, are there any item numbers listed on there?
Yes, there are.
What is that?
Item 2, the DNA reference from Jesse Caneiro. Item 4, the DNA reference from Keith Caneiro. And item 10-1-1, which was a portion swab for E-cells cartridge.
And the case number on there is, what is the case number, if you could tell us?
C18-10138.
So we're talking about the cold snap scheme, is that correct?
Don't remember off the top of my head locations.
Were any results obtained nonetheless from that swab?
No results were obtained.
Thank you. I'm just gonna mix them up. Finally, I'm going to show you what has been marked as S480. I'm showing counsel first. I'm going to ask if you recognize that.
I do.
What is that?
S488 is a copy of a report I generated for laboratory case number C18-10139, dated 2/11/2019.
Now, the first item that's listed there, can you tell us what that is?
Item 6-1-7-1 is a portion staining genes front left thigh area.
Okay, and just to be clear, you said the date on here was 2/11/19?
Correct.
Okay, so was this additional testing from areas of the genes?
Yes.
All right, so 6-1-7-1, portion staining of the genes front left thigh area. Were any results obtained?
There were.
What was that?
A mixed STR DNA profile consistent with at least 2 contributors was obtained from item 6-1-7-1. Assuming 2 contributors, Sophia Caneiro is identified as a source of the interpreted major STR DNA profile. The minor STR DNA profile obtained is not of sufficient quantity or quality for comparison purposes.
What is the next item listed?
6-1-8-1, that was a portion staining genes front right shin area.
Were results obtained?
Yes.
And what were those results?
Sophia Caneiro is identified as a source of the STR DNA profile obtained from item 6-1-8-1.
What is the next item listed?
6-1-9-1. This was a portion staining jeans inside pockets and the knee areas.
Were any results obtained?
No results were obtained.
And what is the last item on there?
6-4-1-1. Portion swab of live round.
Okay, any results obtained?
No results were obtained.
Judge, I have nothing further.
Okay, cross.
Right.
When you were making these allele tables for the major contributors that you were looking at, did you make allele tables also for the minor contributors?
I don't believe I did so. I've got to look at my actual data to see if I did or didn't.
Yeah, okay, because I'm looking at 6-1-7, 6-1-7-1. I see a major, but I don't see a minor.
Yeah, so generally, we didn't always report in the allele table of minor alleles that was deemed not useful for comparison purposes, so we didn't list it in the table.
Okay, so places where we've heard you testify, I think it was in 6-3, 6-1-7, where there was not enough information at the time, at least, to engage in further testing. We wouldn't expect to see an allele table for a minor contributor.
That sounds correct.
Okay, got it. And obviously, if we don't know anything about the genetic profile of the minor contributor, we can't make any statements about who is or isn't a potential contributor.
Yeah, based on our protocols, the quality of that profile was not suitable for any comparison, so I'm not saying anyone matches or doesn't match included or excluded. It's just inconclusive.
Right. It could be anybody.
Possibly.
Okay. So let's just go back here. What you were doing here, and this is back in 2018, is this is a more, I don't want to say more traditional method of analysis, but obviously the method of analysis has changed somewhat in your laboratory and laboratories across the world since 2018. Would that be fair to say?
I'm understanding properly. Our procedure of generating the profile is the same. It's the interpretation of that profile that has changed.
Right. Because now there's a computer program that wasn't available in 2018 that is widely used.
It was available in 2018. It wasn't utilized by the state police at the New Jersey State Police at the time.
You're right. I'm sorry. I misspoke. The state police was not yet using it.
That's correct.
Okay. When you were doing testing back in 2018, you had to do the analysis and interpretation of these samples. You had first determined whether there was enough of the sample to engage in further testing, right?
Correct.
And if there was enough of the sample, you had to determine whether it was a single source or whether it was possibly a mixed profile.
Correct.
And mixed profile means that we have reason to believe that there's more than one person who contributed to the sample.
Correct.
And we believe that sometimes based on these electropherograms that we saw today.
Correct.
Right? Because if we see on the electropherogram that there's a place where there should be two alleles and there's evidence of more than two, we know for a fact that more than one person had to contribute to that sample.
Yes.
There's also, we see in those electropherograms, and we saw one electropherogram today, and that was from a direct sample, a reference sample of a person, right?
Correct.
And when we get a reference sample, what we saw in that was that we had a very clear genetic profile coming across the electropherogram, right?
Correct.
And we would expect that when we get a reference sample, because what we're trying to do when we get a buccal swab or a blood draw is get the full profile of the person, right?
That's correct.
And so what we see there is the buccal swab obviously was, or what the swabbing that was done to obtain that DNA was obviously effective. It yielded a full profile.
For the reference materials?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
That is not going to always be the case with evidentiary items.
That's correct.
Because evidentiary items, you could get a DNA sample that's worthy of further testing. There's enough of it.
You can reproduce copies of it, you can engage in analysis of it, but it may, even after doing all that, it may not yield a full genetic profile. Right?
Correct.
So there's going to be many loci along which a profile from an evidence sample might be missing information.
That's correct.
And in fact, I think you were shown the allele table that was done, or the amplifications that were done for evidence item 5-1 today.
Correct.
And what we saw in that is, well, first of all, there's an AMP1 and an AMP2, and then there's a consensus table, right?
Correct.
And AMP1 means that's the first amplification that you run.
Yes.
And then you run a second amplification.
That's correct.
And you're gonna look to see where there's consensus between those amplifications.
Correct.
And based on that consensus, there could be consensus or there could be discrepancies, right?
Correct.
And if there's discrepancies, I'm supposing that's going to be an indication that there's that would be a likelihood that there's more than one person that could be a contributor.
Not always.
But potentially.
It could be scenario.
Yeah. In this particular case, when you ran 5-1, you ran it twice and you have this consensus table for that item, right?
That's correct.
Now, there's numerous places along that allele table where information is missing.
Correct.
And that's not really anybody's fault. It's not a failing of the laboratory necessarily. It's just there wasn't genetic information about those loci that were available from the sample that you tested.
Yes, it's just the nature of the sample.
Right. So you're dealing with what you have, right?
Correct.
And when you get evidence from wherever you get it, and it's brought to you by detectives usually, I'd imagine, right?
Yes.
And they find it at crime scenes or wherever they believe relevant information could be coming from, right?
Correct.
They bring it to you, right?
Correct.
You have no control over the method of its collection.
No.
You don't have any control over the method of its transport.
I do not.
You don't have any control, nor does anybody in law enforcement, of how the items are deposited prior to being found by law enforcement.
I do not, yeah.
And we also, I think, can understand that you have no control over how long an item of evidence sits in a location before being found and collected.
I have no control on that.
And what happens to that item of evidence as it sits there.
Yes.
There's no control over that.
That's correct.
But all of these things are going to potentially impact the results that you could get from an item of evidence in terms of your testing.
Definitely.
And, you know, obviously DNA degrades over time, right?
That's correct.
We also know that DNA can accumulate on items that sit in a particular location for a period of time.
It's a possibility.
I mean, one of the things that happens with our bodies is that we grow new skin, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
yes.
And it's like they say, I think it's like the biggest organ in our body.
I believe so.
And what it's doing is it's constantly regenerating itself, right?
Correct.
And that means we have to constantly be growing new skin cells to regenerate this skin that we carry on the external part of our body, right?
Correct.
But the old ones, the old skin cells, are also constantly falling off of us.
It happens.
We don't really know how often it happens, right?
I'm not aware of that.
But we can surmise that it is fairly constantly happening. Right?
I'm not familiar with the rate of shedding and how it differs between people, so that's outside my area of expertise.
Okay. Okay. But you would agree that it's a pretty, for all people with skin, right? Skin shedding is a phenomenon.
Correct.
And when we shed skin, we wouldn't necessarily be aware it's even happening, right?
Correct.
I mean, we're talking about very small amounts of our body, of our genetic material potentially flaking off and going wherever they land, right?
Possibly.
You were able, the testing methods back then in 2018, obviously you said that some of these samples were insufficient for for further testing. There just wasn't enough of it, right?
That's one particular scenario that could have been a reason.
But even back then, you could get a very, very, very small sample of DNA and potentially magnify that, make copies of it, make it sufficient for further testing, right?
That's possible.
And, you know, even back then, I think you were dealing with, in terms of measurements of the amount of DNA you were getting, there's something called picograms, right?
Correct.
And a picogram is what?
Picogram is 1,000 of a microgram, which is 1,000 of a milligram. So these are still very small values. Like think of like granules of salt, essentially.
So it's 1,000.
Smaller than that, yeah, of that. So think of like the starting value at a gram of a salt, and then smaller than that. Excuse me.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's 1,000 of a gram of salt.
That's
1,000 of 1,000.
Of 1,000.
Right. So we're talking about a very, very, very small quantity from which we can derive potential information in terms of your testing, right?
Correct.
And from that very, very small quantity, we can potentially determine results like what you were talking about, random match probability, right?
Correct.
On an item, source attribution.
Yes.
So when we say that, or when you say today that, you know, some items weren't sufficient for further testing because possibly in some scenarios there just wasn't enough of it. I think you would agree with me that as a starting proposition, you can potentially take a very, very small sample of DNA and find that that is sufficient for further testing, right?
Correct.
And when we talk about a picogram or several picograms of a specimen, we're essentially talking about, you know, a handful potentially of skin cells, right?
I forget the number of skin cells to generate a profile, but it's number of cells is, I think, if I remember properly, like around 20 cells you need to get a profile.
Okay.
I believe it's around that number.
20 cells. And 20 cells, obviously we can't even, we can't see a skin cell.
Not to naked eye.
We would need, obviously, magnification to even look at something like that.
Correct.
If we deposited skin cells, 20 skin cells on an item that we touched, we would never even know that we did that. Right? We wouldn't be able to see it.
Yes.
The DNA that we get from our skin cells is the same type of DNA. It's the same DNA we get from blood, right?
Correct.
There's nothing different about blood DNA than skin cell DNA.
There's not.
And you could get a full profile from skin cell DNA, potentially, right?
Potentially.
And you could get a partial profile from skin cell DNA, right? Now, would you say that it's more likely that you get a full profile from blood DNA versus skin cell DNA?
No, it's just the amount of cells that are there. So it's not easier to get from like a skin cell or blood cell. It's just the quantity of cells that are there that will generate the quality of that profile.
Okay. So for example, something could be presumptively looked at as blood and yet not be sufficient for genetic testing because of the cell quality in the sample.
Yes.
Now, because we know that shedding of epithelial cells is something that happens universally. Obviously, finding someone's DNA in their own home would not be an unusual thing, right?
Correct.
And especially finding DNA in places that they regularly occupy in their home, right?
That would not be surprising to me.
And it would be expected that, if we conducted an investigation, let's say, at my house, and we swabbed things, and we swabbed, the kitchen counter, it wouldn't be surprising if my DNA was found there, right?
Would not be surprising.
It would be more surprising if your DNA was found there,
Yes,
because you've never been there.
exactly.
When items are kind of forced in some way or placed in contact with one another, say two garments, a shirt and a pair of pants, when they come into contact with one another, that contact creates a possibility, does it not, that biological material from one of the items could be transferred to the other?
That's possible.
And we could see that happen where if I had touched a pair of pants, those pants are then brought into contact with the shirt. It's a potential that my genetic information could be transferred to that shirt,
Yes,
even though I never touched the shirt.
it's possible. I'm not an expert in how transference occurs and the rate of that, but at any time two objects come in contact, there is a transfer of evidence. It's just whether it's detectable or not.
When you're swabbing, or when you're taking swabs, and you're going to determine whether there's sufficient quantity and quality of DNA to do further testing, you place those swabs in some kind of liquid at some point, right?
I don't swab the evidence.
Mhm.
I'm not 100% positive how the serology unit does their swabbing. I don't know if they moisten it first or not, or they directly dry swab. That's something I don't do, so I'm not sure how those protocols work.
Okay. You're aware that fluids like water can facilitate DNA transfer?
Yes,
Because the cells and DNA could be carried by water from an item to another item, right? And so if items were commingled together and not only touching, but were in that condition and were wet, right? That the idea that both of those items are wet, that they have water covering them, would further facilitate the possibility of transfer.
it's possible.
Now, the length of time that obviously we wouldn't know based on your testing how long the genetic information or the DNA that you obtained from these samples, we wouldn't have any idea of knowing how long they had been on those items.
Yeah, I have no idea how long anything was on there, how it got there. I have no knowledge of how DNA got an item, or how, when, or how long it's been there. So that's outside my knowledge. I'm just receiving items in an attempt to generate a profile that was deemed suitable for DNA testing.
Right. So it's obvious, of course, but this is not a statement about whether these items were involved in a crime or not, from your perspective, right?
I have no knowledge of the items and how they were obtained or how DNA was even deposited on them.
Right. I think you also talked a little bit and touched on your laboratory protocols today.
Correct.
And all of that is because you want to ensure that the results that you're getting are reliable, right?
Correct.
And those laboratory protocols are also a significant part of accreditation.
That's correct.
Because if your lab doesn't meet sanitary standards, I would imagine that you'd be afraid of losing accreditation.
That's correct.
When we're talking about items like DNA that can, in such small quantities, can impact the results of your analysis, you want to be very careful that you're being very thorough in your cleaning of the lab, right?
Correct.
Because, like you're saying, even 20 skin cells were allowed to remain on a laboratory surface. Those could become commingled with an item of evidence that they had nothing to do with. right?
Correct.
And that could potentially bias your total, your results completely, right?
It could change my results and my interpretation. I'm there to develop a profile and interpret it, so.
Right. I think, just the takeaway is that, even minor deviations from lab protocol can have consequences in terms of the low-level nature of DNA samples.
Yes, that's why we have protocols, and that's why I follow my protocols to ensure that my results are reliable and accurate.
Now, you talked about some statistical calculations, and the threshold I think that you had in these reports was 7 trillion.
1 in 7 trillion.
And that this back then, you were doing something called random match probability.
Correct.
And that's not really the thing anymore, right?
It's still a statistics that's utilized. I believe being out of the unit for several years too, I'm not as fresh on the current technologies, but it is a statistic that can be used. They are moving towards this probabilistic genotyping that is using the computers and using different types of statistics. So it's still valid. It's still an accurate representation. It's just the trends moving to a different type of analysis and interpretation and statistic.
Gotcha. When we're talking about a random match, what you're basically saying is the expectation that somebody in a given population would share the profile that you're seeing develop through your interpretation of the DNA.
Not exactly worded properly. It's the chance that a randomly person chosen from the population matches that profile.
And a random person obviously would the assumption there is that we're dealing with unrelated individuals, right?
Unrelated and randomly selected from the population, of even all completely randomly selected. So the random selection is an important part,
right,
as opposed to someone that's not randomly selected, because that will alter the type of statistic you can do.
Because family members obviously share a high degree of DNA between one another.
They share their DNA. There's shared DNA.
And obviously it's not random in that sense. It's inherited from parents.
Correct.
And that's why siblings share DNA, right?
Correct.
And so they're not really, in terms of analyzing of siblings one versus the other, they're not really a random segment of the population. Their DNA is going to be much more closely aligned because they're related to one another.
Correct.
I just wanted to show you 479 that was published previously. If you can see that, okay?
It's fine for me.
It's fine for you?
Yeah.
Okay. Obviously here we have references for 1, 2, 3, and 4. Person 1, 2, 3, and 4, right?
Correct.
And these are associated with Jennifer Caneiro, Jesse Caneiro, Sophia Caneiro, and Keith Caneiro.
I believe so.
And we see Keith is the last. He's V4.
I don't have it memorized off the top of my head. If that's what you're telling me, I'll take your word for it.
Okay. When these assignments are made, V4, for example, being Keith, Does anybody in the lab ever change those? Or are they permanent?
So when evidence is submitted to the laboratory, the submitting agencies, we will fill out these forms and they'll enter the codes. So this V4 means victim 4. So they should be hopefully entered properly, but there is a scenario where they could be changed. Let's say they entered it incorrectly and they put 3 down again for some reason. Like it would be then changed by the staff or the scientist if they notice, if the front desk didn't catch that mistake.
Okay, so I'm not really talking so much about like mistakes. I'm more just saying if you got reference sample, if reference sample 4 was for Keith Caneiro, and you're working in this case, you're doing testing, you wouldn't change Keith to reference sample 3 from reference sample 4, right?
No.
You would always keep him as reference sample 4.
Correct.
And you would expect that even if you weren't the only analyst working on this case, that all the analysts would also keep Keith as reference sample 4, right?
Correct.
Now, in reference sample 4, we obviously see that Keith is an XY, right?
Correct.
And there we see towards the bottom, there's 3 markers that begin with DY.
Yes.
And those DYs, those are YSTR?
That's correct.
Okay, so now with those are a little different than the other DNA we talked about today, because that DNA, a male would inherit specifically from his father.
Yes.
And we would expect that, for example, if my father, I would inherit the same YSTR profile that he has.
That's correct.
So if Keith is 4 and Jesse was 2, and Jesse is Keith's son, we would expect that they have the identical YSTR profile, right?
Yes. So for YSTR profiles, the maternal line is how it's inherited. So father, son, brother, uncle, nephews would all have that same YSTR type since it's inherited down the male line there.
Right. Okay, so that's thank you for that. Right. So that indicates why Jesse and Keith have the same profile at each of those locations, right?
For those YSTRs, correct.
Right. And then, as you said, we would also expect that any siblings of Keith that share the same father would have that identical YSTR profile.
Correct.
Now we see here that these you said there were 27 total locations previously that you do testing on, right?
Correct.
But if we take out those YSTR locations, then we have essentially 24, right?
Correct.
And then if we take out the amelogenin section, we're at essentially 23.
Correct.
Okay. And obviously where we see here, where Keith is a 15, 17, those are the alleles at that location, the D3S location, whatever that number is.
That's
right?
that's his type, his number of repeats he has from each parent at location.
Okay. And what's the significance of these letters and numbers here?
So we were talking about the locations on different chromosomes. So loci, locus is singular. So D is the designation for on chromosome 3. And then at point location 1, I think it says 135 to say 8 after that. It's a little blurry on my screen. So it's just saying on this chromosome at this location is where I expect to find that essentially G or STR.
Okay.
It's just a designation of the location on the chromosome where this is found.
And all the testing in this case, in terms of these locations, the laboratory used the same exact locations. Is that right?
Yeah, so this is in the amplification process, we have a kit that's given to us by a supplier, and that kit has all these locations. So that's the same kit that's used for evidence or references, and we're amplifying all these same locations every time I did an application.
Okay, thank you. Judge, I don't think I have any further questions.
Okay. Redirect.
Two quick things. Sir, you just heard on cross-examination and you discussed how family members share some alleles.
Yes.
Now, in the instances in this case where you were able to conclude that Sophia Caneiro was the source of the DNA on certain items, were you able to exclude her brother Jesse?
Yes,
And how about her mother and father Jennifer and Keith?
they were excluded.
Okay. And then I'm going to show you what's been marked, and you've already seen this S479, the allele table. If we could just publish this. Get on the back table, please.
Any objection to that? No objection to
No.
that? Yeah. Yep, just making sure.
Just scroll up a little bit. I want to look at VWA. You see locus VWA?
I do.
Okay, and under Sophia, she's the third one over. What are her alleles there?
She's a 1718.
Does she appear to have a mutation at that particular locus? If you look at her parents,
Which ones are her parents again?
1 and 4.
Yes, she does.
Can you circle her VWA alleles?
Yes. Both of them are.
The whole thing?
Okay.
Box. If we could just have this preserved, please.
You want the whole box or just the circle of the one?
Oh, just, that's fine, just her mutation.
Okay, just.
So that's 479.1 or 2? 2, that's what I thought. 479.2.
Thank you, I have nothing further.
Mr. Murray?
No, thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. Sir, you can step down. Prosecutor, you want to call your next witness?
Do I just state calls Teresa Nazizan?
Hi, come on up. You can come around here. Just watch your step as you're coming up to the witness stand. And then if you don't mind, if you could put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Once you get seated and comfortable, can you tell us your full name and spell your last name, please?
Absolutely. My name is Teresa Nazizan. Last name Nezezon.
Okay, thank you so much. Prosecutor, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Ms. Nazizan.
Morning.
Where are you employed?
I am employed by the New Jersey State Police Office of Forensic Sciences DNA Laboratory.
Okay, what is your title there?
I am a Forensic Scientist 3, and I'm also the Assistant Laboratory Director.
What unit did you say you currently worked in?
I work in the DNA Laboratory.
Okay. I'd like to discuss your professional background and education with you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as S489 showing counsel. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that is my CV.
Could you tell the jury about your educational background, please?
Absolutely. I have a Bachelor's of Science in Microbiology and Immunology from the University of Rochester in Rochester, New York. And I have a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from the John Jay College of Criminal Justice in New York City.
Now, could you take us through your professional experience chronologically?
Yes, absolutely. Would you like me to speak to the jobs that I had before this, or just the current?
If you could start with your CV lists, the jobs that the first job that you took at when you graduated, so start there.
After I graduated from college, I worked in a vaccine immunobiology lab in Rochester, New York, where we worked on pathogens that cause ear infections in children. After that, when I was working on my master's degree at John Jay College, I worked in one of the labs as a laboratory assistant, doing ordering and making sure the lab functioned correctly. And after that job, I did obtain a job at the New Jersey State Police Office of Forensic Sciences.
Now, how long have you been with the New Jersey State Police?
I have been with the state police for about 23 years.
How long have you worked in the DNA unit?
All of those 23 years.
Okay. Can you take us through the different roles and titles that you've had while you were there?
Sure. I began my career as a forensic scientist 1. During that time, I was mostly doing lab work and authoring of case files. I then was promoted to forensic scientist 2, and in that capacity, I was performing technical reviews of case files as well as lab work and authoring case files. And finally, I was promoted to forensic scientist 3, which is a supervisory title. And in that capacity, I still author lab reports and I still peer review lab reports, but I also supervise a team of scientists.
Now, was there a program that you had to complete to become a forensic DNA analyst?
Yes, the New Jersey State Police Office of Forensic Sciences DNA Laboratory has a very extensive training program. It usually lasts about a year. During that time, I was required to watch caseworking scientists perform all aspects of our job. I then had to demonstrate that I could perform those techniques independently. I also underwent a laboratory practical and a written exam, and finally a mock court before being certified.
Do you have to keep up with any continuing education for your profession?
Yes, we are required to complete 8 hours of continuous education training per year, but we often complete much more than that.
Okay. And did you have to take any proficiency testing?
Yes, each scientist in our laboratory has to be proficiency tested twice per year.
And how do you stand with regard to your proficiency testing?
All of my proficiency tests have been satisfactory.
Now, you indicated that you're the assistant DNA laboratory director?
Yes, that's correct.
And what does that role entail?
That role is a bit of a jack of all trades kind of role. I assist our laboratory director. There are a lot of administrative tasks that have to be carried out. I help with that. It could be anything from doing the meat and potatoes of what we do, like so writing up cases, reviewing, all the way up to taking care of building and maintenance issues. So.
Now, in total, over the course of your career, about how many cases have you worked on where you've processed and analyzed DNA samples?
Many. I would estimate maybe 2,500.
Okay. Now, when we're talking about cases, can a case have more than one DNA sample?
Yes, absolutely.
How many times have you testified in Superior Court with regard to the results of those DNA analyses that you conducted?
35 times in different courts throughout the counties of New Jersey.
Okay. And do you also peer review others' cases?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And how many times have you peer reviewed cases involving DNA analysis?
Multiple, many cases that I've peer reviewed. I would say, again, it's in the thousands. 3,000. Sorry.
In the jurisdictions that you testified, actually, can you tell us what are those jurisdictions?
It would be counties throughout New Jersey, almost all of the counties I've testified in.
Have you ever testified in federal court?
Yes, I have, twice.
Okay. In those instances, how many times were you qualified by the court as an expert in the field of forensic DNA analysis?
In all of the times I testified, I was qualified as an expert witness in DNA analysis.
At this time, Judge, the state would seek to have this witness qualified as an expert in forensic DNA analysis.
Smart.
No idea.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, again, the same exact charge as it deals with expert testimony. You have to evaluate the expert's opinion. You evaluate that based on the information that they're relying upon, just like I've told you in the past. You would decide their credibility. You decide the facts on which that their information that they're using, whether it exists or not. then you'll compile it all together and make that ultimate determination. So I gave you the longer version of that charge this morning. Does everybody remember that charge?
Yes.
Everybody is shaking their head yes, so they don't want to hear me again. This is the third time this morning, so we'll continue. You're qualified as an expert in forensic DNA analysis. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Turning to the
Can we
presentation.
just for 1 second take the circle off my eyeball? Did you guys put that up there?
I wanted to make you Batman.
Thank you.
Did you have occasion to perform DNA testing and analysis of certain items of evidence with regard to this case, State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S414 and S490, showing counsel. Let's start with S490. If you could, do you recognize that?
Yes, that is the laboratory report that I prepared for case number C18-10138.
Okay, and is there a date on there?
Yes, the date the report issued is May 13th, 2020.
Okay, now S414, which is in front of you, do you recognize that?
Yes, that is the evidence receipt from this case.
Okay. Now, is there the same lab number on that evidence receipt as it is on your report?
Yes, there is.
And that ends in 38?
Yes.
If you could, can you tell us what the items are that are listed on S414?
S414 lists item 28. These are laboratory items, our laboratory items. Item 28, 29, 30, 31, and 32.
And does it say what each of those items are?
Yes, it does.
Can you please indicate each one?
Absolutely. Item 28 is one envelope containing biological specimens, question DNA swab of reddish stain from door frame in between foyer and kitchen of 15 Willowbrook Road, Colts Neck, New Jersey. Item 29 is one envelope containing biological specimen, question DNA sample, scraping of reddish stain from door frame in between foyer and kitchen of 15 Willowbrook Road, Colts Neck, New Jersey. Item 30 is one envelope containing biological specimen, question DNA swab of reddish stain from the south side of the kitchen island of 15 Willowbrook Road, Colts Neck, New Jersey. Item 31, one envelope containing biological specimen, question DNA swab of reddish stain from the lower kitchen cabinet on the north side of the kitchen next to the garbage disposal at 15 Willowbrook Road, Colts Neck, New Jersey. Item 32 is one envelope containing question DNA swab of reddish stain from the pull-out drawer just below the sink on the north side of the kitchen at 15 Willowbrook Road, Colts Neck, New Jersey.
Now, of those items, which, if any, did you perform DNA testing on?
Our laboratory performed testing on item 28.
Okay, and specifically, can you tell us about the testing that you performed and your results, if any?
Yes, so item 28, a portion of that would have come into the DNA laboratory and we would have performed the 4-step process to obtain a DNA profile on that item. So those 4 steps, they include extraction, quantification, amplification, and detection. And we were able to obtain a DNA profile from item 28.
Okay, and what, if any, comparisons did you make with regard to that profile?
The STR DNA profile of Sophia Caneiro matches the STR DNA profile obtained from item 28-1.
Right, now, what, if any, statistic did you assign this?
The calculated frequency of the STR DNA profile is 1 in at least 2.18 million for randomly selected unrelated individuals.
Thank you. I'm going to show you what has been marked as S491 and S416, and I'm showing counsel. could start with S491. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
What is that?
this was a supplemental report that I issued in case number C18-10138.
What is the date on there?
The date the report was issued is July 7th, 2023.
Okay, and what are the items that are listed that you tested in your report?
So item 6-1, which is a portion of a swab of a knife blade, and item 8-1, which is a portion of a swab of a knife blade.
Okay, and specifically, do those correspond to the items on S416?
Yes.
Okay. When you say you performed testing on there, can you just tell us what you did specifically for each of those?
Yes. So each of these items was subjected to the first and the second step of the 4-step process. So the first step, extraction, the second step, quantification. And quantification is when we're trying to figure out how much DNA we have on an item. So when we got to the second step of the 4-step process with both items 6-1 and 8-1, it was determined that these samples had a quantification value of 0. So basically, there was no DNA on either of these items, no detectable DNA on either of these items.
Thank you. Judge, I have nothing further.
Mark, across.
Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So S414, I think, was the evidence receipt in this case for items that included item 28.
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay, and then that was delivered to your lab on February 25th of 2020?
I'm sorry, I would need S414 to just verify that date, but I believe that it came in around that time. Wait.
This is S414?
Yes, these items came into the laboratory on February 25th, 2020.
Okay, thank you. And there's also a synopsis, a brief history of examination requested within this item, S414. And it relates to, obviously all these items came, it's your understanding, from 15 Willowbrook Road in Colesnack?
Yes, I believe that was scene 1.
Okay, and the incident date for this case was November 20th of 2018?
Forgive me,
Yeah,
may I
no,
refresh
sure.
recollection? Yes, November 23rd, 2018.
Okay, well, that's what's listed there, right?
Yes, that's what's listed.
Now, in between then and February 25th of 2020, do you know where these envelopes of specimens were?
I do not know where in the chain of custody those items were.
Do you know the date on which these were collected initially?
No, I do not.
You have no idea?
No.
So, I mean, your understanding is these swabs were taken from places at the Willowbrook Road property where there was a question as to whether the items in question had blood on them, right?
I knew that they were sampled from 15 Willowbrook Road.
Okay. Okay. And specifically, the evidence received it lists envelopes containing biological specimens, right?
Correct.
And it says questioned after each of them, and what's questioned is DNA swab of reddish stain, right?
Right. The question is a designation that we give to samples that are not known reference samples. So samples from, from myself, somebody's person.
Okay, right. But all of these are, what comes after question is the phrase reddish stain from various locations, right?
Correct.
And these were not collected by you, right?
That's correct.
They were collected by a detective, presumably.
Possibly, presumably.
For reasons that you do not know, thought were areas of potential evidentiary interest, right?
Yes.
But you don't know how long these reddish stains existed on these items before they were swabbed by the detectives, right?
That's correct.
And it could have been a day, it could have been weeks, right?
That's correct.
Could have been months,
That's possible.
could have been over a year.
That is possible.
What we do know is that DNA does not last forever on items in the world, right? It degrades over time.
It can, and that depends on many factors.
And DNA can degrade in terms of its quantity on an item, right?
It would, quantity is how we would measure it, but it will degrade so that we can't analyze it. The DNA will still be there, but it'll be fragmented so that we can't analyze it.
And the longer a period of time that goes by, the longer the opportunity or possibility exists for that DNA to degrade, right?
That is possible. Again, there are many factors that go into how long DNA can persist on an item.
Sure. I think that it's probably true that, we know that you don't get to decide how things come to the laboratory, right? They come to you as they're packaged, right?
Yes.
And they come to you whenever they happen to be collected and sent, right?
That's correct.
And you're not in really any control over how long some DNA could potentially sit on an item before being swabbed, and those swabs are sent to you, right?
That's correct.
But ideally, you'd want that swab taken of an item as soon as possible in relation to an important event in the case, right?
Ideally, but I can't, again, speak to how long the DNA, specifically in this case, was sitting there and what conditions it was subjected to and whether that would cause degradation or not.
Right, right. Well, you just simply don't know, right?
That's correct.
But in the abstract, let's take ourselves away from the specific circumstances of this case for a second. In the abstract, you would want the DNA swabs to be taken and delivered to you sooner rather than later, right?
That's correct.
Because, these possibilities exist for the DNA to degrade over time, right?
Again, yes.
So if we can eliminate that issue with time, we would want to do that, right?
Yes.
The results you got for item 28, I believe you said it was a match to Sophia, right?
Yes.
But then the likelihood ratio was somewhere around 2 million?
That was the random match probability, so not a likelihood.
So
2.18 million of randomly selected unrelated individuals. 1 out of 2.18 million randomly selected unrelated individuals would be expected to share the profile that you found.
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
Now, you did not get a full profile from item 28.
That's correct.
You got a profile where many locations, many loci did not return any information whatsoever.
Yes, there were some that did not have a result.
You actually got information from only 7 of them in terms of that sample, right?
Yes, there were 7 complete loci that I could report.
7 total, complete or somewhat complete.
Yes, there were other, yes.
And so, and I guess we should say that the sample obviously appeared to be an XX sample in terms of the alleles. You believed there was a female contributor,
That's correct. Barring mutation, that was a female profile.
Now, you ran this, you amplified the sample twice. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then sometimes certain things appeared in amplification 1 that didn't appear in amplification 2, right?
That's correct.
And sometimes things appeared in amplification 2 that didn't appear in amplification 1.
That's correct.
There was also, I think you also included your electropherogram results for the sample, right?
Yes.
And sometimes, it appears that the peak heights between some of these alleles that you include as part of the table are not exactly equivalent to each other.
Yes.
And so sometimes one peak for, let's say, 14 at D18S51 is higher in terms of allele 15 than it is for 14. It's over double the RFU amounts, I guess.
I don't have the information in front of me.
Okay. Okay. What would that be though? If there was a 14, 15 and 15 was showing as those numbers beneath it are the RFUs, right?
Yes.
And what does that stand for?
Relative fluorescence units.
And what is that? What does this mean? What is the electropherogram?
The electropherogram is a graphical representation of the DNA. So the RFUs represent how strong of a signal each peak is.
Okay.
Mr. Murray, I'm going to give the jurors a break. It's around lunchtime now, so I'm going to stop you here. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to stop you for the morning here. I didn't say anything though to start you. Don't discuss this case. Don't do any research. I'll bring you back at about 1:35. I do have one thing that I have to do during the lunch hour, so if I'm running 5.
No, that good old TiVo time makes wonders. So we get past that lunch time. We're right back in there. TiVo time will take us right past that. Thank you. There's still no verdict in the other case. If anybody's watching the Benfield case, they have been out about almost 8 hours so far. Still looking for a verdict over there in that case. I do see that opening statement started in that new case in Georgia. I'm still trying to figure out what. I heard that's supposed to be another
When you're ready.
couple months, a month and a half long case. So I'm trying to think. Trying to figure out if we can work it in there.
So when we left off before lunch, I think we were talking about item 28-1, and that was an item that you had tested and come to a conclusion about regarding Sophia Caneiro being a match to that item.
That's correct.
Now, we were also talking about the fact that there were electropherograms from the testing that you did on that item, right?
Yes.
And I think you were in the process of explaining what the electropherogram is before we broke. So what role does the electropherogram play in your genetic testing?
So the electropherogram is the culmination of the 4-step process. That's basically the visual representation of the DNA profile.
Okay. And it's visual because we can see on the electropherogram there are at various places where the locus are tested, there can be spikes along a line that runs across the pherogram, right?
Yes.
And those spikes are associated with what is the association between a spike on the electropharogram, and what is this? What's the significance for the DNA locus?
So each spike, each peak that you would see is one of the alleles at that locus. So alleles are just different copies of a gene. So we are looking at 27 locations along the chromosome. So at each location, you would expect, if there's one person's profile there, you would expect to see 1 or 2 peaks. So 2 peaks because you get 1 copy of your DNA from your mother and 1 copy from your father. So if you look at the electropharogram and at a given location you see 2 peaks, that means you got, like, say, 1 version from your mother and 1 version from your father. If you see 1 peak at a location, that means generally it means that you've gotten the same allele from your mother and your father.
Now that's as to an electropharogram of a person's reference sample. Right?
That's correct. That's a single source, 1 person sample.
But when we're dealing with testing items of evidence, we don't know if you're going to get a single source profile or a mixed profile back when you look at the genetic material that's on the item, right?
When we do the 4-step process, we are not sure at the end if we will get a mixture or a single source profile.
Right. And sometimes you mentioned that sometimes there could be a single peak at a given allele, which could indicate in a reference sample that the person has inherited the same allele from both parents, right?
Right.
But in an item of evidence that's tested, if we had a single peak, that could mean, in and of itself, that could mean that there was one person who contributed who inherited the same allele from each parent. But it could also mean that we didn't have complete information at that locus.
Yes, depending on the signal strength of the profile. So if the profile is overall a generally lower, weaker profile, yes, that can happen where you see one of the alleles from the mother or father and the other allele is not present.
There's other occasions where we might see 2 alleles are present at a locus. One seems to be has a higher spike, has more RFUs associated with it than the other allele.
Yes.
And I think is that something that's called height imbalance?
Yes, peak imbalances can happen, especially when you're looking, again, at a lower level sample. That's typically where you see it.
And so if one allele, let's say, is associated with 431 RFUs, radiofluorescent units, and the other allele at the same location is associated with 207, right? Just as a general matter, obviously one allele would be coming in at less than half the RFU amount of the greater, right?
Yes, in that example.
And that would be would a height imbalance of that nature be significant?
It all depends on the profile. So if I saw that peak imbalance in a low level sample, I wouldn't be surprised. And if I thought that could be indicative of a mixture, I would expect to see evidence of a mixture in another location within that profile.
Mm-hmm. You could expect, but it in and of itself, that height imbalance could be indicative of a mixture.
At one locus, I would not hang my hat on saying something's a mixture if I saw an imbalance there.
Obviously, everybody who you had a sample from in this case, in terms of Jennifer Caneiro, Jesse Caneiro, Sophia Caneiro, and Keith Caneiro, they are all related to one another, right?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. And you had, I think in your report, you had a copy of each of their allele tables, right?
Yes, each of their references was in an allele table in my report, my case file.
Okay. And I think we, so I just wanted to show you So this is D137. Do I have this right? That's the allele table you created for evidence item 28-1?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And in this item, we're going to see that there's the original amplification, a secondary amplification, and then the consensus table?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Is this, to your knowledge, an accurate representation of what was created when you put that table together?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I'm going to ask to publish D-137.
No objection.
Go ahead.
Okay. Now, it's a little hard to see perhaps, but when we see the first column, and that's labeled AMP1, that's the one to the left, right?
Yes.
And then the middle column is AMP2, right?
Yes.
And then on the end, we have the consensus column, right?
Yes.
Now, the consensus column is what we're doing to build your final table of results to compare to the reference samples you have, right?
Yes.
And when we look at the consensus column, we're going to see that there's a number of spaces that are left blank, right?
Yes.
Like here and here along D2S5441 and D10S1248, for example, and all the way down that column consensus, we're going to see blank spaces, right?
Yes.
And that's indicative of the fact that those are spaces where we have no information that we can use to compare against the reference sample, right?
That's correct.
So we can only rely on the information we have in terms of where you've input data into that consensus column. Is that right?
Yes, that is what I would use in my final comparison. But I would have to say that if there were something in here that was not consistent with my final conclusion, if there was more information in here and it was not consistent with matching Sophia Caneiro, then that would not have been my conclusion.
Sure. I'm sure that that's true. I'm just simply pointing out that, when you do this testing, it is not the case that you're always dealing with a perfect, complete sample, and you have to make do with the sample that you get from the evidence, right?
That is true.
And you have to see if it leads you to a conclusion or if it leads you to a place where you're unable to make a determination, right?
That can happen.
Now, this is, so just looking at this, we see at D18, S51, there's I think you've stated a belief that this evidence shows that there's a 1415 present at that location, right?
Yes.
In AMP1, there was a 14 and 15, right?
Yes.
And in AMP2, there was just a 14. There's no 15 anymore.
Correct.
The 15's dropped off.
Yes, it's dropped out.
It didn't appear in the electropherogram results.
It may have appeared as a peak that was below our analytical threshold, but without the electropherogram, I can't say.
Okay. But either way, either it didn't appear at all, or it was so low that your lab protocols would say, don't consider it, right?
Right. The software would not consider if it was below the analytical threshold.
Because if it was, then it would have appeared as, it would have been indicated in AMP2, right?
Yes.
Okay. But even though it's not present, right, in AMP2, and it's only present in AMP1, you placed it in the consensus table. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if we go and we look at that D18 in terms of the reference samples for this case. And this this is S479 that was previously published. Here, we can see reference samples for Jennifer Caneiro, Jesse Caneiro, Sophia Caneiro, and Keith Caneiro. Okay?
Okay.
Here we obviously see that Sophia's a 1415, right?
Yes.
And it was indicated that the evidence, the item of evidence that you tested 28-1, you concluded that at that location, that item was also displaying 1415, right?
Yes.
But because Sophia is related to her mother and father, and her mother and father are also reference samples here, we can see that her father, Keith, is a 1515, right?
Yes.
And her mother, Jennifer, is a 1314, right?
Yes.
And if there was a height imbalance at that location, you're saying between 14 and 15, you're saying, look, that wouldn't be on its own enough for me to conclude that there was mixture, right?
Generally, yes.
But also in that sample we saw, we're missing a large amount of the data that would otherwise be testable if you had it, right?
Yes, we are missing some data in that profile.
And because we know that there were other reference samples who could have contributed to this, who are related, that relatedness amongst them could cause the sample to look like it's single source, even though it has the greater potential because of how these people are related to one another, of potentially being a mixture.
Not necessarily. Yes, that can happen. But if this were a mixture, I would expect to see evidence of that somewhere else at a different location, at more than one location.
Sure. But I think, and I'm not saying that, I'm not trying to question your conclusions about this item in particular, but what I am trying to say is that when we're looking at this random match probability, right, we're looking at this in terms of the likelihood of encountering this in a pool of unrelated individuals, right?
Mm-hmm.
But in the reference samples we have here, we're talking about related individuals, right?
Yes.
And that is a factor that doesn't really get encapsulated into this idea of constructing a statistic based on unrelated individuals being contributors.
In this area, that's right. The statistic is calculated based upon unrelated individuals.
Right. But of course we know that the reference samples here are not unrelated. They're in fact closely related to one another, right?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Nothing, Judge.
You can sit down. Thank you. State's calling next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Christine Schlenker.
On the Bible and raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, once you get comfortable, you can state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please.
Christine Schlenker, SCHLENKER.
Okay, prosecutor.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Ms. Schlenker.
Good afternoon.
Where are you employed?
I'm employed with the New Jersey State Police Office of Forensic Sciences in the DNA laboratory as a Forensic Scientist 3, which is a supervisor.
How long have you been with the New Jersey State Police as a forensic scientist?
I started with New Jersey State Police in October of 2002.
I'd like to ask you about your professional and educational background. I'm going to show you the counsel what you marked as S492. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is, oh, sorry, it's a copy of my resume, my CV.
Okay. How many pages is it?
It is 4 pages.
And did you create that document?
Yes, I did.
If you could, take us through your formal education.
Sure. I graduated from the University of New Haven with a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science, also a Bachelor's of Science in Biology with a pre-med concentration and a minor in chemistry. I graduated from the University of Florida with a master's degree in pharmaceutical sciences with a concentration in forensic DNA and serology.
Now, what, if any, specific courses were you required to take to become a forensic DNA analyst?
To become a forensic DNA analyst, you have to have certain coursework, including genetics, statistics, molecular biology, and biochemistry.
Can you tell the jury about your prior professional experience as it relates to your field?
Sure. Before I started with New Jersey State Police, I did work for a private DNA lab called the Bodie Technology Group. It's located in North Virginia, and I worked there for a little over 2 years.
Where did you work after that?
After I left Bodie Technology, I came right to New Jersey State Police in October of 2002.
Can you tell us the different titles that you've had at the New Jersey State Police?
Sure. When I was hired hired as a Forensic Scientist 1, which is an entry level. After some time, I took some promotional exams. I was promoted to a Forensic Scientist 2. And then that was in 2015. And then in 2022, I was promoted to a Forensic Scientist 3, my current title.
And what is it that you do as a Forensic Scientist 3 now?
As a Forensic Scientist 3, I'm primarily tasked with managing a group of scientists, performing administrative reviews on case files, also performing technical reviews on case files. I organize or I assist various agencies in regards to cold cases and their missing person cases. I'm a liaison for that for the laboratory. And when needed, I do write up reports.
So do you still do casework, I guess?
Not in the laboratory, but I'll do anything from writing up a case to doing a technical review of a case to administrative review of the case. Kind of just depends where the need is.
Now, what, if any, continuing education are you required to receive?
Every year, we're required to have 8 hours of continuing education. That can either be where we have somebody come in and give training to us at the laboratory, or we go out to a various seminar or meeting.
And are you required to undergo proficiency testing?
Yes, twice a year.
And are you current and up to date with your proficiency testing?
Yes, I am. I believe my current lab test or current proficiency test is pending.
Now, as far as professional memberships, do you belong to any professional memberships that relate to your profession?
Yes, I'm a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences and also the Northeastern Association of Forensic Scientists.
Does the New Jersey State Police currently utilize a software called StarMix?
Yes.
Since when?
We went online with StarMix in April of 2022.
Now, were you trained in StarMix?
Yes, I was.
What did that training entail?
We had training that involved ESR, which is the company who makes StarMix. They came into the laboratory, gave us training. We also had various in-house training. There was competency tests and also a oral board.
Now, since you were trained in StarMix, what has been your role with regard to StarMix in terms of utilizing the software?
In terms of utilizing software, like I said, I still write reports, and I also do technical review of cases. So I'm still writing up reports, utilizing the StarMix software myself, and also reviewing it from the technical standpoint.
In total, about how many DNA samples have you processed and analyzed over the course of your career?
Easily over 30,000 samples.
Now, how many times have you testified in court with regard to the results of your analyses?
Over 50 times.
And in what jurisdictions?
Various superior courts throughout the state of New Jersey, including Essex County, Mercer County, Ocean County, and Monmouth County as well.
Now, in those instances, were you qualified as an expert in the field of forensic DNA analysis?
Yes, I was.
How many times?
Every time.
Judge, at this time, the state would seek to have this witness qualified as an expert in the field of forensic DNA analysis.
Any voir dire? Okay, should be accepted as an expert. You got it. Go ahead.
Now, back in July of 2023, did you have occasion to perform DNA testing and analysis with regard to certain items in the present case?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S417 and S493. Show me counsel. If we could start with S493, if you could tell us if you recognize that.
Yes, S493 is a copy of the five-page report I issued on 9/29/2023.
And is there a case number, a laboratory case number on there?
Yes, it is C18-10139.
Now, S417, do you recognize that?
Yes, this is a copy of the evidence receipt for this particular case and this submission.
Is there a date on there for the submission?
Yes, it was submitted to the laboratory on June 7th, 2023.
And is there a lab number on there?
Yes, again, it's C18-10139.
What specific items were submitted to the lab?
From the evidence receipt, item number 40, from scene 1, it was a label located on the interior waistbands of jeans. 41 was from scene 1. It was a long sleeve Eddie Bauer thermal shirt. 42 was scene 1. That was a black/gray sock with gold toe and melted yellow plastic.
And just to be clear, were these submitted from the Ocean Township scene?
I believe so, yes.
Now, on your report, which is S493, if you could, specifically page 2 of your report, lists item 40-1. Do you see that?
Yes.
And what is that?
40-1 is a portion of the label from the jeans.
Okay. What, if any, testing was performed with regard to that?
That testing, only the first 2 steps were in our 4-step analysis was processed. After quantitation, there was no DNA detected, so therefore analysis stopped after the quant step.
Now, on page 3 of your report, do you see where it lists item 41-1-1?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is a portion of the scraping of the inside of the collar from a shirt.
And is that the shirt that you referred to, the long sleeve Eddie Bauer thermal shirt?
Yes.
Was any DNA testing performed on that?
Yes.
And then page 1 of your report, where it lists item 6-1-4-1. Do you see that?
Yes.
What is that?
That is a portion of the staining from the right shin area from the jean.
1-4-1. Was that a resubmission of an actual item of evidence?
No, it wasn't.
What was it then?
With that was previously analyzed by the scientist whose case this was originally. So it was requested for us to go ahead and process that sample, again, at the laboratory utilizing StarMix. So we had to perform an amplification and also another CE run or detection step. So just the last 2 steps of the 4-step process was done on that.
So and just, oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I was saying it's just done on the extract, which is liquid that's left over from our analysis, and that's stored at the laboratory.
So just to be clear, the items on the 3 items that were listed on that evidence property receipt, of those 3 items, the label of the jeans got to you?
Yes.
And the portion of the shirt scrapings inside collar, did that make its way to you?
Yes.
The sock, did that ever come to you from
No.
serology? Now, was the New Jersey State Police provided with any reference samples from the prosecutor's office for comparison purposes?
Yes, reference samples were already previously submitted and tested.
And because you utilized, as you indicated, StarMix software to assist you in your analysis in this case, I'd like to briefly discuss what StarMix is. Okay. And what is it?
StarMix is a probabilistic genotyping software that we validated in the laboratory. It helps us interpret DNA profiles and also to perform a statistical calculation when we're doing comparisons to different references.
Particularly useful in certain samples.
Yes, if we have a sample that's a mixture of, let's say, 3 or 4 contributors, it helps us with deconvoluting or determining possible different profiles that are within that mixture.
Now, is StarMix intended to replace the DNA analyst?
No.
What is it essentially then doing?
Again, it's a tool that's utilized at the laboratory. So when we get our data after our CE run, I'm first looking at that data and evaluating it to see if it's of good quality or quantity. Same thing we did prior to StarMix with our binary methods. If I determine it's of good quality, I can determine the number of contributors, then I'm then going ahead and using StarMix and inputting that data to generate an interpretation report. That interpretation report, I'm going over as an analyst. I'm reviewing the diagnostics. I'm looking at the genotypes that were proposed, the weights that were proposed for those genotypes, and seeing if I agree with it, if it's intuitive. Like I said, it's just a tool. You can compare it to something like back in the day, if you were going from point A to point B, you would have to pull out your map out your route. Nowadays, we have GPS. You can pull up Waze, put it in Google Maps, enter that information. It's taking more information into account to plan your route. So it's taking into account an accident or congestion, stuff like that.
How long has the New Jersey State Police Lab been utilizing StarMix?
We went online with it in April of 2022.
And prior to that, did you have to, or did StarMix have to go through a rigorous validation process?
Yes.
And did you and other analysts have to be trained in utilizing StarMix?
Yes.
Can you discuss that training?
Yes, as earlier, like I said, we had the company come in, or the company gave us training from ESR. We also had internal trainings, competency tests, and also oral boards.
Now, is StarMix being utilized by other laboratories around the country?
Yes.
Do you know the approximate percentage?
I believe it's about 80% of the labs are using StarMix now in the country.
Was the New Jersey State Police, when you guys got StarMix, were you sort of late to the game?
Yes, and we started doing our validation, and then COVID happened, so we got even a little more delayed than we had intended. So
now the jury has heard from forensic scientist Christopher Simkoviak about DNA and how forensic DNA analysis works. In particular, they've heard about the 4-step laboratory process, which culminates in the production of an electropherogram. Did StarMix change anything about that 4-step laboratory process?
no, nothing.
What stage of the game essentially does StarMix come into play at?
StarMix comes into play at the end when we're doing our interpretation.
And can you just explain how it comes into play with regard to your interpretation? In other words, does the methodology of that interpretation change?
No, we're still evaluating our data, like I said, based on whether it was before we had our binary methods and now with StarMix. We're looking at that data, making sure it's meeting certain criteria for us to make an interpretation, make sure that we can use StarMix. We're determining the number of contributors, and then we're inputting that information into the StarMix software for the analysis.
Okay. So just so we're clear, StarMix is essentially, it's a computer software, is that right?
Yes.
And it is essentially doing the same thing that the scientist would do. It's just able to do all of these calculations much faster because it's a computer, not a human being. Is that right?
Yes. Well, it's taking into account and doing a whole lot of math that we can't do in our heads that quickly. So it's taking into account different things like stutter and degradation that we were unable to do with our binary methods.
Now, is the likelihood ratio that, let me ask you, what is the likelihood ratio? What is the statistic that StarMix utilizes?
StarMix utilizes a likelihood ratio.
Is the likelihood ratio statistic itself something new?
No, it's been used for so many years in forensics, and even with the state police, we've used likelihood ratio easily about over 10, 15 years now.
So the jury has heard about the random match probability statistic. Can you explain the likelihood ratio statistic?
Sure. A likelihood ratio is 2 competing hypotheses to give explanation or provide explanation of your data. In its simplest form, you can have one hypothesis that person A is the contributor, and your second hypothesis, it's that an unknown person is the contributor. If your likelihood ratio is greater than 1, it's supporting your first hypothesis. If it's less than 1, it's supporting your second hypothesis.
Now, are there scenarios where your lab will still use the random match probability statistic?
Yes.
What are those scenarios?
If we have a robust single source profile, we will then go ahead and use the random match probability. Also, if we utilize star mix and a profile is deconvoluted or determined, we're able to then go ahead and perform a random match probability statistic if it meets certain criteria.
Turning to the present case, if you could, I'd like you to take a look at S493, which is your report, and starting with item 6-1-4-1. Can you just again tell us what that is?
That is a portion of the staining on the front right shin area of jeans.
Now, when was the original DNA analysis of this particular area conducted?
It was sometime in 2018.
When you reanalyzed this area using star mix, did you first familiarize yourself with the original DNA analyst's reports?
Yes.
And what about his notes?
I did go ahead and look at the report and also the data that was generated back in 2018.
And what were the original results for sample 6-1-4-1 from the genes?
At that time, no conclusions could be reached.
Okay, and that was because why?
Just because it didn't meet the criteria at that time for our protocols and with our binary methods that we had.
So generally speaking, what did the retesting that you did entail?
Because of our validation, we have certain equipment in the laboratory. Any sample that was amplified prior to May of 2019 has to be brought back in and re-amplified using our current equipment. Otherwise, it'd be a violation of our validation and protocols. So when we agreed to, or when I looked at it and evaluated it to go ahead and process it again at the laboratory and to run star mix on it, I took that extract out that was stored in the laboratory and it was amplified and also run on the CE, the 3500.
So was a new electrophotogram produced from that?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically, what, if anything, did you do with that electrophotogram in terms of visually observing it?
I then looked at that data to determine if it was of good quality, if anything needs to be done, any additional lab work. I looked to see if I could determine the number of contributors. Once I was done with it, then I was brought in and imported everything into StarMix to do my comparison and my analysis.
What was the number of contributors that you decided?
For 6-1-4-1, it was a DNA profile best described as 2 contributors, all which are suitable for comparison.
Once you determined the number of contributors, what was the next thing that you did with the electrophotogram and the number of contributors?
Once I determined the number of contributors and ran it through StarMix, I was then going through the interpretation report that was generated from StarMix. Again, looking at the different diagnostics, looking at the proposed genotypes for different locations, for the different contributors, looking at the weights and just evaluating the overall data.
Now, did you perform or conduct any comparisons?
Yes.
And can you tell us about those?
Yes. So when I ran it through StarMix, like I said it was best described as 2 contributors, all which are suitable for comparison. Contributor number 1 was unknown male A. And then with that, I did comparisons to the different reference samples I had.
Now, what, if anything, did you note about contributor 1?
The conclusion for contributor 1 or just that it's an unknown male A?
Sure. So what, if any, conclusions, I guess I'll ask it that way. What, if any, conclusions did you make for contributor 1?
So when I went through and I did the comparisons, comparing it to Jesse Caneiro is identified as a source of the STR DNA profile of unknown male A.
Now, was a statistic reached for Jesse Caneiro?
Yes, it either met or exceeded our source attribution threshold, which is 1 in 8 trillion. And that statistic was generated and it's in part of my case file.
If I showed you that part of your case file, could you give us the specific statistic?
Sure.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S494. I'm showing council. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the statistic I generated for 6-1-4-1 C1, contributor 1. compared to Jesse Caneiro, C18-10138, number 2. Again, I recognize it because it has our laboratory number for this case, C18-10139, and also my signature at the top.
Okay. And even though Jesse Caneiro reached source attribution, what, if you could tell us what the statistic was for that?
Sure. The actual statistic calculated was 1 in 2.73 septillion.
Now, what if any other comparisons were made with regard to that sample and the other, the reference samples that you had?
Comparison to Paul Caneiro, H1, which is hypothesis 1. Paul Caneiro and 1 unknown individual are the contributors, and hypothesis 2, H2, 2 unknown individuals are the contributors. The DNA profile is approximately 53 billion times more likely to occur if H2 is true rather than if H1 is true. Therefore, there is very strong support that Paul Caneiro is not a contributor to the mixture.
Okay. And how about the next comparison that you made?
Sorry, one quick thing. So New Jersey State Police, when we issue our likelihood ratios, we actually report out the unified likelihood ratio that's generated in our StarMix reports. So the unified is actually taking into account unrelated individuals and related individuals, and that's what's reported out in our case files.
Thank you. All right, now what is the next comparison that you made?
Comparison to Jennifer Caneiro. H1, Jennifer Caneiro and 1 unknown individual are the contributors, or H2, 2 unknown individuals are the contributors. Assuming 2 contributors, a likelihood ratio of 0 was calculated, which excludes Jennifer Caneiro as a possible contributor to the mixture.
Okay. And did you make any other comparisons?
Yes. Comparison to Sophia Caneiro. H1, Sophia Caneiro and 1 unknown individual are the contributors, or H2, 2 unknown individuals are the contributors. A likelihood ratio of 1.0 in favor of H2 was calculated, which falls within the laboratory's uninformative range. Therefore, no conclusions will be reached concerning Sophia Caneiro as a contributor to the mixture.
And just so we're clear, when we're talking about these comparisons, are you comparing it to the second person in the mixture?
We're comparing it to the mixture itself.
Okay. And what was the next comparison that you did after that?
Comparison to Keith Caneiro. Keith Caneiro and 1 unknown individual are the contributors, and H2, 2 unknown individuals are the contributors. The DNA profile is approximately 440,000 times more likely to occur if H2 is true rather than if H1 is true. Therefore, there is strong support that Keith Caneiro is not a contributor to the mixture.
And what's the final comparison that you made?
A comparison to Sean Edson. H1 is Sean Edson and 1 unknown individual are the contributor. H2, 2 unknown individuals are the contributors. Assuming 2 contributors, a likelihood ratio of 0 was calculated, which excludes Sean Edson as a possible contributor to the mixture.
Thank you. Now I'd like to refer you to the other sample that you performed DNA testing on in your report, specifically 41-1-1. Can you just remind us, what is that?
That is a portion of the scraping of the inside of collar of a shirt.
And what, if anything, did you do with regard to generating a DNA profile from this sample?
This sample underwent a 4-step process in the laboratory. Again, an electrophoregram was generated at the end of that 4-step process, which I evaluated, looked to see if it's good quality, if it's sufficient for StarMix, also determined number of contributors.
Was it sufficient for StarMix?
Yes.
And did you run it through StarMix?
Yes, I did.
What, if any, comparisons did you make?
Again, I compared it to all the references that were submitted.
And can you tell us the conclusions of those comparisons?
Sure. First, the SCR DNA profile is best described as 2 contributors, all of which are suitable for comparison. Comparison to Paul Caneiro. H1, Paul Caneiro and 1 unknown individual are the contributors, and H2, 2 unknown individuals are the contributors. The DNA profile is approximately 110 million times more likely to occur if H1 is true rather than if H2 is true. Therefore, there is very strong support that Paul Caneiro is a contributor to the mixture.
And just to be clear, we're talking about the collar scrapings that you described earlier from the shirt 41-1-1.
Yes.
What other comparisons did you make in this case?
Comparison to Jennifer Caneiro. H1, Jennifer Caneiro and 1 unknown individual are the contributors. H2, 2 unknown individuals are the contributors. The DNA profile is approximately 24,000 times more likely to occur if H2 is true rather than if H1 is true. Therefore, there is strong support that Jennifer Caneiro is not a contributor to the mixture.
What was the next comparison that was done with regard to the sample?
Comparison to Jesse Caneiro. Jesse Caneiro and 1 unknown individual are the contributors, or H2, 2 unknown individuals are the contributors. The DNA profile is approximately 400 million times more likely to occur if H2 is true rather than if H1 is true. Therefore, there is very strong support that Jesse Caneiro is not a contributor to the mixture.
And what was the next comparison you made?
Comparison to Sophia Caneiro. H1, Sophia Caneiro and 1 unknown individual are the contributors. H2, 2 unknown individuals are the contributors. A likelihood ratio of 77 in favor of H1 was calculated, which falls within the laboratory's uninformative range. Therefore, no conclusions will be reached concerning Sophia Caneiro as a contributor to the mixture.
How about the next one?
Comparison to Keith Caneiro. H1, Keith Caneiro and 1 unknown individual are the contributors. H2, 2 unknown individuals are the contributors. Assuming 2 contributors, a likelihood ratio of 0 was calculated, which excludes Keith Caneiro as a possible contributor to the mixture.
And what was the final comparison that was done with regard to the sample?
There was a comparison to Sean Edson. H1, Sean Edson and 1 unknown individual are the contributors. H2, 2 unknown individuals are the contributors. Assuming 2 contributors, a likelihood ratio of 0 was calculated, which excludes Sean Edson as a possible contributor to the mixture.
You mentioned the uninformative range. Can you just explain what that is?
Yes, we have a verbal scale at the laboratory. It's issued on our reports. It's on page 5 of my report. It's just a verbal qualifier for the statistic. If the likelihood ratio falls in between 1 and 999, that is our uninformative range in the laboratory, and therefore we can't make conclusions.
Cross.
I heard you say something and I didn't quite understand it, so I just wanted to make sure that I had it right. You said that the state police lab, when you were talking about the likelihood ratio,
And you wanted to bring up a point, and you said our lab does a unified LR. It takes into consideration both related and unrelated individuals.
Yes.
Okay, what did you mean by that?
So likelihood ratios, when we used to do it prior, using our mathematical spreadsheet that we had, our worksheet, our likelihood ratios were previously based on unrelated individuals. So as part of our conclusions, we'd always state and make sure that unrelated individuals was in our conclusions. Now with StarMix, it generates the unrelated, but then it also calculates the various relationship likelihood ratios. All that is taken into account for the unified likelihood ratio. So therefore, the unified likelihood ratio is what we report, which includes related and unrelated individuals.
I got you. And you said the state police does that.
Yes.
And you're saying, obviously, that's where you're employed currently.
Yes.
And you're not. That's a function that's part of the StarMix testing that the state police does, right?
I believe StarMix calculates the relationship no matter what, but I think it's up to the individual laboratory if they want to report out the unrelated or unified.
Gotcha. Okay. So StarMix, like you said, is a computer program. It's software that assists you in DNA interpretation.
Yes.
It isn't like a DNA test itself, right?
Correct. It's not lab work or anything like that. It's based on the data that's generated from that 4-step process.
It doesn't swab things. It doesn't take samples. It doesn't extract DNA, right?
No.
And it doesn't amplify the DNA.
No.
It doesn't. Basically, after the lab has done things to extract and amplify DNA, that sample could be suitable for submission to StarMix.
Correct.
Okay. Now, StarMex doesn't actually observe biological material, right? It doesn't look at cells or blood or saliva or things like that.
No, it's looking at the DNA profile that's generated from the lab work.
Right. So what it's really looking at is numerical data.
It's looking at all the data that's generated, yes, the allele peak heights, stutter, yes, all that.
And all those things are in some fashion input into it, so it's able to look at that, right?
Yes, so the data, like I said, once it's done in the electrophoregram, we get that data straight from the CE run, and that data is inputted in based on the biological result.
Now, obvious to say, but just so it's on the record here, StarMix in and of itself, it doesn't determine it. It doesn't do anything to determine how DNA was deposited on an item, right?
Correct.
And it can't tell you how long DNA has been on an item, right?
Correct.
It can't tell you why or who deposited it initially, right?
Correct.
What it does essentially is compare hypotheses about a contributor versus a hypothesis about an unknown contributors and tries to determine the likelihood of either being greater.
Correct. The likelihood of either hypothesis.
Now, is primarily used for complex DNA samples. Would that be fair to say?
It's used for all samples at the laboratory, even some single source samples.
Right. I mean, now it is. So it's I think it's becoming probably routine for state police lab to use it, even if it's not a complex mixture, right?
It's always been like that, yes.
Okay. Now, it relies on probability theory to output the results that it gives you, right?
Correct. We're putting in the number of contributors, we're doing the comparisons to different references, and it's comparing those two hypotheses.
Right. And obviously the two hypotheses or the propositions, one proposition that you're inputting to it is typically going to include a proposition that the person of interest is included in the sample.
Yes, when we're doing our comparison, like I said, we're comparing based on the profile. Is the comparison that's person part of the mixture or a contributor or an unknown?
Mm-hmm. And the likelihood ratio is a comparison of those competing hypotheses. It's not a conclusion about a person being a contributor to the mixture.
Well, the likelihood ratio will support inclusion or exclusion, and you get that numerical value, and then we have that verbal qualifier.
Right. So the verbal qualifier is some support for a proposition, strong support, very strong support for the proposition.
Yes.
That's the verbal scale you're talking about, right?
Yes.
When it came to Jesse, for example, you were able to do source attribution regarding that 6-1 item that you've attributed that sample was contributed by Jesse Caneiro, right?
Yes.
And that was, it exceeded the threshold for which you can do source attribution, but the prosecutor asked you what the statistic would have been or what it was calculated as, and it was in excess of a septillion.
Correct.
Right? And so a septillion, I think I did this right, is like 27 zeros.
I think it's 24 zeros.
Maybe, yeah. Okay, let's call it 24. And then, but for Paul on that 41-1, the likelihood ratio you got there was 110 million, right?
That is, yes, so it's a likelihood, I believe that was the statistic. It's a likelihood ratio compared to a random match probability. So the likelihood ratio, I believe, was in support of H1.
Right. And the hypothesis H1 was 110 million times more likely than H2.
In support of, yeah.
Right. 110 million or 100 million has 8 zeros.
Correct.
Okay, so the software and the verbal scale is going to say the same thing about both of those numbers. They're going to, the verbal scale is going to say a number with 24 zeros after it provides very strong support for a proposition, right?
Actually, no, the verbal scale is only for the likelihood ratios,
Well,
not for the random match probability, which is a completely different statistic.
well, is there something stronger than very strong support in the verbal scale?
Again, the verbal scale isn't meant for any of our random match probabilities. That verbal scale didn't start with our reports until we went online with StarMix.
Sure.
And we've been reporting out source attribution and random match probabilities for a long time.
Right. I'm just saying that the verbal scale goes, it looks to me like it goes from 0, which is exclusion, right, to 1,000,000 or greater, which is very strong support.
Yes.
Right? And there's nothing on the verbal scale, there's nothing that comes after very strong support, right?
Correct.
And so after 1,000,000 or greater, the verbal scale kind of just tops out there. Anything over 1,000,000, it can go to infinity. There's nothing stronger in the verbal scale than very strong support, right?
Again, that's for the likelihood ratio, yes.
Yeah, right. But, you know, obviously the statistic you can generate in terms of these matches goes well in excess of that 1,000,000 or greater in the verbal qualifier scheme, right?
Yes, our random match probability can go higher than 1,000,000. And again, that likelihood ratio verbal qualifier is for our likelihood ratios.
Right. But that number that's generated in terms of the statistic, it could be in the millions, but it could be in billions, right?
For a likelihood ratio or a
Yeah.
random match?
For a likelihood ratio.
Yes.
Or it could be in the trillions, right?
I guess.
Now, okay, so the analyst, such as yourself, would have to decide certain things about what to tell StarMix in terms of the contributors to the mixture, right?
Yes, we have to determine the number of contributors.
If you take a look at the evidence and you think it's 2, you're going to put 2, right?
Yes.
If you think it could be 3, you're going to put 3, right?
Correct.
Now, the more contributors you have, the more complex the sample becomes, right?
Not necessarily.
If you believe that there's 3 contributors, the way that 3 people could contribute to a mixture is more varied than the way that 2 people could contribute to a mixture.
I guess. Yeah.
I mean, that's a fact, right?
Well, yeah, it would depend on who's a major, who's a minor. Everybody's contributing the same amount.
Right, but you don't know any of those things prior to doing the testing, right? And the sample, you know, there's no rules that come with the sample that say that the minor contributor has to contribute a certain amount and the major contributor has to contribute a certain amount. The sample just is what the sample is, right?
Correct.
And sometimes we see that obviously there can be allele sharing amongst parents, right? A child can get an allele at a location from the same one from both parents, right?
Yes.
And that's a situation where if we just look at that in the abstract, we're going to see one allele at a location, but it's actually because it was contributed the same way by both parents. Could be, right?
I guess, yeah.
Okay. I don't think that was very clear. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
And so the thing is that certain determinations that need to be made by the analyst, one of them being how many contributors. And does the analyst also determine which peaks potentially are included for StarMix's consideration?
What do you mean by which peaks?
Well, like in a traditional, like electropherogram, right? There's peaks within that. Some of them might meet the lab's protocols for consideration, some might not.
Oh, no, the whole profile in of itself just gets uploaded into the software.
And the software can determine if something is below the analytical threshold for the laboratory.
If it's below the analytical threshold, it's not on the electropherogram, it's not called at all.
Okay, so it's not in there. Okay, I got you. Now, two analysts, right, I suppose it's possible, might come to a different conclusion about something such as the number of contributors.
Correct.
And one analyst might think there were two, but another could think there were three, maybe simple, right?
Correct.
Now, if analyst number one thinks it's two, and they input that information into StarMix, they're going to get a different result than the analyst who input the three-person mixture hypothesis into StarMix, right?
I guess it depends on the mixture in itself. If there's still like a clear major, most likely that major will still get called as it is. The minors might get called differently because StarMix will be trying to put in more people in a three-person mixture than a two-person mixture.
Mm-hmm. Right. But the various ways that StarMix might interpret a three-person versus a two-person mixture, we couldn't really say because we're not really able to do all the computations that StarMix does, right?
I mean, it can be done by people, but no. I mean, it's too much calculations for us to do ourselves. So yeah.
Right. Like it has to consider too many possibilities. It considers more possibilities than we can really practically consider, right?
Yes, when you start adding your contributors, again, if you have three contributors versus two, it's going to take into account more various possibilities based on the data that's there.
Right. Because you were saying kind of comparing it to GPS. Using the map, then with the GPS,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yes.
Now, there might be three ways for you to get to this courthouse, say, right?
Mm-hmm.
But StarMix is not, it's not really the difference between a map and a GPS in the sense of the number of possibilities it considers, because StarMix can consider millions of possibilities.
Yes, it goes through and it evaluates the data, comes up with most possible or possible genotypes, and starts giving weights to those genotypes for those different contributors.
Right. And it's StarMix, you can look at what it produces, right? And you can see if after that output, you believe it makes sense, right?
Correct.
But StarMix makes determinations within that software. StarMix makes determinations about who is a major and a minor within a sample, right?
Yes.
And StarMix can also, in terms of the reports it produces, it does component interpretation, right, for major and minor contributors.
For like C1 and C2 contributor 1, contributor 2, yes.
And it actually within that it creates StarMix could state within that component interpretation that there's several possibilities for a given locus and how the major contributor contributed, but it might weight those differently, right?
Yes, it's various allele or proposed genotypes from the analysis and given a weight for that.
And StarMix, in terms of a major contributor, might typically choose in a given allele the interpretation that it's weighted most heavily, right?
Some of them, yes, can get weighted heavily, yes.
But StarMix doesn't automatically choose the allele combination that it weights the most heavily, right?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, so let's say at, I don't know, at the location D13, S317, StarMix sees an 1112 and weights that as 97.34%, right?
Okay.
Now, I would imagine that's a situation where it's very likely the StarMix is going to say it believes that those are likely to be the alleles that were contributed by the major at that location.
Based on the data and based on the analysis, yes, it came up with that weight of 97 something percent.
Right. But StarMix isn't always able to weight things that heavily, right?
Correct.
And sometimes the best StarMix can do at a given locus, it could be 20%, it could be 15%, right?
Again, it would depend on the data, and if you're starting to look at those minor contributors, because there might be dropout happening or there might be allele stacking.
Right. I mean, that's one of the things that StarMix is good at, though, and the reason why it's used is because it can consider all those possibilities simultaneously.
Yes.
And it keeps it all in its mind, so to speak, at the same time, right? And that's the thing that a human being can't do, right?
I definitely can't keep all that in my mind.
Well, it's for computers,
Yes.
right? And a computer is needed to keep that much data information in consideration at the same moment, right?
Correct.
So in terms of the results that it outputs results, and you can check it against your interpretation of things, but we can't really check its work. We can't ask the software, why did you produce the results that you produced, right?
Meaning, why did we produce why are those the assigned weights?
Why are they assigned? Why did you make a choice about who assigning a certain allele to a major versus a minor contributor, things of that nature?
Well, again, some of that is intuitive as an analyst looking at that data and then looking at the StarMix report.
Sure, but you can't have a conversation with the software about why it's doing what it's doing. And, I think it's important to distinguish perhaps that what we're talking about is not like an AI program, right?
Correct.
It's just a traditional software program. And it's not a language model. It doesn't have, there is no back and forth kind of iteration or conversation between you and the program, right?
Correct. It's all based on mathematical calculations.
Right. Now, obviously, because of that, StarMix depends on it's working appropriately, depends on it being set up correctly, right?
Yes.
And it depends on the user understanding how the software operates, right?
Yes, having some knowledge of it, yes.
And it's going to be the most effective when the assumptions about an item of evidence that are input into it are correct, right?
Yes.
If incorrect assumptions are used, then the output that it gives could be misleading, right?
If the input is incorrect, meaning like an artifact is left in, or, yes, that could
Right.
affect the data.
Or number of contributors, right?
Yes, if number of contributors, if you're running it and there are diagnostics that you can look at to go back and reevaluate your data.
You mentioned the thing about StarMix having this unified, you can do this unified look at it where you're considering both relatedness and unrelated individuals.
Yes.
Right? But as a general proposition, would you agree that related individuals obviously share more of their DNA with one another than unrelated individuals do, right?
It depends on the relationship between individuals in a family, but yes, but there's plenty of times where strangers share the same amount of similar, or the same alleles rather.
Okay, yeah, we should talk about that. It's not as if when we're looking at these locations, right, where the genetic testing matters, and we're looking at the alleles along those 23 or so locations, right?
Mm-hmm.
First of all, we're doing that because those are the areas where it's been determined that there's a high amount of differentiation among individuals, right?
Correct.
At high enough that with the right amount of data, we can basically determine whether somebody is potentially the source of biological material left untitled, right?
Correct.
But even though that's the case, we would anticipate that unrelated people, strangers, even amongst those alleles that we look to for differentiation, strangers over those 23 locations are going to share a certain amount of data with one, right?
It's completely random that they might have the same allele or not. Yep.
And do you have any idea, or do you have a thought about how much the average person is likely to share in terms of those 23 alleles with the stranger?
No, and it depends on the people. It can vary from person to person, just depends on the profile.
Sure. I mean, and on an individual case, but I'm just saying in terms of people in general. No. Okay. Obviously, when we're talking about siblings, we're going to assume or imagine that siblings are going to share more of their data, their DNA, than just unrelated strangers, right?
Yes, siblings in theory should share 25%, meaning they have the same profile or same alleles at those locations. About 50% of the time, they might share just one allele with their sibling. And the other 25% of the time, they're different than their sibling.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So would it be fair to say that on average, we would anticipate that siblings who have the same parent, both same biological parents, would share about 50% of their DNA with each other?
Yeah, I guess it's fair to say whether it's an exact share or half of it, yes.
Obviously, that can vary, right? Siblings could be full siblings and share less than 50% of their DNA, right?
Yes.
And siblings can be full siblings and share more than 50% of their DNA.
Yes.
But because you get half your DNA from your mother and half your DNA from your father, right? It's reasonable to say that in general, 50% would be the average relatedness between siblings.
I think based on, like I said, that 25, you would expect about 25% of the time it's an exact match, meaning both alleles match it for each sibling.
Mm-hmm.
And about 50% of the time you would have about one allele matching at all those locations between siblings.
But siblings could be more, they could share more alleles than just 50% of the tested alleles, right?
Yes, they can share a lot or not share as much as you would expect, yes.
And identical twins share 100%?
Identical twins have the same STR profile.
So anywhere you tested an identical twin, they're going to look the same in terms of the profile as their twin, right?
Yes.
But siblings who are not identical twins, well, by the way, did you happen to see or how many of the tested alleles in this case there are where Paul Caneiro matches Keith Caneiro?
No.
You did. And if I told you it was about 70%, would that be a surprising number or unsurprising?
No, I mean, like we just said, they can share more sometimes with siblings or not share at all, or not share that much, I should say.
Right. Obviously 70% would be a significant amount more than 50%, right?
It's larger, yeah.
And obviously 70% though is a level of overlap that you wouldn't expect to see between unrelated individuals, right?
I think that's fair, yeah.
And you know, siblings can commonly differ at several loci, if not many loci, right?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that seeing an overlap at 21 out of 23 loci reflects a strong genetic relationship between two individuals?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, sure.
An overlap in terms of the same alleles being present at 21 out of 23 loci, right?
Like fully the same exact alleles, like 11, 12, 11, 12? Or do you mean like 11, 12, 11, 11? And the 11 is overlapping?
The second.
The second. No, I mean, if you, again, as siblings, you can share that much information.
Mhm.
Like I said, 25% of the time estimated, you share exact, so 11, 12, 11, 12. About 50% of the time, you share that one allele, an 11, 12, or an 11, 11.
Right.
But there are differences even at those locations where they share one allele.
Sure. Obviously, the overlap, it doesn't mean that the profiles are going to look identical or be indistinguishable, right? That's not meant to suggest that, but obviously, the degree of overlap is something that you'd expect to see far more often among siblings and unrelated people, right?
I would expect it, yeah.
Okay.
All right, we're gonna take a break now. Watching everybody, it's time. If we can just move we're gonna take our mid-afternoon break. We'll start back up at 10 minutes after 3. So we'll discuss this case, don't do any research. You almost got jumping jacks.
We had been talking before about item 41-1-1. That's the shirt collar, right?
The scraping.
And the scraping, and that's the one where the hypothesis H1 was more likely than H2, right?
In which comparison?
In 41-1-1, where you said the DNA profile is 110 million times more likely to occur if H1 is true rather than H2.
But there are multiple likelihood ratios and comparisons made. So
Right.
which comparison, which reference sample?
That was the reference sample, Paul Caneiro versus Paul Caneiro, one unknown individual versus 2 unknown individuals.
Yes.
Okay. And then there's an interpretation report that StarMix generated regarding that testing. Is that right?
Yes, every StarMix run generates an interpretation report.
Okay, so that interpretation report is actually, who creates that? Do you create that or does StarMix create that?
That is created by StarMix.
Okay, so the contributor degradation curves, those graphs are created by StarMix?
Yes, based on the data.
And then anything about stutter variance or back stutter, that's all created by StarMix, right?
Yes.
You don't have input into the generation of those reports, right?
Yes, again, it's created by StarMix based on the mathematical calculations.
Sure. The summary of likelihood ratios, that's created by StarMix.
Yes.
And the per locus likelihood ratio report, that's created by StarMix,
Yes,
right?
that's all calculated by StarMix.
The component interpretation in terms of contributor 1 and contributor 2, that's all created by StarMix.
Yes.
The weight attributed to each one is created by StarMix.
Yes.
The component that it finds greater than or equal to 99% at each locus, if it finds that, is created by StarMix.
Yes, all the weights assigned to those genotypes, yes.
The component interpretation summary, where it analyzes contributor 1 versus contributor 2, that's created by StarMix.
I'm sorry, what is it?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
This is I marked this as G132. I don't know. Maybe there's I'm going to approach that with 132. Okay. Maybe there's a different name for this. I was referring to this.
Yes, so there's just a summary of what was done or what was compiled previously. If it was able to determine the genotype at that location, it's noted there.
Okay.
And if not, it gets noted as F if it's unknown.
Okay. And that also is created by StarMix?
Yes.
Then there's a section of this report, page 10 and 11, evidence input files. And also we see that there's, the report references reference samples that the program considered, right?
Yes, and that's, again, all based on the data. So the input file is based on the electrophoregram, that data from the CE run, that gets uploaded into into StarMix. And then also any reference samples that are compared, that's on the summary as well.
But all this output, this 15-page report, the things that are generated within the report, all of this is generated by StarMix itself, right?
Yes, that report is generated by StarMix.
And StarMix, based on the information it receives, it engages in modeling and statistical interpretation. It comes up with the results that it provides for a given sample methods, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when we're talking about 41-1-1, what we know about that is the assumption that was provided to StarMix was that there were two contributors to the mix, right?
Correct.
And when you're the one obviously who made that assumption for StarMix, right?
Yes, based on the data, I felt it was best explained as a mixture of two contributors.
When you made that determination, you were aware that the reference samples that you had for Jennifer Caneiro, Sophia Caneiro, Jesse Caneiro, Keith Caneiro, and for Paul Caneiro, you knew that these reference samples related to individuals who were amongst themselves related to one another, right?
Yes.
And you said that the testing is able to consider both related and unrelated individuals in outputting a statistic, right?
Yes, we report out the unified likelihood ratio.
But you can only put together a likelihood ratio based on propositions regarding the presence of people for whom you're able to test, right? If you don't have my profile, you're never going to be able to generate a likelihood ratio to say whether or not I'm a contributor to a mixture, right?
Correct.
Without my profile, you can't make any statements about the likelihood of my contributing or not contributing, right?
Correct. There is that unrelated statistic, but again, we would need your reference sample to see if you're supported inclusion or supported exclusion.
Right. Now, are you aware that Paul Caneiro and Keith Caneiro have another brother?
Objection. What is the relevance to this?
I'm going to allow it. Go ahead.
If there's another brother, right, a full sibling, Paul and Keith, whose DNA sample is not included in the testing, right? You're not able to make any statements about whether that person would be an inclusion or an exclusion at any of these on any of these tested items, right?
Well, in the StarMix report, there is a sibling likelihood ratio that's estimated that if it was a full sibling, but again, you would still need the reference sample to compare.
Right. Without the reference sample, nothing can be said about the hypothesis regarding likelihood of contribution, right?
Well, the likelihood, like I said, is there for a sibling theoretically, but again, we would need that reference sample to do the comparison.
Right. And would you agree with me that regarding the component interpretation that StarMix did on 41-1-1, that was what I just showed you before, that it believes that there's, as to contributor 1, that contributor 1 only has alleles that from which data can be interpreted at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, locations?
I don't have it in front of me, but if there's numbers at 5 locations, then yes.
Okay. And would you agree with me that Paul, in terms of these testable locations in the reference files for Paul and Keith, that Paul matches Keith in a much larger percentage of these locations than he might appear in turn, or his alleles might appear in this component interpretation?
I'm sorry. Are you talking about the profile compared from Paul to Keith?
Yeah.
And that they share, I think you said earlier about 70%, whether it's one allele that they share or the same 2 alleles they share?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So then what's your question?
My question is, I guess, that Paul shares more alleles, without a doubt, than with Keith, than we see alleles present that correspond with Paul on this item 41-1-1.
Yes, 41-1-1 was a partial profile, so it was already only half the locations, if that, we got results at.
Okay, I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Redirect.
Just quickly, one question. On item 41-1-1, where you have a likelihood ratio supporting inclusion for Paul Caneiro,
Yes.
you were able to exclude his brother Keith Caneiro from there?
Yes, Keith was excluded. Thank you.
And further?
Anything else?
Just to clarify, Keith was excluded in this particular instance based on the storm mix's interpretation, right?
Keith was excluded from the mixture, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm not sure that answered the question, though. So that we all understand, he asked you if it was excluded because of star mix, and you just said he was excluded from it. Is it from star mix or is it from your own interpretation?
Yes, sorry, Your Honor, it is from StarMix. A likelihood ratio of 0 was calculated, which is an exclusion.
Okay. If anybody has a follow-up based upon that, I just want to make sure that I understood what the answer was for the jurors.
Nothing from the state judge.
Okay. You can step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I see counsel, please? The expert charge again, just because in the abundance of caution, I just want to remind you of this charge. As a general rule, witnesses can only testify to facts known by them. This rule ordinarily does not permit to be received as evidence the opinion of a witness who is not testifying as an expert. However, an exception to this rule exists in the case of an expert witness who may give their opinion as to any manner in which they are versed, which is material to the case. In legal terminology, an expert witness is a witness who has some special knowledge, skill, experience, or training that is not possessed by the ordinary juror, and who thus may be able to provide assistance to the jury in understanding the evidence presented and determine the facts in this case. You are not bound by such expert's opinion, but you should consider the opinion and give it the weight to which you deem it is entitled, whether that be great or slight, or you may reject it. In examining an expert's opinion, you may consider the reasons given for it, if any, and you may also consider the qualifications and credibility of the expert. It is always within the special function of the jury to determine whether the facts on which the answer or testimony of an expert is based actually exist. The value or weight of the opinion of the expert is dependent upon and is no stronger than the facts on which it is based. In other words, the probative value of the opinion will depend upon whether, from all of the evidence in the case, you find those facts are true. You may, in fact, determine from the evidence in this case that the facts that form the basis of the opinion are true, not true, or true in part. And in light of such findings, you should decide what effect such determination has upon the weight to be given to the opinion of the expert. Your acceptance or rejection of the expert opinion will depend, therefore, to some extent on your finding as to the truth of the facts relied upon. You and you alone are the sole fact finders in this case. You must be persuaded solely by the evidence presented at trial when determining whether the state has satisfied its burden. As the sole judges of the facts, you are to determine the credibility of the various witnesses, as well as the weight to be afforded to their testimony, to determine whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements of the crimes charged. So again, that applies to all four of our witnesses today, but I just want to, out of an abundance of caution, just to read that again. So ladies and gentlemen, we actually have concluded with our witnesses for today. I do want to tell you that candidly, we are working at you may not think so, but I'm telling you that we're working at an extreme good pace. And we're way ahead of schedule, and I'll tell you more about that at some point. But I don't want you to think, because I'm letting you go, that you should be concerned about any things that you may have coming up in the future that I'm aware of. So I don't want you to worry about any of those things. We're moving at a good pace, and we're going to be just fine. I promise you that. And we're not supposed to promise, but I did it anyway. So with that being said, though, what I'm going to do is I'll have you back tomorrow, same time, same place. I hope you have a good night. Please don't discuss this case. Don't do any research. And we'll start back up tomorrow morning at 8:30. Thank you all. Have a good night. Okay, we can all be seated. Okay, so a couple things. We just had a conference at Sidebar. There'll be one stipulation that will be read. That will be done at the end of the state's case, and I'll read that in at that point in time. Both sides agree to that. As it relates to how we're moving for the rest of the week, why don't I have counsel come up and we're going to talk as a sidebar for a minute before I say anything.
So it looks like they about to be done with court for the day. I don't know if he's gonna allow us to hear anything else that he's doing. Let me see. So if any of you guys were waiting for the verdict for the all pair trial, that verdict has not came down yet. We're still over there kind of waiting and hanging out. Let's see how long he takes him over to the side, and if if they're gonna argue something. If not, then I guess that will in court here today. for my mans over here, and I think we're gonna move over to Georgia. But I'll give it a couple minutes and we'll see. A lot of DNA, a lot of testimony in regards to whose blood was on the knife was had over here today. Got myself on mute. In the meantime, let's listen to some tunes.
When the live stream flickers on and Sweet Pea takes a stand, Lynn is already there, coffee in hand. She settles in for the long trials, the twists and the turns, with a loyal heart and steady eyes that never miss a word. She's a constant in the courtroom, a familiar shining face, always ready for the arguments, the tension and the pace. And when the evidence is messy or the stories sound untrue, she leans forward just a little. Lynn knows what to do, 'cause Lynn thinks everyone is guilty, every suspect, every tale. Melody Ferris guilty, she says without fail, but Dr. Rachel shakes her head. Sure, the son is to blame, still Lynn stands firm, her verdict stays the same. Oh, she brings the truth.
Conference, I want to talk to the attorneys about scheduling for the week, based upon where we are, just so that everyone in the courtroom knows what's going on. So we'll have testimony tomorrow and Wednesday. Thursday will now be the day off, and then we'll have testimony again on Friday. And then we'll start back up again next week. So that's the plan for the rest of the week. I've spoken to the attorneys about a couple issues that we have discussed as it relates to potentially moving some evidence at some point, and also for the jury charge, that everyone's on notice of that. So I don't think there's anything else, but I'll just confirm on the record. Anything else from the state?
No, thank you, Judge.
All right, anything else from the defense?
No, Judge, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so everybody have a good night. Please be safe. I'll see you tomorrow morning and we'll continue on.
Okay, so we were just handling scheduling like their court on Thursday. So there will be no court for Caneiro trial on Thursday. Looks like they'll be back in on Friday. Maybe that's why this court is taking so long, because they have been in and out with their days. So I guess that can make it pretty difficult in that way, especially with the weather. But yep, no court. All right, guys. Well, I thank you all for hanging in here with me. Shout out to the mods, the chat, all the support for the channel today. I am going to take us with our outro song. If you want to look at some additional testimony, we will probably start the room for opening statements in Georgia for a cold case where a law student was alive. I know Georgia was taking care of a lot of their cold cases, and I'm pretty sure this is one of them, just like Whoopenberger. If you were with us at that point in time, we did cover that trial. He was actually acquitted. Georgia didn't have enough to prosecute that cold case. So we will see where we're at with this cold case. It's from 2001. I want to thank you all for hanging out, and yeah, have a great one. See you in the court tomorrow. If you're not hanging out with me nowhere else.
When Sweet Pea taps in, you know the courtroom lights go bright. Trials running long, but the family's here every night. Mars on patrol, chatter showing out. This little YouTube corner's what community's about. Therapist you know, steady holding down the floor. Behind the scenes magician, keeping peace like never before. A banner king, a rule keeper too. Every channel dreams of a mind like you. Jason walks in and the ladies lose control. Down to earth king with the warmest soul. Film freaks, kindness, man, it's always on display. Fair and sweet and cheering folks along the way. And Marilia from SA keeps the laughter rolling free. Joking, shining, keeping spirits where they need to be. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This Courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case or file, we're forever take it to trial. Take it to trial. Pretty brown girl, she'll tell you what's true. Sharp as a gavel, funniest in the room. Dr. Rachel pops in while she's busy running lines. Speaks her mind every time, cuts through like a knife. And Fowler brings the energy, jokes flying fast. Helping Sweet Pea backstage, making every stream last. Then Zach strolls and causing chaos just for fun. The resident cheater, but we love him, everyone. Here comes Maddie, handsome, quick with the line. A comedy sniper with the perfect timing. And Lynn with the updates, always loyal, always tuned. If true crime news drops, he brings it to the room. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This Courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case or file, we're forever take it to trial. Take it to trial. Shamrock keeps us trending, replay queen. Holding down the algorithm like a machine. SD's razor sharp, loyal through and through. And yeah, she adores chasing nothing new. Drunky the bear with the white cloth way, managing volunteers like she runs the whole land. Cynthia brings inside, would take sharp and steady. Donna keeps it real, 911 and always ready. Tilly Bird's the fat queen, receipts on tap. Easy's new, but she blends right into the pack. Tennessee, hard live, try support her with pride. Melly shows up a family for cooking for his dog. A steady carrying presence through the courtroom fog. And Brooklyn in the house, always bringing that spark. Lighting up the chat like a shout in the dark. Baca loves her gram, speaks truth when it's time. Micrograms with metaphors, straight up sublime. Barbara, biggest supporter, heart kind and vast. Looking for missing kids, hope to truly last. Only fan from Singapore, flag name but sweet. Still shows up with love every time he takes a seat. And even the part-timers keep this place alive. Curviel, Irish Amy, Capri Law, Hellcat, our tribe. Hearts wide open, stories shared, holding space because we care. From every corner of the world we climb to spend these nights together, one trial at a time. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. Mods and shadows, yeah, this love is something rare. A Courtroom crew with hearts beyond compare. No matter what the case or file, we're forever take it to trial. To Sweet Pea and the mods in the chat we adore. This isn't just a channel, it's a family. And we couldn't ask for more.
All right, guys, I will see you in the all pair trial, and then we'll get over there to Georgia. Georgia. I'm getting that for us now. They taking lunch real late. It's funny over there right now. All right, guys.